why on earth will we ever choose a child when there are so many beautiful women, so many men? You can choose whomever you want to have a relationship. I'm not choosing any man, but I can choose up to 1 million women if I want to have sex.
Is that the same for you, Rakim? You don't deal with males. You haven't had any gay experiences?
No, I don't. I'm not a homosexual, and I'm not bisexual. So no, I have a lot of experiences with women, and it's pretty amazing.
Okay. So who's the leader out of you all?
The leader of what exactly?
So there's 4 of you right now. You're together as a collective.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Who's the leader?
I'm the leader of me. Karina's the leader of her. Kenya's the leader of her, and Tiger's the leader of him.
Very nice. So a lot of people are saying that you guys are beta males. Is that something you would identify under as a beta male? Like when you're in elementary school, people used to take your Lunchables.
Can you define a beta male for me?
Sure. Let me just get a basic definition that we can find on the internet. Beta male. Beta males are the lieutenants of the sociosexual hierarchy, which is to say they're not the top rank. They are fiercely loyal to their alphas, which is to say their leaders. In exchange for this loyalty, they enjoy many of the benefits of high status and position, meaning being associated with the top one. And the alpha would be the leader. So I would say in this case, they would identify the one that's out in front, Kenya, as the alpha. And for my phone call with you, Rakim, when I'd asked you a question directly as a man, she cut you off and started talking over you, and she did it 2 times. And further, when I pointed this out to you, which was the clear truth, you then pretended as though you were yielding to her, which you did not make that decision because she had already overtalked you. It's not like you said, hey, I would like to pass this question to my wife. She just cut you off. And then on the back end, you tried to make it look good.
Yeah, I just look at it differently. Like if my wife is going to jump down your throat or defend me or clarify something, I'm all for that. So people in my cipher, people in my group, people I'm connected with, they've got free reign to protect me, to defend themselves, to do what they need to do. I don't take any offense to that. I don't call that yielding or, letting somebody else be the leader. I call that allowing people to do what they got to do in terms of defending or being on the offensive. So it's different for me.
So she protected you from me?
Well, because I didn't have any background on who you were, I didn't even know what y'all were doing, to be honest. But yeah, I yielded to her so she could let me know what the fuck was going on because I had no idea what y'all were doing. I didn't know it was an interview. I didn't know where you were. I didn't know what platform you were on. So yeah, I allowed her to take care of that.
So I must admit, and I don't, no disrespect to who you are, how you live your life. That's fine. There have to be losers for there to be winners. There has to be somebody at the bottom of the hierarchy for there to be somebody at the top of the hierarchy. I value everyone in the dynamic, but I find it strange that there would even be a concept of her being able to protect you from me. She could even protect herself, which is to say she tried to stand up and debate. She lost it and began to melt down, yell, and curse. And then she called you for backup. So she was basically calling you for backup, and then that didn't work. And so you were supposed to be protecting her. Actually, her actual language was, you are my protector. And now your language is saying she's your protector. So it seems as though there's a lot of confusion and lack of clarity on roles and hierarchy.
Well, confusion for you. I mean, no confusion for me. I expect my queens to protect me, and I'm going to protect my queens. And that's the way it is. And there's different scenarios where they jump in and they do that, and scenarios where I jump in and do that. So that's just the way it is. So if you run your tribe differently, that's cool. No problem with that, brother. But I expect the people in my cipher, in my tribe, to step up and do what they're supposed to do in terms of protecting the entire tribe, period.
I find it strange that you all use the term king and queen when in reality, we all know that a king is a singular ruler and the queen is subject to the king. And all within that polity are subject to the king. There's only one king in a nation, whereas you're sitting right next to another guy who's also slaying your woman. And that's not what kings do. So why even adopt this terminology when it's a lie?
Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the evil that men do. Father God, I pray and ask that you help me to have mercy on others the same way I would want you to have mercy on me. Father God, I also ask that you help me to be quick to forgive and slow to get angry. Amen, amen, amen. These young dudes out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the text spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, Drake, or I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like fuck it, where my mask at? Then mash back with the banger and damage shit and say fuck everything I learned in anger management. Hop back on some east side damage shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again, rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built for the smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like a bazooka sound, and I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride, 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show, homie. I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guarantee you listen up when this Ruger speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost, and I'm handy with the heat. I cook a nigga like a roast. On me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, and stop a nigga's post. Play him close, man, Eric will ease it. Quickly off the waistband, man, and Eric will squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out dead or paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets while I'm very strategic. I come to your house dressed like the gas man. Shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride, 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. I don't put shit on Facebook, I just holler in person. Put the pistol in your mouth while you holler and cursing. All that shit you kept rehearsing and put on your live, got your clap with the big 4-5. You bitch nigga, if you tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was whooping first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at and bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out nigga like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, well fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the beam, you see the red dot? We tug on this trigger, nigga. It'll make your head pop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect the gang of dead off if they ever cross the line. The Lord said in the Bible, oh, revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find a righteous path between the two. Before I lose control and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other cheek, but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get the K with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps.
All right, y'all, that's Brother Eric. Shout out to Brother Eric. The first clip we saw was Saint in the Center. Shout out to the Saint in the Center. That was a clip from him interviewing a polyamorous couple. And you saw 2 men, 2 women, and the women are bisexual and the men are heterosexual. And so they swap partners, but the women actually have sex with not only the men, but each other as well. And so he's trying to interview them. I guess he had a disagreement with them earlier, and they kind of broke off communication. So they tried to do it again, and everybody was a little more it was a little more amicable at this time, but still they were definitely on two different sides of the street. Excuse me, on the issue. Anyway, but shout out to the Satan Center. Hopefully he don't strike us down for using using this content. Shout out to him. All right, who do we have playing Relapse, right? We have Brother 16 to Life, Brother Eric playing with his music 16 to Life. He got some other new music I heard. You can go on over to his webpage and check him out over there and see what other stuff he's got going on. Plus, Brother Eric's a good dude, man. He's got a lot of good stories, a lot of funny stories over there. He did 24 years straight time in California penal system, man. He was out there with some heavy hitters. And so, but he did his thing out there. He walked off, and he's got a lot of stories about that time he spent out there. But he tried to, get the younger dudes to try to not go that route, and I can respect that. I can respect that. And shout out, and by the way, let me tell you how much of a good dude Brother Eric is. We're using this music, and he said, "Man, you ain't gotta pay me nothing for it." I said, "What?" He said, "Yeah, you ain't gotta pay me. I'm good. I'm good. I believe in what you guys are doing over there. You know what I'm saying? If it'll help you, go ahead and use it." That's the kind of dude this dude is. That's what y'all wonder why I shot this dude out, because he's a good dude, man. He's a really good dude, man. Really good dude. All right, so anyway, moving forward. That's Brother Eric. So y'all want to know about the backpack fundraiser, right? When we went last night, when we closed down, shout out to Von Bryant. Holy smokes. Me and this brother did 13 hours together yesterday, man. 13 hours. Holy smokes. Shout out to Jay Takashi. If you haven't already subscribed to Jay Takashi, go on over to Jay Takashi and go on there and subscribe to him and see if that's the kind of content you are down for. Shout out to you, Jay. I saw you on the Dominican route yesterday. Shout out to you, man. Yeah, man. Me and Vaughn was on this thing, man, all day. Vaughn was working behind the scenes and in front of the camera, right? I was just working in front of the camera. Vaughn's working in front and back. So last night when we got off Vaughn, our goal was $960. I mean, we had raised $960, right? But this morning I got up. I said, man, you know what? I gotta put myself in $100 club. We got certain people that gave to the backpack fundraiser. They in the $100 club. I said, Brother Clarence, can't let nobody be in the $100 club, and I ain't in the $100 club. Hold on, wait a minute. So I had to get my thing together, Vaughn. I had to pledge $50 more so I could be in the $100 club. I could be in the $100 club. So that extra pledge put us over the edge, put us at $1,000, $1,010, right? On our way to getting these backpacks to these kids, right? Put myself in the $1,000 club. Who's in the $1,000 club, you ask? Well, Brother Clarence is in the $1,000 club. I'm gonna go ahead and put Chef Shapino in the $1,000 club. If you got $90, I'm gonna put you in there. And I think Chef got $90 in there. So we're gonna put him in the $100 club. Put you in the $100 club. So Brother Clarence, Chef Shapino. If you haven't already subscribed to Chef Shapino, go on over and subscribe to Chef Shapino and check out his content, man. Good brother, man. Good brother, good dude, man. Brother Anderson the Great. Brother Anderson the Great is in the $100 club. Shout out to him. Brother New Growth, him and his family, they're in the $100 club, man. They put $100 on it. They're in the $100 club. Guess who else is in the $100 club? Mr. Von Bryant is in the $100 club. He's in the $100 club. Who else is in the $100 club? Danique Anthony is in the $100 club. The $100 club, man. Hey, man, I'm telling y'all, man, there's room. There's room for the rest of y'all, man. Some of y'all are putting everything you can, you giving what you can. That's cool. You still got time to get to the $100 club. You still got time. We looking for you. We want you to come on and get in the $100 club. Shout out to you. OG Patrice, another member of the $100 club. Shout out to OG Patrice. Shout out to her. If you haven't already subscribed to OG Patrice, go on over to OG Patrice's page and subscribe to her. You want to hear somebody singing some real, if you like some of the oldies, man, and have somebody covering them, man, I don't know, man. Maybe Patrice is covering some rap songs over there. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe Patrice is covering some of T.I.'s work over there. Man, maybe she's covering some of Snoop Dogg. I don't know. Y'all got to see. Y'all got to go over there and come back and tell me. I just heard some of this good oldies that I heard her covering, right? Car Wash, a couple of, I mean, she knocking them out. She knocking them out. But she might have some new stuff, man. She might be covering Snoop. She might be covering Ice Cube. She might be doing, you know what I'm saying, 90s rap. Who knows? Oh, guess who else is in the $100 club? Rico Young. Rico Young is in the $100 club. Shout out to you, Rico Young. $100 club. Who else is in the $100 club? Who else? That's everybody that's in the $100 club. Now, everybody that gave. Let's go over everybody who gave, right? They might not be in the $100 club, but we need everything they gave us. We needed it, right? Brother Simma, he gave, right? Still got time, Brother Sim. You still got time to come and jump in the $100 club, brother. Still got time. Jill gave and gave and gave and gave and gave and gave and gave, right? Gave and gave and gave. Jill, still got time to jump into the $100 club. Jill's Chocolate Boutique. If you haven't already subscribed to Jill's Chocolate Boutique, go on over there to subscribe to Jill's Chocolate Boutique and see if that's the kind of content you down with. Man, she down there skating down there on Santa Monica Pier. Sisters out there, man. Go on over there and check that content out, man. We all don't have to be talking about, oh, you got to submit. You got to submit. I'm going to leave him at the restaurant. I'm going to leave him at the restaurant. All right, we got it. Shout out to everybody, by the way, man. I'm just clowning. What about M3? M3 gave, man. Very generous donation. However, still got time to get into the $100 club, brother. Still got time. Don't let it get away from you, man. Everything helps. Everything helps out. Still got time, man. Still got time. Come on, M3. Still got time, brother. You and your lovely wife gave, man, generous donation. But come on, man. We can still make this work, man. We can still get you in, brother. We can still get you into the $100 club, brother M3. If you haven't already subscribed to Knowledge and Relationships, man, I'm telling you, they're doing miracles over at Knowledge and Relationships. I mean, for real miracles. Not this bullshit you watching where we gotta decide whether is black women is the problem or the white man is the problem. Nah. They ain't talking about no stupid stuff like that, man. They are doing some real miracles, man. They saved a life the other night, brother, on Knowledge and Relationships. Not only them, shout out to Bolo TV. Shout out to Princess K. Shout out to Von Bryant. Holy smokes. You mean somebody actually listened to Von Bryant? Shout out to those people, man. They surrounded this sister with so much love. Man, they basically pulled her out of the grave. Shout out to the cats at Knowledge and Relationships, man. Shout out to those cats, man. They over there saving some lives over there. They doing some real work. Shout out to them. But Mr. M3, you still got time, brother. You still got time to get in the $100 club. Still got time, brother. We're going to hold a place for you. We're going to hold a place for you. Hold a place for all of y'all. The love experience. Sister Lola came through. Very generous donation. Very generous donation. But we holding a place for you, Sister Lola. We holding a place for you. We're going to hold a place for you in the $100 club. We're going to hold a place for you. We holding the door open for you. All you got to do is do the work, and we got you right. We let you ride on in. Let you ride on in. Get the benefits of the $100 club. What's the benefits of the $100 club? Brother Clancy tell you in the $100 club. That's the benefits. Oh man, Jill's Chocolate Boutique. If you haven't already subscribed, I already told you guys go over to Jill's Chocolate Boutique, man. Jill, we hold the door open for you. We hold the door open for you. The Harris family, the beloved Harris family, man. They gave a generous donation, right? However, we still got the door open for you, Harris family. We trying to get you into the $100 club. We gonna get you in the $100 club. We trying to get you in the $100 club. We got the door open for you. This is what they call righteous competition. It's just righteous competition. We got the door open for you. We got the door open for you, Harris family. Shout out to the beloved Harris family, man. Beautiful people over there, man. Beautiful people over there. But we gonna hold the door open for them, man. We need them in the $100. We need all of y'all in the $100 club. We need everybody in the $100 club, at least, right? At least. Who else we got left? Oh, our brother, John Darjan. Over there at the Dominican Root. If you haven't already subscribed to the Dominican Root, let me tell you something about this brother, man. This brother is over there in the Dominican, man, and he's helping coaching young men, but not only coaching. See, this is what people don't understand about when you coaching young men. When you coaching young men, man, you're actually giving them a script and a guideline of what a good man looks like, what a giving man looks like, right? Because most of us as coaches, man, we don't get paid coaching. Nobody paid me to coach basketball, football, or whatever else I was coaching. You don't give them no money, but you don't know the effect you're gonna have on these young men. You don't know, right? You treat them, and some of them are looking for a man to model themselves after. There's a brother like John DeJean. He's down there in the Dominican, man, helping kids, helping everybody, doing everything, man. Molding, making men out of young men, taking young men and showing them how to be better men, right? Because John already got the bumps on his head, right? John already got the bumps on his head. Those of us with bumps on our head already, we be doing a disservice to everybody else if we don't say nothing. If we just keep this information to ourselves, then that we doing a disservice, right? We doing a disservice, man. The question was asked, what man having a light would hide it under a bushel barrel, right? What man having a light, what man having information that the people can use to not bump into themselves and bump into the devil, why would this man cover that light with a bushel barrel? A bushel barrel is what they used to use when they would pick, when they would work out in the fields and they would pick this stuff. They would put it in a bushel, what they call a bushel barrel. The question's asked, what man having a light would cover this? If you got the light, why you gonna cover it? You know, if you cover it, the people gonna crash into each other. And they're gonna get involved in stuff they shouldn't get into because they can't see. They can't see. Here he is down here, man, helping these young men, man. Some of them, man, they ain't got no men in their life. But John's a good brother. That's okay. That's why we go. I'm telling you this, man. If you haven't already subscribed to the Dominican Root, plus the brother got funny stories about the differences between the Dominican and America, man. Just funny stories, or funny stories of him out there being out there. Funny stories. Shout out to Brother John, man. Let me tell you about this brother. I hit the brother. The brother did a live stream last night. I hit the brother up in the middle of the night. I said, hey, brother, can you just come over here and pledge something, do something? He said, man, I'm going to cash app you. Came over here, back hurting, right? You know, the brother's got some injuries, right? He got some injuries, man. He's disabled. Pushing on, I could see the brother in pain. Finally, we tried to tell him, man, go ahead on. Because we could see he was in pain. But still came over here. Gave us a generous donation. That's why we keep the door open for you, Brother John. We keep the door open for you. We keep the door open for you so you can come over here and get into you can get over here into the $100 club, man. We're trying to get you into the $100 club. Trying to get y'all in. We're trying to get y'all in, man. Brother Sim, shout out to you, man. Glad to have you in the building, my man. They try to say that black people don't support each other, Brother Sim, but we know that's not true, right? Some people say the black community is trash, right? Here I am. Y'all don't know me from Adam, and y'all already gave me $1,000 to try to go buy these backpacks for these kids. But the black community is trash, right? It's a trash can. It's a dumpster fire, right? We don't care about nothing. We don't care about each other. We don't care about nobody, right? Thank you, Vaughn. Thank you, Vaughn, for putting everybody out there. Appreciate you, man. Right? Here's another brother, Vaughn Bryant. Right? We know each other, speaking to each other, but we ain't never laid eyes on each other in person. Right? But my soul is my spirit connect with his spirit connect with my spirit. We spiritually we can connect with each other, right? May not follow the same quote unquote doctrines, but that he don't let that stop him. I don't let that stop me, because I know he's a good brother. I don't care what he following. I'm down with the brother, because I know good people when I see them, and I know other than good when I see them, right? But we're keeping the door open for everybody to jump into the $100 club. We're keeping the door open for y'all. Trying to get this money, raise these backpacks. Why? Well, let me show you why. Let me show you what we're going to do, man. Because some of y'all going to say, hey, man, I don't know what y'all going to do, man. What are y'all going to do with this money? See, I'm going to give you all my money. I was going to take some girl out. Okay. The backpacks are going to cost us $456. The school supplies we're going to put in the backpacks are going to cost us $528, right? Because we got to buy kits. They come in kits of 12. We're going to buy 48 kits to give out 45, right? There may be a problem with one or two. So we're gonna order 48 to give away 45, right? 4 times 12 is 48, $11 a unit, $528, right? Excuse me, y'all. This heat got my nose stopped up. Storage. We gotta store these backpacks, right? Sister that I'm gonna be working with, she got her office is big. Guys, go watch that video where I was supposed to interview her. I haven't interviewed her yet, but I'm gonna interview her. But I was over in her office. You see how spacious her office is, right? But she does a lot of business in there, man. We can't be just taking up that space unless we paying her for it, right? So she's gonna store the backpacks over there. Receiving. Somebody got to receive these backpacks, man. Somebody got to be on deck just to go through, make sure everything is legit, make sure we get all 48 backpacks, right? Got to pay that person $100. Organizing the backpacks. We got to put the school supplies in with the backpacks, right? That person, we're going to pay that person $30 an hour and pay them for 3 hours of work. That's $90, right? Alerting the kids and the families, right? The sister that I'm working with, she's got a big network of nonprofits that she works with. She's going to round up all the people, get everything set up, so all they have to do is drive up and pick up the backpacks, right? We're going to pay her $200 for that. Even though this sister, man, she's a good sister, right? She told me, bro, you don't have to pay me nothing, man. Just the fact that we get to do it and that we can work together and do something. I said, man, you crazy. You crazy. We already did that, the whole black people working for free thing. We already did that already. We already did that. We're not doing that no more, right? Like I said before, other communities, especially the white community, they can play around, they can have fun and everything like that. But when it comes to business, it comes to business. Hey, John, my company's going to charge you $400,000 to move those shoes that you said you need to move. Oh, okay, no problem. Jim, they're telling each other this on the yacht, right? uh, Nick Rose was like, man, hey, you going into the store? Yeah. Can you give me a bag of Doritos? A bag of Doritos? That's $2 or something. Where the money at? Right? And the person be like, what? You ain't gonna just pay $2 for me? And we get into it because what person won't spend their money on us. Man, but we ain't doing that, man. We ain't doing here, man. Black people, we got sense. Let's see, some of us. Anyway, video work. Somebody got to videotape all of this stuff going on, right? I'm gonna show you when the bags get here. I'm gonna show you how they get stored. I'm gonna show you they got everything in each bag. I'm gonna show you how we organize the bags. I'm gonna show you everything. I'm gonna show you when we stage everything. I'm gonna show you, bro. I'm gonna show you everything. I'm gonna show you the receipt when we buy the backpacks. That's how we know you buy the backpack. You could do us like Umar and just take the money. Okay. When I buy the backpacks, I'm gonna show you the receipt. You could call down there. You call down there. Hey, is this a real order? Is this a real company? You call down there. You check. Make sure everything's legit. All right. Staging day, right? Okay, so the sister's gonna rent us some tables, rent us a chairs, rent us a tent. She's gonna bring cones. She's gonna do a lot of stuff. She got to come here early, set all that up. She's gonna be here late, breaking all that down. Her and her crew, right? We're gonna pay them $240. Oh, you don't have to pay me, brother. I know I don't, but we're gonna pay you. We're not doing that because if I do some work for you, I'm gonna be looking to get paid. Not that I won't do it if I don't, but I'm gonna be looking to get paid. I'm gonna be looking to get paid. All right, so and that's the way we should be. We should be paid. We should take care of each other. And last thing we're gonna do, we're gonna raffle off a laptop. That's our desire is to pay at least $750 or whatever. If it's less, I'll tell you exactly how much I paid for it. I'll show you the receipt. Well, I'll show you exactly how much I paid for it. But I'm looking to be around $750. We paying for the laptop, and we're gonna raffle it off in the name of a sister named Sophia that was on Knowledge and Relationships the other day that was having some real serious problems, and they ministered to her. A lot of different people ministered to her, and they gave her one more, like what Nate Dogg say, one more day. They gave her one more day, right? They gave her one more day through the power of God. They gave her one more day to look at the situation differently, one more day to kind of get herself together so she could go out there and face some of the hardships that she had to deal with. But we don't want her to have faced all those hardships in vain. So we want a kid out there we want to give in her name, give one of these children a laptop. Okay. So far, so good. Doesn't sound shady so far, right? we don't sound nothing shady so far, right? Okay, so you guys see all of these costs, right? If you add all those costs up, it comes up to a total of $3,064, right? I just rounded it up to $3,100, right? Okay. What you gonna do with that extra $36, Clarence? Well, you think I'm going straight to the Maserati dealership? Straight to the Maserati dealership, right? All right, y'all. So anyway, shout out to New Growth. Glad to have you in the building. New Growth said you don't know about that Nate Dogg, man, bruh. I used to deliver scripts in Hollywood. See, you don't know nothing about this, brother. This was before the internet, right? Now scripts, you can look up scripts on what they call the breakdown on the internet, right? These casting directors can look up everything on the internet, and they can see what's going on. They can see, what's up. But before the breakdowns was on the internet, somebody had to deliver them every morning. We had to deliver it every morning. We had to deliver the breakdowns. We pick them up. We break it down early in the morning where we was at our office. We break everything down, and then we had to take it out to their offices. So some of them had an early morning run. I was up there. Death Row was right there on Wilshire Boulevard out there in Hollywood, or Beverly Hills. I was going right through. That was my. I started in Hollywood and I went all the way through Hollywood. I went through Beverly Hills, and I went up to what did I go up to? I went through Beverly Hills. I did a little bit of West LA because there's some people like CAA. They're out there in West LA, so I would hit some of them early in the morning and then come back and pick up a whole nother load and go right back out there again. Right. So I've been to Death Row a bunch of different times. I remember when, like I said, they had the big. I've been to Death Row many times. I mean, the offices when they was on the Wilshire, many times. I'm definitely familiar with that, and I'm definitely familiar with Nate Dogg. All right, y'all. So this is where we at now. So, we did a 13-hour stream, me and Von Bryant, and all of the rest of y'all that was hung in there with us, Jill, Chocolate Boutique. I mean, man, so many people hung in there with us, New Growth, the Hash Tribe. I mean, everybody hung in there with us. Sim in the background. Jay, I saw you over there on the Dominican route. Man, so all I'm asking is, man, if you let me talk one more time about the back rack fundraiser. We're trying to raise these backpacks for these children, so we can get them. So you can give them backpacks, 45 backpacks. Give them away. We're gonna do it here where I'm at, my office building. We're gonna give them away here. Um, you can cash app me, or you can pledge. I don't have the money today, Clarence. Oh, okay. You don't have the money. Will you have it within the next 2 or 3 weeks? Yeah, I'll have it within the next 2 or 3 weeks. Okay, then pledge it. You can pledge it. You can pledge it, right? I can pledge the $100, right? That's okay. Some of us ain't got the money, man. Some of us ain't even in a position where we can pledge the money, right? Some of us, some of us is in a position where we can't even pledge the money, right? Things are not looking that good for us financially, right? And some of y'all are just sitting in the bushes saying, I want to see if these Negroes gonna actually make this work. Let's see if they're gonna actually make this work. Let's prove them wrong, y'all. Let's prove them wrong. But you can cash app me, right? I have my cash app down here. Let me put my cash app down here. Okay, put the cash app down there. You guys can cash app me, or you can pledge. I don't have the money right now, Brother Clarence, but I will later. I want to participate. I just don't have the money today. I'll have it in a couple weeks. Okay, pledge it. We're like the Jews, man. Jews, man, you pledge. They have a pledge drive, and then you pay it off as a year, throughout the year, right? Shout out to our Jewish friends, right? You pledge. Okay, so we're gonna take a trick out of their book. You can pledge some money. We can't give you a year because we got to buy the backpacks. We got to buy them. We got to buy them. We got to order them. We got to have them here, sent here. We got to bust them down. We got to put them together the way we want them, and then we got to give them away. What good is it if let's wait until next summer to buy the backpacks, right? And shout out. But so far we got $1,000, $1,010 in pledges and cash apps, from the true believers, man, the true believers, and the people who see what we're trying to do, and they feel it. I don't want you to uh put no money into this if you don't feel like it's something worthy. It's a worthy cause. Don't do it. Are we a bunch of random Negroes? Man, I'm not doing that. Not doing that. I didn't even buy my own child a backpack. Okay. I don't want you to do that then. Don't buy us. Don't pay for a backpack for somebody else's child. And you ain't buying your own children a backpack. I'll get the Zelle. I will, New Growth. I will. I'm a and, oh, no fees. Okay. Right on, brother. I'm gonna try to work that out today, New Growth. Okay. Yes, sir. Um, okay, y'all. Okay, y'all. So we starting kind of late. Because your brother, I fell asleep last night. I ate a big salad. And so we talk about marriage, right? Talk about marriage. My wife does a lot of the most of the uh grocery shopping. Most of the grocery shopping, right? But she woke up this morning, had a back spasm, leg spasm, had to rub a leg spasm. See, they don't tell you that, man. They don't tell you that, man. When you get old, right, Vaughn, you got to rub those leg spasms out. You got to rub those hand spasms out, those arm spasms. You got to rub that stuff out, right? So my wife had a leg spasm, right? And so I said, "Oh man," she said, "Babe, we need some things from the store." And I said, "Okay, well, can you go get it?" And she like, "I ain't in no shape to leave the house. I really not. I don't feel good." She had to she had to watch my grandbaby, right? She's watching. I mean, I know my son is supposed to be the face of the organization, but it's really me, my wife, and my other son, my younger son. We're the ones that are actually putting the time in, right? But the baby basically lives with me, right? And so she said, "Man, I'm not feeling too good, babe. I don't think I can go out. I don't really want to go out today in this shape." Okay, so I could say, okay, well then you ain't gonna you just not gonna have what you need, right? I could push the hard line. You just ain't gonna have what you need. But I said, okay, that means I got to run to the store. I already know. That means I got to go to the store. If I don't want them sitting there without the stuff they need, that means I have to go to the store, right? Went in there and get a couple things, $250. Poop. That's why I didn't. That's why I didn't use no cash yesterday, because I knew. I said, man, I might need to drop something. It's the weekend. I might need to drop something. So let me hold on to some cash, right? $250. Bam. Right. Right. Had to help out. Boom. Right. I was like, damn. See, that's why I knew I'm smart. I pledged. By the way, man. By the way, y'all. On those of you guys that cash out. For some reason, man, I tried to reply to it, but it was so many cash apps that I had not replied to that it froze up my phone. So what I did was I restarted my phone, and when I restarted my phone, it wouldn't let me reply to anything. It already took that money in, and it wouldn't let me reply to you. So if I didn't reply to you, it's not because I didn't think of you. It was because my Cash App, when I rebooted my phone this morning, it took, because I had left all that money there. I hadn't even touched it or taken it down or anything, right? It was just somebody Cash App you this money, right? So that was all up there. And so I tried to reply this morning to, I was going to start replying and pulling the money in. And so what happened was I replied to one person, and then it froze. My phone froze. So what I did was restart my phone. So when I restarted my phone, so I even went on the computer to try to reply. I couldn't do it. So please forgive me if I didn't reply to you. It wasn't because I didn't want to. It was because when I restarted my phone, for whatever reason, it wouldn't let me reply to any of those drops. So next time I know better. Now when they come through, I'm gonna just deal with it right when it comes through. So that was my fault for letting them sit up there for so long. All right. Anyway. Yeah, man. So my wife, I was like, man, dang, man. So I had to go to the store. I had to go to the store for what could I do? I couldn't leave her there. You know what I'm saying? I could have just said, here's the money to do it, but her back was hurting, right? What could I do? I had to go to the store. Holy smokes! Holy smokes! But sometimes you're gonna have to. Sometimes you're gonna have to compromise. Sometimes you're gonna have to compromise. Sometimes you're gonna have to compromise. Sometimes you're gonna have to bend a little bit to get to where you're trying to go, and to make the marriage work. Right? Gonna be some compromises, man. Gonna be some compromises you're gonna have to do. Right? But anyway, y'all. So far, we got $1,010. Right? Because I put $50 more on it this morning. I said, man, let me do it. Let me do it. So I put $50 on it. That brought us up to a grand total of $1,010. But we still got time, y'all. You still got time. You want to come in and help these kids out? Still got time. Still got time. Still got time. All right, y'all. So we're going to get off of that. Well, we're going to be here all day. We'll take your money all day long. We will be taking the money all day long. All day long. All right, y'all. So let's get into the show, man, because we're about 45 minutes behind. So let's get into the show. Okay. Where's Rico? Rico's on an airplane, I believe. He's on an airplane coming back to the United States. Shout out to Rico, man. Have a safe trip, brother. All right, so let's do the news, y'all. Can we do some news? Can we do some news, y'all? Let's do some news. Oh man, BLM, man, they in some trouble. Hey, they in some trouble, man. Holy smokes. Black Lives Matters members oppose subpoenas from former LA County DA. Holy smoke. Jackie Lacey, holy smokes. LA, two Black Lives Matter members are seeking to block lawyers from former LA District Attorney Jackie Lacey and her husband David Lacey from obtaining some of their medical records in a lawsuit filed after David Lacey allegedly pointed a gun at demonstrators outside the family home in 2020. The confrontation occurred when members of the group showed up at the couple's Granada Hills home early morning in March 2, 2020. Melina Abdullah, Dialia Ferlito, and Justin Marks brought the complaint against the county's former top prosecutor and her husband in October of that year, claiming they suffered emotional distress from the incident. In papers filed Friday in Superior Court, the plaintiff's attorney are seeking to squash the subpoenas for the medical records of Abdullah from marriage and family therapist Monica Ellison and those of Marks from Kaiser Permanente and Hathaway Sycamore's Child and Family Services. A hearing is scheduled for October 4th before Judge Teresa Treber. The subpoena seeks any and all documents and communication regarding medical treatment plaintiffs received from January 1, 2020 to the present, regardless of whether the documents or other information related to the incident or not, according to the plaintiff's lawyer's court paper. Holy smokes. Well, let's see. Jackie Lacey was criticized by activists for declining to prosecute some law enforcement officials involved in a fatal on-duty shootings during her 2 terms in office. David Lacey opened the door after the plaintiffs rang the bell, and video images show him pointing a gun, saying he would shoot if the visitor did not get off his porch. Stand your ground law, right? The encounter occurred a day before Jackie Lacey, the first woman and black prosecutor to hold top office since the office was created in 1850, was forced into a runoff with former San Francisco County District Attorney George Cascon, who ultimately was elected. Man, they trying to run. They're trying to run George Cascon out of the out of the building now, boy. They wishing they had left Jackie Lacey. She later apologized on behalf of her husband and stressed they've been targeted of repeated threats while in office, including death threats, and her husband acted out of fear when the commotion began outside their home at 5:30 a.m. David Lacey was charged by the California Attorney General's office with 3 misdemeanor counts of assault with a firearm, but in May 2021, San Fernando Superior Court Judge David Stewart allowed him to enter a diversion program to resolve the case. Noting that he was a 67-year-old man who has led an otherwise exemplary and productive life. The judge noted that there was also a uniquely politically charged situation that's unlikely to recur again. Holy smoke, man. Black Lives Matter is in some real trouble. They're in some real trouble, y'all, man. Holy smokes, man. They got so many issues going on, man, from the one cat that stole $10 million from them, right? Shout out to Brother Marcus. The one cat that stole $10 million from them, right? Right? He stole $10 million. The other sister bought all these luxurious homes, right? Yeah. But that's what happens when you don't have an accounting. This is why, Brother Clarence, why are you showing us this itemized list? Because you got to have an account, man. When you get the people's money, you got to have a plan. You got to tell the people what you're gonna do with their money. If you don't, man, the people gonna hang you on a hook. I could have seen this coming. I seen this coming. And not just BLM, any organization where you got 2 or 3 people in charge of an organization that got millions of dollars coming through. There's no oversight. We ain't got to tell you where this money is going. They just got a grant for, I don't know if it was a grant or a donation for $90 million. $90 million. You got 3 people in charge of $90 million. With nobody else can ask no questions of what's going on with this money, where is it going, what's happening, nothing. No oversight. They don't have to provide, hey, this is our annual report. This is what we're going to do. This is our budget. This is what we got. This is how much we got in. This is how much money we expect to spend. This is how much we expect to have left over. This is what we're going to do with it. Nothing. Nothing. how then can the people really have confidence when they're giving you money? How are they gonna have confidence? That's why, Brother Clarence, I try to tell you everything, man. I want you to see every step of the way. When we're raising money for these kids, I'm trying to show y'all every step of the way. I know how to do business. I know. I know. You always got to show people what's going on. Anyway, that's Black Lives Matter. They got a lot of different problems, man. I hope they be able to get that thing together, man, and some kind of way turn it around so that becomes once again a reputable organization. I think the intention was good. I just think that they got, unfortunately, that money came so quick and started corrupting some of the people, and then some of the people that got involved, once they start realizing that there was no checks and balances there, they just started siphoning off money to each other, to themselves. Anyway, shout out to the BLM. Hope they get that thing together, man. All right, y'all. Let's see. Let's move on, man. We got a lot of stuff to get to. What we got now? What we got now? Oh, the hit parade, man. The hit parade. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. Let's see. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. All right. Now, just because you're rich doesn't mean that people that everything's going good, right? Elon Musk just settled misconduct settlement, right? It's always with these massage therapists. It's always with these massage therapists or this assistant or this intern, right? Somebody real close that you think is going to let you get over. Nah, man, you better watch out. You better watch out. Las Vegas massage therapist became Steve Wynn's on-call SEX servant, lawsuit alleged, right? It's coming from 8 News Now, right, in Vegas, right? Las Vegas, KLAS. A massage therapist describes herself as on-call servant to disgraced Las Vegas casino mogul Steve Wynn in a lawsuit filed in district court Thursday. Brenda Schrader is swing Wynn of Wynn Resorts, Wynn Las Vegas, and a company vice president over the allegations of ARP and retaliation. From 2012 to 2018, Schrader was on call to perform SEX acts for Wynn, the lawsuit said. So she was with the business for 6 years, right? The lawsuit describes one instance of alleged SEX assault. Ay, ay, ay. In 2015, where Schrader says she was called into Wynn's private office. See, I'm telling you, man, this is where you guys go wrong. This is where you guys go wrong. It's a new day. See, back in the day, you could do stuff like this, man. And if you said, okay, if you made it financially worth their while, this stuff will go away. The girl would take the money and go away and never be seen again, heard from again, right? It don't happen in today's world. It don't happen in today's world. This experience sent her into a state of shock that resulted in further psychological trauma, the lawsuit said. From 2012 to 2018, plaintiff not only performed SEX acts upon Mr. Wynn on various occasions, but she was required to be on call to perform SEX acts for Mr. Wynn if he so desired. I'm sure he made that financially worth her while, right? But they, of course, they're not making that clear. In 2016, a VIP guest requested her services, the lawsuit said, adding Wynn allegedly had recommended Schrader as a massage therapist. Holy smokes. It ain't worth it, brother. Get you a wife. Get you a good wife. It just ain't worth it, man. Get caught up in this drama, man. Ay, ay, ay. While massaging the VIP guest, he began to touch the plaintiff in private areas of her body, the lawsuit claims. Plaintiff had been told that she could not refuse or say no to a VIP guest and therefore complied. Whatever happened to I quit? Whatever happened to I quit? I'm going to go to the cops. Just wait 6 years later or 10 years later, and you do you have a lawsuit, right? I guess. See what happens in this situation is they go to the person and they say, "Hey, look, if you don't," they basically try to extort them. If you don't pay us this money, we're gonna, put the story out. And they know that these people, a lot of them are married, a lot of them have, real serious situations. They don't want this stuff to come to light, so they'll pay the money, they'll pay the ransom, right? But this guy, I guess, this guy Steve Wynn, he was like, "I'm not doing it. Go ahead and do what you got to do," right? So Wynn resigned in February of 2018. In February of 2019, the Nevada Gaming Control Board fined Wynn Resorts $20 million. Hi, the highest fine ever levied. The lawsuit also includes allegations from other women who are not named as plaintiffs. Oh, man, you're going to miss out on some money. In 2005, a manicurist reported to a supervisor that Mr. Wynn arped her. Holy smokes. And she had become pregnant. Oh man. Ooh, holy smokes. I guess this dude Wynn wasn't no joke, huh? Holy smokes. The lawsuit said adding Wynn Resorts reportedly settled the case and never investigated. Okay, that's why they're not named. Okay. In 2014 or 2015, someone or some people complained to top company executives about Wynn requesting a sensual massage at the spa. I'm telling you, man, you guys, see, it is a new day, man. It was an old day, man. You used to could do this kind of stuff. People wasn't gonna trip, right? People wasn't gonna trip. Shout out to you, brother Anderson. Glad to have you in the building, man. Good. It was all my pleasure, brother Anderson. It was all my pleasure, man. Good to meet you. Glad to just have a brother like you here in the building, brother. Good to have you here, brother. Good to have you here among other good brothers like Vaughn and Jay and other people in Sim and other brothers that's here. Just to have good brothers here, man. I don't care if we only got 5 people here. That's cool. I'd rather have 5 strong brothers that we could go against 500 knuckleheads, right? All right, man. Let's get back to Steve Wynn, man, because he messed up, man. He had it good and he messed up. These allegations were covered up. The lawsuit alleges they were not reported to the Employee Relations Department, were not documented, and the company did not investigate. This failure violated the SCX harassment policy, the zero tolerance policy, and the business conduct policy. The lawsuit claims management and employees attempted to silence Wynn's accusers. Oh man. Other employees reportedly referred to the accusers as prostitutes. Whew. Defendants essentially embarked on a campaign to blame, to control, and to silence Mr. Wynn's victims, which created even more hostility, the lawsuit said. In 2018, defendants convened town hall meetings and told employees that they knew that reporters were contacting employees and that employees should advise management if anyone called them. Following his resignation, Wynn remained on resort property, living in a private villa, the lawsuit said. Schrader is also a plaintiff in the ongoing federal class action suit against Wynn and Wynn Resorts filed in 2019. Wynn has repeatedly denied the allegation. Okay, see, now let's just get to the brass tacks. You guys cannot be doing this stuff. Can't do it no more, man. Can't do it no more. Okay? If a big dude like Steve Wynn, if a big dude like Elon Musk, and what is the one thing that's getting them all? These massage therapists. Massage therapists, right? They're on the payroll. These massage therapists on the payroll, right? And what happens to them? What happens on the payroll? They do it until what? Until the person get tired of them. They want something new. They throw them to the side, and the person on the payroll say, "Wait a minute, wait a minute." Now I don't know why women think this way, but some women think this way, and I get amazed at the way they think. The woman will say, "Well, I was your number one person, and now that you selected somebody else, you still need to take care of me." And the man will go, "But you're not doing nothing." But she say, "But I used to do stuff for you. And just because you selected somebody else now, you should still pay me." That doesn't make sense to a business person, right? Business say, "Why am I paying you for nothing?" That doesn't make no sense. So then this kind of stuff will fall out of the tree, right? Yeah. So what's my point? My point is this. It's a new day, man. You gotta be careful out here. Gotta be careful. Gotta be careful. Don't put your life in your hand. Don't play with your life. This a dude he's worth millions and millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars. He's about to get taken down by a massage therapist. Elon Musk almost got taken down by a massage therapist, right? What's that guy that the owner of the Patriots? He almost got taken down by a massage therapist. These massage therapists, man. It ain't like that's the people that go into that line of work are like the most trustworthy people in the world, right? They business people too, man, and they looking out for themselves most of the time, right? All right, y'all, let's move on, man. Let's move on, man. I try to tell you guys so you guys don't get yourself caught up in this drama, man, because it's just drama. It's just drama. And, if you don't get yourself together, man, you can have a big, major problem. Big, major problem. Okay, where is, here we go. Here we go. Okay, we're going to do about 10 minutes of Dr. Confucius.
Someone asks you where you're born in America. But if someone asks you who you are, where your roots are, you either say African American or European American or Mexican American, but the who always comes first. Education is more than reading. It should first of all teach you who you are. But you know what else it should teach you? It should make you feel good about yourself. Now the question is, what makes you feel good about yourself? What gives you strong self-esteem? Well, we believe first, your relationship with God. Second, unconditional love from your parents. Third, high expectations from teachers. Fourth, feeling good about your race, color of your skin, and texture of your hair. And lastly, knowing where your talents are. Because of time, I want to look at this one, the issue of race. There's a rumor going around that some of us, hopefully not in this room, are still using terms like good hair. And that to me is deep. You see, if you know what good hair is, then you must know what bad hair is. If you know what pretty eyes are, you must know what ugly eyes are. That's dialectic, the law of opposites. Our bestseller for children is called Colors Around Me. We believe that our children come in all different colors. But no matter what color they are beautiful just the way they are. Now, what I've noticed speaking to the primary grade children across the country, they clap for all of them. So the Emily is brown like chocolate cake and very pretty. And Robbie is red like cinnamon rolls and very handsome. The primary grades clap for all the children. But the upper grade laugh at Michael, who's black like licorice candy. And they also laugh at Joseph, who's black like ebony wood. Now, you would think that the older our children are, the greater self-esteem would be. But exactly the opposite. And my question to you, what is it about America's images where the longer these children live here, the less they feel about themselves? And remember, Renee is golden like a peach. And the upper grade clap for Renee, and they laugh at Joseph. Well, the reason is very simple. We allow somebody else to define for us what beauty is. If America defines beauty as light skin, long hair, and blue eyes is beautiful, haven't they told you what ugly is? It must be the exact opposite. It must be dark skin, short hair, and broad features. Once you know what is, you automatically know what's not. But you know what's amazing? When I was in Florida, I found Europeans trying their best to run down to Florida to get a suntan to look like us. And then I found us running home with Noxzema and cream trying to look like them. You didn't know that racism is a sign of insecurity? People that are secure are comfortable with differences. Only insecure people, we need to rationalize because they are different. It makes them better. But let me tease you one step further. It's the first day of school, and Renee comes walking to your classroom with her pretty dress on, her hair floating in the wind. And like all little boys, Joseph comes in behind her. But on this day of accident, on his way to school, did not make it to the executive room in time. Now, do you sincerely believe that Joseph can learn as much as Renee? If you don't, you are unfit to teach our children. There are teachers who believe that Renee is smarter than Joseph. And when they believe that, she just becomes smarter than Joseph. You know how many black women, even in this room, can't swim, afraid their head's gonna go back? Go back to where? Where you afraid of it going back to? This is deep. Do you think that what happened in slavery is over? Read Peculiar Institution by Kenneth Stamps, the slave making process. We have to work on those kinds of issues. Before we go into our next workshop on curriculum, any comments about student self-esteem, the role it plays in academic achievement? I believe you cannot do a good job in school if you don't like the way you look. Yes?
How do you attack the racial self-esteem within the peer group? For example, a boy saying she's good looking for a black skin or dark skinned girl or vice versa. How do you attack that in the peer group? What are some ways of looking at it?
I think we have to confront it head on. In other words, the real damage now is not done between white and black. It's done among the black peer group, black adult as well. And so we have to confront that. We have to show them the beauty and strengths of their color. In other words, we don't have time to discuss this afternoon, but what are the benefits of dark skin? What are the benefits of your natural hair? See, we hear all about the benefits of being light skinned or being white or having European style hair. What are the benefits of dark skin? There are a lot of benefits. Yes.
You mentioned that schools should have more than just read, write, and arithmetic.
Correct.
What effects do you feel that this new trend of back to basics, it says only teach math, reading, and writing, will that not eventually have an effect on how we teach black kids because boards of education are trying to get away from black history and Black History Month and all that stuff?
Well, I think that those progressive educators realize that back to basics doesn't have to exclude black history, that if the accent is on reading, we don't have a problem with that. We're also in favor of moving to phonetics rather than the sight approach and the word approach. So I don't have a problem with back to basics. But when you have back to basics, just be sensitive about the literature in which you choose. We have to begin to work on those kinds of situations. Because of our time, let me begin to move on. Our next workshop is on curriculum and methodology and learning styles. One of our concerns comes from James Banks, multicultural education. It's the code word now, multicultural. Now, my concern is if it's multicultural, not quote unquote white history, then we will no longer have world history through European eyes. We will put the event in the middle and we will see what everyone says about the same event. In other words, we'll call this the Asians and Africans and the Europeans and the Hispanics and the Native Americans. I also gave you a clue. This is also the order of world population. We are not the minority. There are 700 million of us living in the world. Asians are first and we're second. We're not the minority. 80% of the world's population has color. We are not the minority. But the point I want to make here is if the event goes in the center, not a people, but an event, then we go around the world giving each group an equal amount of time to give their side to the story. That's what will make it multicultural. For example, if the event was Columbus coming to America, Europeans would say Columbus discovered America. But the Native Americans say Columbus was lost and they discovered him. Same event, but these two groups see it differently. Slavery. Europeans would say slavery was good for America. But Africans would say the black family was almost, not quite, was almost destroyed. World War II. Europeans would say World War II was good for the American economy. But Asians would say they were placed in camps in California. Same event, but these two groups see it differently. If it's multicultural, no group is in the center. But when you run the world, then you can do whatever you want. Columbus can discover America. Lincoln can be the one that freed the slaves. You can even make, if you want to, America larger than Africa. Africa is 2.5 times the size of the United States. But when you run the world, you can make America larger than Africa. You can even move Africa over here and put America in the middle. I challenge you, in your school system, do you have maps showing Africa larger than America? Do you have maps that show Africa in the center of the world? That's exactly where it is. A multicultural education. But beyond content, let's also look at learning styles. The work is from Piaget, from Asa Hilliard, from Janice Hale Benson, titled Black Children, Their Roots, Their Culture, Their Learning Style. Remember when you were in school, it's called a split brain theory. The rumor is they're walking around with half a brain. The split brain theory. Remember when you were in school, the rule was that instructors teach their subjects, but teachers understand how children learn. There are two sides to the brain. There's the right side of the brain, which is holistic. It sees everything. Very good in areas like music and in sports. That's the right side of the brain. But you also have the left side of the brain, very analytical. It breaks things into parts. Very good in math and in science. Now, it has been said in some private academic circles that people of color are better on the right side of the brain, and the people that lack color are better on the left side of the brain. Now, my question to you, did God go to sleep with black folks on the left, but wake up on the right? Did God wake up with Europeans on their left, but go back and sleep on their right? And before you answer, please remember, 86% of the NBA, National Basketball Association, starters are black, but only 1% of the engineers in this country are black. And isn't it true that all black folks can dance, that we all got rhythm? Is it physical or is it cultural? Come on.
All right. The good doctor's hitting, man. I mean, he is hitting. Always, man. Always relevant topics, man. And you know, shout out, man. I hope y'all, and I hope I get something out of watching it. I hope y'all getting something out of watching the good doctor, man, and he's in these streets, man. But he's got a lot of different videos, man. We're gonna watch some of them. But yeah, man, he had a campaign to try to keep see what the educational system was doing subtly to black boys, or black children in particular, but black boys in particular. Man, just the way that it was putting pins in their heads. And so we gotta, if you can watch Dr. Confuju on your own, cool. But we're gonna watch it here, man. We're gonna continue to see how the educational system can be. Maybe there's some things that can be done, right? Because he's not putting the educational system down. He's just saying, hey, man, there's some things that could be done to have a better outcome for black boys, right? Is there anything wrong with that? I don't think there's anything wrong with that. All right, so that was a good doctor. Okay, now what we're gonna do? Now what we're gonna do is let's see, what we're gonna do, y'all. Oh, the Black History Minute. Black History Minute, y'all. You guys know who Lewis Lattimore is? You guys don't know who Lewis Lattimore is? I'm about to tell you who Lewis Lattimore is. Don't worry, I'm not gonna leave you out there, right? Hey, there's other people out there right now. They're doing live streams right now. Any of them giving you a Black History Minute? Nah, they ain't even giving you White History Minute, are they? Well, we gonna give you your people, man. I mean, we got taught a lot of white history in school. Shout out to the school system, but now we need to where we go. Oh, here we go. Yeah, but now we need to learn about our own people, man. We need to learn about our people, man, so we can be we can have our children can have some pride, man. Some of y'all can go home and tell your children or tell your children, hey, do you know who Lewis Lattimore? Ask. This is what I challenge us to do. Ask your children who Lewis Lattimore is. They'll say, I don't know, who is that? But then you ask them who Boosie Badass is. Or you ask them who T.I. is. Or you ask them who Chief Keef is. Ask them who Bandman Kevo is. Right? Oh, I know who they are. If you get that response, something is wrong. And then you ask them who Lewis Lattimore, something is wrong. Let me help you with Lewis Lattimore. Lewis Lattimore, born September 4th, 1848. Let's talk about it. The man who's worked with inventions that enable homes around the world to have light. And I did a Black History Minute on Lewis Lattimore before, but his name came up with the date, so I'm just doing it based on the date. And telephones. Lewis Lattimore was born on September 4th, 1848 in Chelsea, Massachusetts. Lewis Lattimore was an inventor and draftsman who primarily known for his assistance in the invention and patents of the light bulb and telephone. He worked with Alexander Graham Bell in drafting the patent for the telephone and also with Thomas Edison with the light bulb. Remember, you know the thing you talking on right now? You know the thing you cash apping on right now? This man has something to do with it. All black people don't know that. Our culture is trash. The black culture is trash. Here's a black man, and you wouldn't even be able to say it. And no people, half the people that are listening to you over the phones they listening to wouldn't even been able to listen to it if it wasn't for this black man. But we trash. We trash. Yeah. He worked with Alexander Graham Bell in drafting the patent for the telephone along with Thomas Edison with the light bulb. Latimer is credited with improving the initial light filament made by Edison, which would burn out quickly, with a longer lasting one. He also was a supervisor for electric lights being installed in New York, Philadelphia, Montreal, and London. Did you hear me what I just said? Let me read that again. He was also the supervisor. The supervisor for electric lights being installed. He was a supervisor. Hey, Clarence, I thought y'all was all black. Y'all's trash. I thought y'all was trash. I didn't say that. Somebody else said it. The black community is trash. I guess so, huh? Anyway, he was the supervisor for electric lights being installed in New York. Where else, Clarence? Philly. Where else, Clarence? Montreal. Where else? And London. London, England. Montreal, Canada, and London, England. I guess those are Rudy Poo cities, right? New York, Philadelphia, Montreal, London. I guess those are some Rudy Poo cities, right? You can see right here, this is the light bulb that by Lewis Latimer in 1883, located in the Museum of Science and Industry in Chicago, Illinois. Shout out to Von Bryant. Shout out to Patrice, OG Patrice, right? Lattimore patented inventions including the water closet for railroad cars, co-patented with Charles W. Brown, a safety elevator, a device that was used in hospitals to prevent dust and particles, apparatus for cooling and defecting, and others. Although his primary legacy will be his role in two of the world's greatest inventions, the light bulb and the telephone, Latimer's inventions helped improve the living, health, and working conditions of people universally. He was married to the former Mary Wilson Lewis, and they had 2 children. Latimer died on December 11, 1928 in New York City, in New York, at the age of 80. Now y'all know who Lewis Lattimore is. Now y'all know who Lewis Lattimore is, right? But Clarence, they saying that black culture is trash. Black people are trash. The black community is trash. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Well, your trash man just gave you if it wasn't for some of your trash men, our fellow trash men, you wouldn't have the light bulb or the telephone. Shout out to the trash men out there, right? Oh man, but don't just take my word for it. Don't just take my word for it. Go check that out, Lewis Latimer. Go check Lewis Latimer out for yourself. Dig that. Okay, so that is the Black History Minute. Okay, so we got one more thing, man. One more thing, and we're gonna get into this polyamorous thing, man. How many wives do you want? You gonna be like Von Bryant and try to have 50 million wives? I'm just kidding. Von is vehemently committed to one wife. Vehemently. Shout out to Von Bryant. Oh man. But there are some of us that feel like one wife is just not gonna cut it. Expect me to go through my whole life with just one wife? Get out of here. right? Well, we got one more thing to get to, man. The job of the week, and then we can start talking about this poly thing. Can America be saved? Can America be saved? Do we need to rethink how we look at single women, especially single women with children? Do we need to relook at how I mean, back in the day, you didn't have single women with children unless they were of a certain, they had a certain occupation. If they didn't have a certain occupation, somebody took them on, right? That was what you did as a good person, as a good man. You see a woman out here struggling with children, and she's not of the harlot type. Say, I'm gonna bring her in, her and her children in. Your wife is gonna tell you, hey, yeah, right? This happened. Oh no, Clarence. Okay, go look in your Quran, go look in your Bible. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe everybody had one wife. Go look in those books. Maybe everybody only had one wife over there, right? Much respect to Sir. Shout out to Sir Hale Speaks, man. If you haven't already subscribed to Sir Hale Speaks Network, go on over to Sir Hale Speaks Network, subscribe to Sir Hale Speaks Network, and see if that is the kind of stuff you can get with. That's the kind of content you can get with, man. Shout out to Sir Hale, man. He forgave me for really being an idiot one day, brother. Shout out to Sir Hale. I acted like a complete fool that day. But you know, man, that shows you, man, that there's some people, man, that you know, man, even though we may not agree on everything, man, still can have a respect between us, man, where we know where, and the man has enough forgiveness to say, hey, brother Clarence, that's okay, brother. I've had bad days myself, right? Oh man. I went in like a buzzsaw on the Sir Hale Network, man. Shout out to Sir Hale. Yeah, man. But go on over to Sir Hale, man. Go check him out, man, and see if that's kind of content you can get down with. All right, so we're gonna talk. So I'm gonna do this last. Sir Hale Skeets, man. I know I was. Oh man, I know you do, Zaya. I know you do, man. We here talk behind the scenes, man. I know you do, brother. I appreciate, and I got nothing but the same love for you, man. You and your beautiful family, man. Go ahead and man. Oh man, you know, just goes to show, man. I don't care how good intentions you are, man. Some of us can still make mistakes, man. Shout out to Sahel and the whole crew over there, man. Shout out to those cats, man. Holy smokes, man. Your little brother was acting a complete fool over there, man. Complete fool, man. And then I came over here, it was even more of a fool, man. Holy smokes, man. Much success to you, Sir Hale. Much success. Keep doing what you're doing, brother. All right, so I got to get to this, Sir Hale, because maybe you want to talk about this, man. So let me do the job of the week real quick, and then let me get to this poly situation, right? All right, so what's the job of the week? Job of the week is the Employee Benefits Investigator, U.S. Employee Benefits Security Administration. Now, that's out here in Pasadena. Shout out to Von Bryant. That's out there in Pasadena, right? However, these jobs are all over. The U.S. Employee Benefits and Security Administration, they probably got offices all over the country. You can go on their website and try and see if they have a job in your city, in your town. If you're gonna have a job, man, listen. If you have to have a job, we're gonna have to start being smart and having jobs that have the benefits. If we're gonna give them some of our time, right, until we figure out how to, make money on our own, you might as well get a job that's a good job, right? Okay, so it says here you can make $76,000 a year. You can make up to $120,000 a year. That ain't bad. Full-time position, that ain't bad. I just want to let y'all know you can be a high value man, right? So what did I tell you guys? Whenever you go to a job and you go to the job details, what's the first thing you do? Forget the details, forget the description, forget all of that. You go straight to the requirements. You go straight to requirements, because what good is you reading all of the duties of the job and you say, yeah, I can do that, I can do that, and then you go to requirements and they require a 4-year degree, a 10-year degree, a doctorate degree, and you're like, dang, man, that was a good job, but I'm not qualified, right? It's gonna take me about 6-7 years to get a doctorate degree. I need money now, right? Okay, I got a job for you right now. Here's the requirements. Condition of employment: must be at least 16 years old and a U.S. citizen. You got to be appointed to this position. Appointment to this position may require a background investigation. You might come on with you know, if you got stuff in your background, you clean it up. Go clean it up, man. Try to see get as much of it what you can get off of it, so you can get you a decent job, man. So you can save up some money and go out there and start your own business, right? Holy smokes! Wait a minute! Y'all! Wait a minute! Pew 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 pew. We just got from my brother Sir Hell Speaks a generous cash app to add to getting these kids these backpacks. Shout out to Sir Hell Speaks. Shout out to the whole family over there. Shout out to Sir Hell Speaks. Generous donation. Shout out to you, brother. Man, let me see. Vaughn, am I doing the math right? Let me see if I'm gonna do the math right, Vaughn. Let me see if I'm gonna do the math right. Okay, so let's see. I'm gonna do the math. Let's see if I could do the math right. A generous donation from Sir Hell Speaks. That brings us up to $1,000 and $1,060. So, man, I gotta write you in the book of life, Sir Hell. I gotta write your name down in the book of life, brother. Well, my book of life, not the book of life, but my book of life, right? All the people that contributed, man. Sir Hell Speaks. Shout out to you, brother. Shout out to you. We thank you so much for your generous donation, man. Thank you so much. Not a pledge, Cash App. You did Cash App. Brother, put the cash on the line. Okay, so let me show you what you're going to get, Sir Hill. Because I don't want to. I'm going to show you what you're going to get. Okay, cool. That is, yeah, my math is right. Okay, put you in my little Excel book, right? Okay, so let me show you what we're doing, Sir Hill. So you ain't just doing this. I'll come back to well, I already did, Brother Lattimore. Let me pull him down. Let me show you what you're gonna get, Sir Hill, because you're giving us money, right? So let me show you how this is gonna work. Okay, let me show you how this is gonna work, my brother. All right. Let's see. All right. Okay, brother. Here's how we gonna do it. Here's how we are going to do it, Sir Hill. All right, so we're gonna order the backpacks, brother. The backpacks are $456. The school supplies, the backpacks come with school supplies in them already, but they don't have everything that I wanted in them, brother. So I said, well, we have to order these other kits separately, right? They come in packs of 12. We're gonna order 48 kits, 48 backpacks to give away 45, correct? Okay, same thing with school supplies. Order 48 to give away 45. The backpacks at $10 a unit is going to be $456. The school supplies at $11 a unit is going to be $528. To store them, Sir Hill, we can't store this stuff. You know, the sister that's working with me to get the kids, she says, "Oh, I'll store this stuff, Brother Clarence. It ain't no problem. I'll store it for free." No, our people have already worked for free. We're not doing that no more, right? So I said, no, sister, we're going to pay you. So we paying the storage fees to her of $120 for her to at least just store the backpacks. Now, I have a video already where I was talking about her office. I showed how big her office is. She got room there, but that don't mean we're going to just take up a space in her office and, you know, not pay her for it. No, brother, not doing that. She got to pay office rent just like me. So we're not going to take that money away from her. Receiving, she gets whoever's going to receive them. Now, it might be me. It probably will be me, but I don't know if I'll be here or not, depending on when we order the bags, right? So, but I'll try to have somebody be here, or try to run over here myself to do it. But if not me, she may do it, or somebody from her crew. We're gonna pay them $100 just to bust everything down. Make sure we got all 48 backpacks, all 48 school supplies, right? We gonna organize the bags. Okay, so we need somebody to break down the bags and put the school supply, the extra school supplies, in the backpacks, right? We're gonna have that person. We're gonna pay that person $30 an hour. We're gonna give them about 3 hours to do it in, right? That's $90, brother. Okay, now we're gonna alert the kids and the families. Now she is plugged in. The lady I'm working with is plugged in with all of these different nonprofit organizations that work with kids. So her job in this is going to be just to get the kids and set up everything so that we can hand them the backpacks, right? Well, for her to reach out to everybody and make sure everybody gets registered and everything, we're gonna pay her $200, man. Come on, man. Staging area. She has all this equipment where she can see, because she came up with a good idea, brother. She came up with an idea to say, instead of having them running around all over the building, what we're gonna do is just let them pull up. We're gonna set up a tent in the parking lot. We're gonna have them pull up. We're gonna hand them the backpack through the car, and then they can just drive away, right? Okay. So, but to do that, she got a big old tent. She said she got to set up. She got tables she got to set up. She got chairs she got to bring out there. Okay, so she got to come early and set all that up. Then she gonna stay late and break all that down. We're gonna pay her $375 for doing that, brother. Even though, Brother Clarence, did she say she's gonna do that for free? Yeah, she did, brother. But we're not gonna do that to her. We're not doing that to our people no more, man. If we got it and we can do it, we got the money to pay them. Let's pay them. All right, video work. Somebody's gonna videotape all this stuff, right? It might be me, but it might be somebody else. We have to pay somebody to do it, right? We got $200 right there to the side. Just, okay, we got to pay somebody to do it. Okay, we'll pay somebody to do it. Staging day. So it might be me. I might be out here videotaping, right? Or I might be doing some other stuff, making sure the whole system is running the way it's supposed to run, right? Now, I might not be the one that's handing out all the backpacks. We're going to have somebody that's committed to handing out the backpacks. So that person, we're going to pay them. Now, we give them an 8 hour. We're going to pay them for an 8 hour day. This thing probably might take maybe 3 hours, 3 or 4 hours, maybe. All the people just come in and pick up their backpacks, right? So, but we're going to pay for 8 hours, right? $30 an hour. That's $240, right? We're going to pay that person. Lastly, Brother Sahel, we're going to raffle off a laptop. I don't know if you was watching Knowledge and Relationships the other day, but your brother Vaughn over there, your brother Bolo over there, a sister named Princess K, and a few other people. I think Chef Shapino was in the mix as well over there. They were over there and they helped this sister, man. This sister was talking about deleting herself, brother. They talked this sister away from doing that. I mean, it was for real miracle, man, for real miracle. If you ever get a chance to go over there and watch that, you'll see that these people surrounded this sister with love, man. And the sister had no way to go. The devil had to run from her. They put the devil on the run over there, man. Shout out to Knowledge Relationships, man. If you haven't already subscribed to Knowledge Relationships, man, go on over there. So we're going to raffle off a laptop in the sister's name, right? The sister's name is Sophia. We're going to raffle off this laptop in the sister's name. I think $700 should cover it. $750 should cover it. Okay, brother. So how do we come to our $3,100 figure? Here's where we came to it, brother. If you add all of this stuff up, hey, Muslim just walked into my office. Salam, my brother. All right, so if you add all this stuff up, it's $3,100, man. I'm sorry, man. It got so much stuff over there. I didn't know you was coming, man. I actually saw brother from the FOI over there. But anyway, hold on. Let me finish this. So anyway, if you add all this stuff up, this is $3,064. So hell, $3,064, man. So that's where we come to the figure. Thank you, brother, for your generous donation. We appreciate you, brother. We appreciate you, man. We appreciate you. And Sir Hale, we got a spot for you, man. We got a spot for you in the $100 club, man. We got a spot for you in the $100 club, man. Still open, man. Called Righteous Competition. We got the door open for you, brother. We want to bring you into the $100 club, man. We want to bring you into the $100 club. Wait a minute. Sir Harold speaks. just flew into the $100 club, flew way past the $100 club. Shout out to Sahel Speaks. Shout out to Sahel Speaks, man. Shout out to Sahel Speaks. Shout out to Sahel Speaks, man. Flew past the $100 club, kicked the door open. Kicked the door open. Shout out to you, brother. Thank you. We thank you, man. Let me see if I could do some math, man. Let me see if I could do some math. Let me see if I could do some math, brother. Let's see. Sir Hale. Gotta put you down in the book, brother, because we gotta at the end of all this, we're gonna acknowledge everybody that came through, man. We're gonna acknowledge everybody now. Okay. Sir Hale gave another super generous donation of $100, giving us a grand total of $1,160. Holy smokes! Holy smokes! Let me make that clear for y'all, man. Let me make that clear for y'all. Let me see if I can make this clear, man. Let me show y'all. Let me see if I can make this clear. Holy smokes! Shout out to Sahel Speaks and the whole Sahel Speaks crew over there, man. Shout out to you, brother. Shout out to you. And don't think, hey, Sahel, don't think we ain't gonna show you. And we're gonna show you everything, brother. We're gonna show you when you buy the backpacks. We're gonna show you everything, everything, man. We're gonna show you everything. So come back and check with us. Make sure that I'm doing my job. Make sure I'm doing my job. Me and a brother that just walked in my office. This is what we did. Did we not, brother? Did we just get money? They say this brother's in jail. This brother got this problem. This brother got that problem. we would be out there getting money. We would be the ones making the phone calls in the middle of the night. Hey, brother, can you help us with this? Shout out to the Great Pill Podcast, man. If you haven't already subscribed to the Great Pill Podcast, go on over and subscribe to the Great Pill Podcast, man, and see if that's the kind of content you are down for, man. Shout out to Great Pill Podcast. Glad to have you in the building, brother. Thank you, Von Bryant. Appreciate you, man. Von Bryant sat with me for 13 hours yesterday, Sir Hill. 13 hours the brother was with me, and we raised this money, man. Shout out to that brother, man. Thank you, Sir Hill. Sir Hill Speaks. Another one that's in the $100 club. Wait a minute, y'all. Don't go away. You can still get into the $100 club. You can still get into the $100 club. Come on. This is called righteous competition. We're going to get you into the $100 club. Look at Sir Hale. Sir Hale just kicked the door open. That's why we put the door back on. Because it's work only. You can only work your way into the $100 club righteously. Everybody's inside. We all are inside this work. But there's another door. There's the $100 club. I want all of us to get into the $100 club. All of us, we can get in the $100 club. But class, I don't have the money today. You can pledge it. You can pledge it today. You can pledge it. You can pledge it. So anyway, that's for the backpacks, y'all. That's the breakdown. That's showing you everything that the backpacks we're gonna do with the backpacks. All right, so let me finish. Did I finish with the job of the week? Let me finish with the job of the week real quick, y'all. Let me finish with the job of the week, and then we're gonna go right into our topic, man. We're gonna go into our topic. Okay. Job of the week, man. Let's see. It requires a probationary period, right? It's job and employee benefits as investigator. Notice that you don't see it requires you at the entry level. It don't require you to have no degrees. It don't require you to have no special certifications, nothing. You walk right in and you can start making $80,000 a year, right? Requires probationary period if the requirement has not been met. And it requires a valid driver's license. All you gotta have is a driver's license. No, here's where it might get sticky. As required by Executive Order 14043. And thank you again, Sir Hill. Thank you so much, brother. Appreciate you, man. Executive Order 14043. Federal executive branch employees are required to be fully vaccinated against C-19, regardless of employee's duty, location, or work arrangement, i.e. telework, remote work, etc., subject to such exceptions as required by law. Okay, so you might be able to get some exceptions from that situation. But anyway, that is it. You know what I mean? So depending on what level you're at, it says qualification applicants must have 1 year specialized experience equivalent to at least the lower grade in lower level federal service, or meet the education requirement, or have an equivalent combination of education and experience, specialized in experience in. So what did they say? Okay, you had to have a high school diploma, right? Man, I'm serious. Check this out in your area. Check this out in your area. Because all of this stuff is stuff that anybody could have been doing. Anybody could be doing. This is not nothing new. All right, y'all. So that is the job of the week. How you doing, brother? Yeah. Give me a couple of hours, man. Give me a couple of hours. Yeah. That sound right. Hey, brother. I see you in a nice suit. Don't get yourself in no trouble, man.
No.
I know them girls out there, man.
No, I just came from the mosque.
You can Muhammad's mosque?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. I said, he asked, first he asked how you was doing. And he said, through the app. Because I pay my papers through the app.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Well, I told you stop paying paper money through the app.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I could do that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then they go, because Daniel said he gonna give, if you don't want to pick him up, he'll give. Because I have a brother drop the papers off at the house. He'll give the brother your papers to give to me.
Okay.
I can give to you or give them.
Oh, you can give them. Yeah, you can hand them out. Yeah.
So, I get you later on now.
Yeah. Because you got to break all that down, man.
Yeah. All this app.
And ask them if tell them I want to talk to them. I need to call them, man. Yeah, Helene. Yeah. Somebody call them. Talk to them. Just catch up. Yes, sir. All right. Assalamu alaikum. All right. So anyway, sorry, y'all. All right, brother came in, man. Brother, me and brother used to be secretaries. But he just came to visit me, man. Shout out to you, Great Pill. Shout out to everybody, man. Shout out to everybody who's thinking about these children, man. Whether you agree with our position on different things or not, I don't expect that. Hell, I love Vaughn, and Vaughn don't even agree with me with everything, right? Right? But when it comes to these kids, man, we are like this. We are like a fist. Me, Vaughn, everybody in the chat, all our people, man, we like a mighty fist, man. And so we all got different ideologies, all kind of different, and this is a beautiful thing, man. Because let me tell you something, man. I had a brother yesterday that I never personally met, but because of what we trying to do, it brought the brother on the stage. Shout out to Brother Anderson, man. Anderson the Great, man. It brought this brother on the stage. The brother been rocking with me since I can remember, man. But I never saw him. He never came on the stage. He been in the chat, but he never came on the stage, man. This situation got on the stage. Go check our marathon thing from yesterday, and you will see Brother Anderson, man. You will see the cat that's been, man. He been clowning his little brother sometimes, right? Shout out to Brother Anderson, man. That's my Taurus brother right there. We both Tauruses, man. And like if you go to and you hear him he'll tell you in his own words. We are the nicest people, brother. Tauruses are the nicest people. We will give you our last shoe. We'll take the shoes off our feet and watch you walk away with them, and we'll walk on the gravel ourselves, right? But man, if you make us mad, sir, hell, if you make us mad, oh man, we just gonna unload on you, man. All right, big bro, you go? Okay, man, have a good one here. I'm trying, man. I'm trying to work hard like you and get this money. Oh man, one of my roommates, one of my mates in the building, man. You know what I'm saying? One of the barbers in the building, man. Shout out to that brother. All right, y'all. So yeah, man, we got $1,160 thanks to our brother Sir Hale Speaks. Came through. See, that's why. Well, Clarence, see how you do this. See, brother, me and the brother that just left here, me and that brother used to get money all day long. So we know how to do this. I know what I'm doing. That's why I write everybody's name down. I write out how much they gave. everybody's name, how much they get. Because in the end, when this is all over, I'm gonna read from the book, the Excel book. I'm gonna read from this book, and I'm gonna name the people that helped us, that carried us. Then I'm gonna thank even the people that wanted to help, but they couldn't. We got people, man, that want to give money. You know, some people ain't got it, right? Some people just ain't got it, man. They in a bad way financially, man, and they're not gonna come on YouTube and say, "Hey, I'm in a bad way financially. I gotta hold on to some money, man. I can't give you this money right now, Clarence, because something might be happening." Oh man, we were glad to have you, Brother Anderson. Anytime you want to come up here, man, all you gotta do is let me know, man. Right? But yeah, man. I mean, you know, some people want to give, man. Some people want to give. Hey, what's up, brother? Some people want to give, man, but they in a situation where they can't give. They can't, man. They got financial problems. Oh, well, should we be mad at them? We run at them? No. I've been that person. Man, when my finances was so jacked up, but I felt I ran into a good cause. I couldn't do nothing but wish I could give money. That was the best I could do, is wish I could do it. But it motivated me to say, I got to get my finance together, man. I got to get my finance together. I got to do things differently so that in case I do run across the situation again, I can participate. Right? Shout out to Brother Vaughn Bryant in the building.
What's up? What's up? What's up?
Vaughn.
What is going on? I guess I'm a glutton for punishment, huh?
Vaughn, I love you, Vaughn, but I am not going to do 13 hours with you today, man.
I don't think so, sir. I'm still trying. My voice is still trying to recover.
I do, right? I'm still trying to.
I had no idea I could talk so much.
I was trying to clear my throat, man. I'm like, man, what was going on? But I finally start clearing up, man. Vaughn,
yeah, but
what do
what
you think about? What do you think about Sir Hale Speaks, man, coming in and dropping the news on us, man?
Awesome. You know, he's that kind of guy. So, you know,
I know.
And he's always been a giving person, especially on his platform. You know, he pours out so much information, and you can tell that it comes from his heart. Yes. You know what I'm saying? And he's mindful of what he says and what he talks about. So he doesn't just get up and, you know, just be speaking amiss and just in the air, but he has a purpose, you know, to what he's doing. So I appreciate him, man. I really appreciate his contribution, and God bless him. God bless him.
Man, God bless everybody that give and everybody that want to give.
I mean, wow, what happened? $1,160.
$1,160.
Wow, man.
That came out of nowhere.
Making it happen, sir. We're making it happen.
Man. Oh man, God is the greatest, man. God is the greatest, man. I hope God is letting y'all see, man, that hey, man, if enough of us get together for a righteous cause, man, we can make some stuff happen. We can move a mountain, right? We'll move this mountain right on out the way, right?
Exactly. And you know what? I believe that this is going to spark a beginning of us seeing things like this in these spaces, you know, because, you know, people like Sir Hale Speaks, you know, imagine what he can accomplish, you know, and he has a lot of subscribers. You know what I'm saying?
Man,
and so, yeah, you know, when, you know, whatever God would give him to come up with, and I would support that as well. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
But I think it shows us in this fashion of giving back to the community, you know.
Yes.
And it's a beautiful thing to see, man. You know, I'm looking forward to see how you know, everything turns out, because I know it's going to be awesome.
Yeah, man. And you know, once the word gets out on the wire that we're trying to get this money, man, I think the people that, you know, the people that can't stand us, man, at least they'll come over and look and see what we're doing, right?
Wait a minute, I don't know about you. Everybody loves me. No, I'm just joking. now I know that's a lie. You know, I have to repent.
Hey, bro, I've been on the internet long enough to know, man, there is nobody that everybody loves, right?
You know, listen, think it very, very strange when all men speak well of you. Okay, don't forget that, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey,
you better look out when they all saying nice stuff about you. That's right.
Even if it's misguided, there's nobody that loves everybody, man. So you know, man. But me and Vaughn have been through some what I want to call some wars on YouTube, man. So you know, some people got rubbed the wrong way. So you know what I'm saying, and it's gonna happen. There's gonna be some
Yeah.
Sometimes you're gonna say stuff on a panel, right? And somebody gonna misunderstand you, or you're gonna ignite them. Boom, right? They just get ignited, right?
Yeah, that's
right.
That's exactly why I try to look out for that, and I try to
Yes.
stay on my toes, because the adversary, or as we call him, the enemy, he comes at you in so many different ways, and he knows how to catch you off guard. So I try to stay on my toes, but hey, I'm human. You know what I'm saying? Like I say, I love Jesus, but I do curse a little bit.
Don't
So
push me.
I might need a little help sometimes.
Shout out to you, man. All right, man. So what we're gonna do, Vaughn, now is we're gonna move into the topic. So the topic today is I actually give a shout out to the Harris tribe. Guys, give a shout out to Mr. Harris, because he actually gave me the idea for this. Can polygamy save America? Is it possible that this lifestyle could, with certain restrictions, save America?
Okay, and so can you define for those who don't understand what polygamy is?
Polygamy is where you have multiple partners in when you live in with multiple partners, have a pair bond with multiple partners, right? That is polygamy. Now let's talk about what is the more accepted polygamy, which would be the male bonding with multiple female partners. Okay, that's what most men look at it and they expect to see, right? I don't want to. I'm going to show you the opposite of that right now, where a female has pair bonded with two different men. Now, I don't see where that would work. Well, we got to show both sides of it, Vaughn. Got to show both sides of the situation.
I have a feeling that both sides are incorrect, but let's take a look at it.
Vaughn, you got to open your mind, Vaughn.
No. I mean, I do have an open mind to listen, to understand the process, but I may not necessarily agree. You know what I'm saying?
I told y'all. I did not tell y'all Vaughn was vehemently just for one wife. Shout out to Vaughn Bryan. Okay, so let's look at this. This is a poly couple, and they don't want to know who the father of this baby is.
Constantly judged.
3 parents and 1 child. What is that? That's not normal.
It's not right. Your family is not right.
So they've decided to keep a big secret from everyone.
We don't reveal the biological father.
Who's the daddy?
Nicole, Fabian, and Christian are proud polyamorous parents.
They are both fathers to our son.
The good thing about parenting with 2 dads is that you can share your roles. It's for him very enriching to have 3 different personalities taking care of him.
Fabian is really the game player. Yeah. He has taste in music and he's giving it to the baby. Christian is the calm one. He's reading books, he's calming him down when he's a little bit anxious. He gets a lot from both of them.
But they're keeping the identity of the biological father a secret.
We don't reveal the biological father because we want to protect our little son.
People have stepdad or get adopted, so it doesn't actually matter because their fathers are their father.
And this throuple are used to being judged by society.
And there's a lot of slut shaming. Okay, she needs to be a real bitch. When she's bored with one of the guys, then she's taking the other one.
Don't you want to have a real relationship? People don't get it that we have a real relationship. On our first Father's Day together, we went to our hometown. We got a message from a family member who told us if we could just come the 2 of us with the baby.
But for Nicole, Fabian, and Christian, they'll always come as a trio.
The first, Nicole and me met at our university, just having a smoker's break. I met her twice in 1 month or 2 months.
So after that, we didn't meet for almost 1 year and got...
Okay, Vaughn. So far, so good, right?
Wow,
The poly lifestyle looks great so far, right?
I'm not sure about that, Brother Clarence. I'm not sure about that now. We may need we may need another panelist up here. Where's Sir Hale when you need him?
Yeah. You know what? I'm gonna put the link out there to him. I'm gonna put the link out there. This is only for Sir Hale. Come on up here, Sir Hale. Explain to us why this ain't gonna work, man. This looks like a great idea to me.
Oh wow. Okay. All right. Well, you go ahead and try it. Let's see what Miss Clarence has to say about that.
I'm just saying. No. My wife.
Try it if you want to, my brother.
All right, Bob. So let's see. So far, there's
a bunch of confusion. But let's continue.
There's a bunch of confusion.
Yeah, already. Can't you see it starting in the video?
Yeah.
Well, this one made me mad, so now I'm going to go over to this one. You see, what kind of way is that to live? But hey, it works for some people. Listen, I can't knock what works for some people. If it works for you, hey,
Vaughn, this lifestyle may save America, Vaughn.
Wow. The only thing that's going to save America is the Lord Jesus Christ. I'm telling you.
You know what? I was thinking that way until I saw this, Vaughn. All right.
I don't know how they're going to be saved, but it's okay though. Listen, I'm nobody's judge. Don't get me wrong. But like you say, holy smokes.
Holy smokes. So where we at right now is this poly couple is 2 guys and a girl. They have a baby between them, and they do not want to do a DNA test to find out who the father is for whatever reason, right? Now we all know that's they're just prolonging something that may be an issue, right? I was watching something where this young brother was he was married, and his daughter, his baby daughter would start having these seizures, and so they was like, man, well, we need to take her to the doctor to see if maybe I need to give her some blood or something like that, or maybe what. And so the mother was trying to hold on, maybe we don't need to do that, right? So the father's like, hey man, we talking about this baby suffering, we need to get it to the hospital, right? we need to do what we need to do. But she knew that the baby, he was gonna find out that the baby wasn't his. That's what she was trying to prolong. Anyway, so it's stuff like this going on all over the place.
Wow.
But that's wow. When you don't know. This is when you know. You know up front, right? What's going on, right? All right,
this is very interesting.
Yes, that good word. Okay, so let's watch the rest of these 3 people, 2 guys, 1 girl, baby between them, and nobody wants to know who the biological father is.
To know Christian at a festival, and we fall in love directly, right? After that, we went to a party. Guess who we met? We met Fabian there.
It was quite a surprise when I met Nicole and Christian there. And we had instantly had a very good time.
We were having an open relationship. And someday Fabian was included.
There we go. So it was already an open relationship.
Right.
It was already an open relationship. That is not the polygamy I'm talking about.
Oh, okay. There's a different one.
There's a different one. There's one
that makes more sense than what we just saw, right?
Well,
right, let's go ahead.
Structured. Vaughn,
I'm here for it today, sir. I'm here for
it. It's more structured, Vaughn. They have more structure.
Okay.
They have more rules and regulations, right? But anyway, let's watch the end of this, and then I'm gonna move you to us and how we do this thing. But we're gonna watch this situation. Let's finish up this situation. But now she has revealed that they always had open relationships, and that's not what I'm talking about.
And 3 years later, these party animals decided to become parents, and they just want to be accepted as a normal family.
Our biggest challenges are everything regarding the society and legal aspects. We cannot have all 3 parents legally for the child. There are so many things to consider when you don't have any rights because you don't exist as a family, and people don't see that. That's why also we raise awareness that the parents are not afraid, that we are a just normal family.
We got a lot of positive feedback from the community, which makes us very happy and thankful.
There are so many relationships that still have to hide, and we try to make it stop hiding, that they can talk about it. We try to show that it works, that society is accepting us slowly but surely, and maybe then we get rights too.
All right, Vaughn.
Okay.
All right, Vaughn. Have I changed your mind yet? Have I brought you over into the
I don't
light?
know. Listen, I'm not sold on it yet. So perhaps the next video will do it for me, because I'm just absolutely not sold
I
yet.
can show 100 videos. Ain't gonna say, ain't gonna press you. But that's okay. I appreciate you entertaining me, brother. I appreciate you entertaining me. That's what a good friend would do, entertain you at least, right? All right, so let's see. Now, this is some of our people, right? This is some of our people, and this brother actually has a page talking about the poly lifestyle, man. And this brother, I don't know if you guys know his. I forgot his name, man. Kevin Wesley, I believe his name is Kevin Wesley, and yeah, he has 2 wives, quote unquote, and so he's going to talk about how it works, how it works from his perspective.
Started this poly union together as 3 individuals.
We are all heterosexual.
He's everything that I look for in a husband.
However, they are sister wives.
Best friends, sisters, family.
This accusation that they are brainwashed, we get it
All the
often.
time.
Someone actually sent a comment yesterday to Jamie saying, listen, Jamie, you are beautiful, but he does not love you. Why don't you just leave? Some people look at it and say, you know, you're exploiting your children.
So how did you feel when you first found out about Lacey coming into your life?
My name is Kevin Wesley. This is my beautiful wife, Jamie. This is my beautiful wife, Lacey. We call ourselves the Rise family. Rise and shine, beautiful souls. Mondays and Tuesdays, Jamie and I spend time together. Of course, we sleep together on those days. Lacey and I spend time together on Wednesday, Thursday. Damn, that's good. It's so light.
That's really good.
And then from Friday to Sunday, we alternate.
We have so much in common. We love doing.
Vaughn?
Yes, sir. I'm still.
Vaughn, are you still there, Vaughn?
Yeah. I'm just curious to know, like, is there a hint of pimp involved in this at all? Just a hint of pimp.
I don't know. I don't know, Vaughn.
Is it pimpish or pimp-like, or I'm just asking? You know, I'm asking for a friend.
They asking for a friend. I don't know, Vaughn. I don't know. See, now what I would be more interested in is how does it see? How are you able to make it work, even though we all have natural tendency, a natural jealousy in us? That's natural for us to be jealous at certain points. How does that work? How do you get that? How do you get past that? Is there a way?
Maybe they've come to some type of understanding, you know,
but I'm saying
where this is actually working for them.
I mean, I'm sure it's working for them.
Yeah.
I mean, 3 incomes is better than 1, right? I mean, I can see.
I would think so, but you know, I just don't. I don't subscribe to that type of lifestyle. You know what I'm saying?
Right. But what I'm saying, Vaughn, is you have to first square away the jealousy that you have in your own self to even entertain something like this.
Right.
So how do you do that? Is there a way where you mentally suppress it, or how are you going to do that?
Well, you know, like he said, there was a schedule. So on Tuesdays and Thursdays, he's with one, and then on Wednesdays and Fridays, he's with the other. But what if he wants to be with one on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and the other one only gets 1 day, 1 week, you know, or 2 days? You know, I don't know how jealousy couldn't fester at that point, but hey, you know, different strokes for different folks, man. I'm just saying, you know,
practice makes perfect, man. I mean, if you
yeah,
practice,
I don't foresee me ever trying to subscribe to that type of lifestyle. So, and I wouldn't suggest it even, you know, for my son or especially if I had a daughter. You know, no. You don't. If the man cannot be exclusive to you alone, then that's not the man for you. You know, you don't share your husband. So anyway,
I would say the same thing for my granddaughter. I would say, that's probably not a good thing.
And you don't share your wife. I don't believe in sharing that. In that aspect of it, Brother Clarence, you know, I'm very stingy when it comes to that.
You're supposed to be. That's why you got jealousy, brother. That's why you have a natural jealousy. That's natural for you. You're supposed to be, hey, this is mine. This is my wife. You're supposed to be upset in that situation, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's my thing. How do you get over it? Or this is my husband. How do you get over it? Or like I said, if practice makes perfect, right? So you practice the suppression. See, I don't know. Now, even being Islamic, this is supposedly in certain situations, it's okay. It's okay.
Okay, so are they legally married?
Well, not legally married. He's legally married to the first one, but the second one, no.
Okay.
No, because you can't, right? Because that's against the law.
What a raw deal.
Yeah, especially when. But you know, you can handle it. See, that's the easy thing to fix with trusts and wills and stuff like that. You can fix stuff like that, right?
Yeah, apparently you can. Looks like it's working for this brother right here. So
right. So let's see how they get down nitty gritty in Charlotte, North Kakalaki.
Pretty much the same thing. We have the same thoughts and everything. We be like, each other's sentences, and all we have to do is look at each other, and we be like, yep.
Jamie and I got married super duper young.
We had children early.
We were together for about 14 years, and then we separated about 5 years ago. And during that time, I was dating and things like that. Lacey and I met online.
I knew exactly who he was and was actually a fan of his work.
Rise and shine, beautiful souls.
I use my platforms to teach and enlighten the world.
Raise your vibration, raise your energy.
And we just kind of been like glue ever since. I have not previously had a poly relationship.
Breakfast will be done in a minute. We'll let you know when it's done.
No problem.
I wasn't sure if I could come in behind another woman, but Kevin was separated, so I got to meet him as an individual, not as a pair. I got to fall in love with him on my own. Y'all ready to eat? So we started this poly union as 3 individuals, and me not having biological children, I was just like, yes, those are the type of children I wanted.
Rise and shine, beautiful souls. Rise and shine, beautiful souls. So listen.
I'm this world-renowned motivational speaker. When I became poly, it was like, you know what? I want to use my relationship and my family to continue to enlighten the world.
Often people who are happy cannot wait to tell somebody about it. That's actually why I went public. Wow. Most ridiculous question is, y'all must lack self-love.
We experience judgment in all facets of our life simply because we live our lives unapologetically. We get it on social media. We get it when we walk down the street, and we can see parents cover their children's eyes. Here is a photo of Jamie and Lacey. To me, I feel like you should see beauty, but if you go to the comments, you will find people who don't see beauty. They actually see something else. See, look here, this is crazy. This is someone commenting on here to say he really loves her more than the first wife. Someone actually sent a comment yesterday to Jamie saying, listen, Jamie, you are beautiful, but he does not love you. Why don't you just leave?
I get judgment mostly on social media because I'm looked at as the person who couldn't let go, even though we were separated for many, many years.
Sometimes people forget that you're a human, and they just feel like they can say whatever they want.
Okay, gentlemen. Okay, shout out to Miss She Said. Glad to have you.
Hey.
Miss She says that polygamy is illegal and criminalized in every country in North America and South America, including all 50 states. It is. Miss She says the other men may envy that he has been able to make it possible and work blended family. Yay. Okay. Mr. Intellectual Soapbox, glad to have you here with us.
What's going on?
Glad you, man.
What's going on, brother?
What's going on?
How you doing today, brother? First of all, let me ask that. How you doing today?
I am well. Thank you, Mr. Bro Clarence, Mr. Brian. Good to see you. Oh, shout out to Mr. She Said. Mr. She Said is one of the most phenomenal women content creators in the space. I respect her. I respect her marriage and
Yeah,
whatever
both of
insight
them are
she
awesome.
has. Whoo, her and Mr. He Said when they be giving that insight, please.
Oh yeah, it's awesome.
Listen,
Definitely.
if you want to know about relationships, please listen to them. All right, they know what they're talking about. They've been there, done that.
He was here yesterday dropping some serious science, man.
Oh yeah,
I
we
know
had
he
a great
was.
conversation last night. Yeah, we did. We had a good one. It's very eye-opening.
What's going on, brother?
Okay, I'm gonna say something crazy right now. Maybe a little bit controversial. All right, maybe a little controversial. Listen, this man, Mr. Wesley, is living every man's dream. Yes, every man's dream. Okay. Listen, we just got to keep it bare bones, man. I'm not even talking about religious beliefs. I'm not talking about none of that. Right.
Right.
I'm saying this. In the core of every man, we know that we want to be with any type of woman we want to be with. We know that. That's in our core. It's in our core. You know what I'm saying? Now, I don't know for women if they have that same type of core. I don't have the same emotional makeup as women. I don't have estrogen. I can't speak for that. Maybe Mrs. Shesek can speak for that. You know, in the comments, maybe she'll come up here and speak for that. So I can't speak for that because I'm not a woman. But it's for men. In our natural makeup, we have that thing inside of us that just wants to be with different type of women. We do, and we could be head over heels for the person that we with. We could love them, care about them, don't want to be with nobody else. This, that, and the third. But in us still, it's still just that innate nature of us. I'm just talking about nature. I'm not talking about. You know, like I said, I ain't talking about religious beliefs or none of that. I'm talking about in your nature as a man. Most men, I'll say, they in there 98% to 100% of men. You know what I mean? So we all love Three's Company fat.
Yeah.
98 to 100%. And he was living his life too. 98 to 100% of men would love to be in that situation if it was something that didn't have no turmoil. A lot of times, the reason why we don't want to do that situation is because now we can factor in religious beliefs, right? Or things that we've been indoctrinated with, right? And we're also Americanized, right?
Right.
As the wonderful sister said, she said it's illegal here. But if you lived in other foreign countries or other places where the men, you know, have their way with the women, sometimes in a good and bad way, you know what I'm saying? You know, they are able to determine and dictate and are able to basically pick, you know, they basically pick, you know, who gets married in their families as far as the women, who they get married to. The men vet that out and pick it. Whether it's the older brothers or the fathers and uncles, they pick that by community, right? We don't have that system here. And I think we need to incorporate some of that stuff, some of it, because some of this stuff out here is out of control. You know what I mean? And then when you try to step in as a man and try to help lead or bring balance to the situation, you know what I mean, that you see is getting out of control and you see that a family member of yours can be hurt, as a female, you're told to mind your business. Unless it gets to the point where they can't control it no more and they're dealing with a dude that's a monster, not able to come and be Superman. Yeah, I'm not doing that type of stuff no more, but that's a whole nother topic. Anyhow, at the end of the day, you know what I mean, we as men naturally want that. And I think in other countries, they just move towards that a lot easier. Now I think they have a better system than what Mr. Wesley has. I think I'm just saying that just based on the fact that they've been doing it for generations upon generations, right? Some of these people have been doing it for hundreds of years. Sometimes, you know, they've been doing it for centuries. You know what I mean? It's just something that they just do as far as what they do. But here in America, we're not used to that custom, so it's foreign to us. But what he's doing, it's nothing taboo. It's just taboo here in America. You do your research. You know, anybody who does their research, I'm not saying y'all per se, because I know y'all know. But anybody who's listening, if you do your research and you study, you can even study different religions, whatever you want to study. Men have had different wives, sometimes several wives, and sometimes those wives are just called concubines, whatever they call. So yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah. Now let me ask you a question, brother. would you, if you had a daughter, I know you don't have any children at this point, but if you had a daughter, would you suggest to your daughter, your daughter comes over and says, you know what, there's a couple down the street, they asked me to be involved, be a part of the family. They want me to come over and be a sister wife to the other wife, right? And so, and I'm asking you, Dad, do you think that I should do that? What will be your response to that situation?
I would be opposed to it just based on the fact of how I was raised and me being Americanized, right?
Okay.
But then if she was adamant about it, it would have to be something that we would have to discuss. I'll probably be crying and all types of stuff and be boohooing and asking her why she want to do this or whatever. But I think that if she was really adamant and she said, Dad, listen, look, trust me, and I met the guy and we actually had a real talk and something she really wanted to do, then what am I going to not have a relationship with my daughter now because now she wants to do this? I'm gonna still have my relationship with my daughter because now the choice is gonna be hers, right? She's an adult. There's only but so much I can tell her to do, right?
Correct.
You know what I mean? Because if she just want to do it, she can just go and do it and not even include me. And now I'm not seeing like my grandkids and all the other stuff, and then that's super painful. I wouldn't want to go through that. You know what I mean? So I would definitely try to reason with her and try to ask her why she really wants to do this. Why is this something that she wants to pursue? And I don't care if it was that or if it was just her wanting to be with another man. You know what I mean? If it was just her just trying to get to know somebody amicably, it's just a normal relationship, a normal monogamy relationship. I'm gonna do my investigation and find out who this brother is.
Of course.
And I'm gonna figure out who his family is. And then we can go from there. So no matter the situation, it's gonna be a vetting process on this end. You know what I mean? But with that situation, it's definitely gonna be a more strenuous vetting process because I'm like, you want to do what? Like, huh? Mrs. C said she did leave a comment on what I said about the women's nature. So
where's it at? Which one?
The last thing she said.
Let's see. Miss Shisa says there is not an equal amount of men to the women, correct? And when America was first made up, they only had a certain amount of women out here. I agree with that. But now women have the amount of women that have exploded, just like all over the world, and the amount of women explode. I'll explain that scientifically in a minute. Logically, we women cannot all have one husband to ourselves. It's probably not going to happen that way. Now, let me explain the mathematics behind that. Okay. Now, there's two types of women only carry the X chromosome. Okay, let's do the math. Women carry the X chromosome. Men carry the X chromosome and the Y chromosome. So the man is going to actually determine the gender of the child, right? He's going to determine the gender and probably the nationality, right? Because she's probably going to end up, whatever nationality he is, probably going to end up that nationality, right? Or at least connected to it. So mathematically, men have two different sets of sperm. You have the X chromosome, which are very small, man. They're quick. They can pew, pew. There's a lot more of them can move than a Y chromosome. A Y chromosome is huge. Y chromosome sperm is huge. It swims slowly, right? So it would be natural that more women would be born than men because it's going to be more the X chromosome swims faster. They're going to get to the egg quicker in most cases, right? So that is why we have so many females mathematically as opposed to males mathematically. Now, how do we deal with this? How are we going to deal with this situation? Vaughn says we should run out and explore this polygamy situation. Ain't that right, Vaughn?
No, sir, I did not say that.
I want to see if you were still awake.
Oh no, I'm wide awake, but my eyes are wide open and they're not wide shut at all. So I'm listening.
All right, so y'all, we trying to figure out, man. Well, Well, both of you gentlemen, I want you to answer this question. I'm going to ask. I'm going to ask a question, then we're going to watch the video, and then we come back. You guys can think about it. Okay, so if we have all of these single women in America, and we do, right? If we have quote unquote 70% or more of Black children being born to single parents, men and women, but in particularly the females, I would say it's predominantly females. Is this something we should actually look at to start opening our minds, saying maybe another construct might help us in this situation, right? Maybe another construct might help us in this situation. Maybe we might have to have some leniency for this situation to get us back to the situation where there's enough available men for the available females, and there ain't so many single females running around trying to find men. Are y'all think about that? So y'all think about
Okay,
it.
so let me excuse me. Let me just ask something real quickly. So out of this percentage, because we're talking about a percentage of how many women it is and how many men it is, right?
Correct.
Out of these percentage of like this high count of women, how many of them are lesbian or same-sex oriented?
I would say that would be
that are not even going to be with the man. So wouldn't that chop the number down just a bit?
I would say that would be a small percentage.
Oh, very small. Okay.
I would think that would be, less than 10%. I would think. What do you think, Mr. 84?
I mean, I don't see it as being very small because, from what I see in the media and what the world has become at this present state, a lot of people lean more toward that type of lifestyle, and you see how their numbers are. So,
but to me, man, it's not the well. Let me let.
I'm just saying. It seemed to me that situation alone would cause those numbers to be changed a bit, and the men as well. You can look at both sides.
I don't know, Vaughn. I don't know.
Okay.
Well, the men's side. Well, 84. You got something to say on that? You got something to drop?
I think when it comes to the whole thing where the gender thing could probably be a reasoning behind why some of these women are choosing that type of lifestyle as well. I think that could be a factor, but I'm not saying it's a determinant factor. I mean, I have heard it where, women, especially in this society, where they kind of push to kind of be, a lot of times, attracted to both, right? You know what I mean? Or that it's looked at as okay. It's more accepted. You know what I mean? And some men are into seeing women do that type of stuff. Ain't never been my cup of tea like that ever. You know what I mean? So yeah, but there's certain people who really are entertained by this, or they really require, their women to be in that type of, in that type of realm, you know what I mean? Or just bringing up that type of energy. At the end of the day, it's kind of, I just think it's just kind of like we're introduced to so many different things in our relationship dynamic. My only thing to all of this is, whatever choices that we make, we have to choose wisely. You know what I mean? Because as you see in this circumstance, they have kids. You know what I mean? And some of these kids, like, they almost grown. So they're directly impacted by what they're doing. And when I seen the cut where they looked at the kids and they was asking them questions, they didn't seem too thrilled about the situation. So yeah, that's all I got to say about that.
Well, to just answer Brother Clarence's question, excuse me, this air conditioner kills me. But anyway, to answer the question, could this really be a thing that works for society? This sister wives issue and all of that. Could this be the answer? I just don't believe that is the answer. And in my humble opinion, I do not believe that that's the answer. I believe, my belief is that when you have sexual intercourse outside of your marriage, I consider that to be adulterous and against the plan and the structure that God has set for me. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of how I view it. Now, maybe people say I have a closed mind. Hey, I'm open to the fact that this is what you do. This is what you like to do. You're going to do it anyway. I'm not here to stop you from doing what you want to do. You see what I'm saying? I can only answer for myself. You know, me, I don't condone that type of lifestyle, and I don't. I'm not trying to sit in judgment of people who do that. You know, but as for me, it's against the design. It's against the divine design, and in my opinion, for my life. You know, and so I can't talk people out of how they believe or how they want to live their lives. You know what I'm saying? Some women want to be with women. Some men want to be with men. That's the way that you choose to use your live your life. You know, only thing I can do about it is if you ask me what my thoughts are on it, then I would have to be honest enough to tell you the truth.
Can I make a comment real quick before you get to the video, bro?
Of course, come on, brother.
I'll say this, and I'm just gonna be completely frank, because you know I've been on both sides of the spectrum. I've been a single guy, and I've also been committed as well. You know what I mean? So I've been on both sides of the spectrum, but I'll say this from seeing both sides. I think from looking at both sides, I'll say this. I think we, in relationships with ourselves and with other people, we just don't know what we're doing. I think that's just clear. I think from the divorce rate being high, also from for me seeing how single people are not happy really being single, and then when they do get married, they still ain't happy. And I see how people in marriages, how a lot of them just settle, or they just try to do things based upon their kids, or based upon the fact that they don't want to be looked at as a bad person, or based upon family or religion or whatever else. This is what I'll say, right? I'm not saying that what they're doing is the answer. I'm not saying that at all, right? But I will say our divorce rate is sky high. You know what I mean? Sky high. Okay? So that ain't working either. The monogamy ain't working either. So I'm not saying the poly is the answer. I'm not saying monogamy is the answer. I'm saying, why don't we just start at I think we just need to start at the basic ground roots of everything that's going on, right? And we need to say, let's just scrap all of this shit, right? Excuse my French. Let's just scrap all of it, and let's just destroy and rebuild. I've been saying this for a long time now. I think we need to destroy and rebuild when it comes to how we do relationships with ourselves, with each other, and of course with our women and with women and men, men and men and women. I mean, we just need to destroy and rebuild all of this, and then just start at the basic core fundamentals. Okay, why are we interested in the things that we're interested in? Why do we believe the things that we believe? Where are they coming from? What do we feel will work in our relationship dynamic?
Wait. Hold on, Mr. Intellectual Soapbox.
I'm sorry.
You was cooking, man, but I had to take your grits off the stove for just a second, because you know what? Somebody just cashed apped us. A generous Cash App donation.
Right, all right.
A generous Cash App donation, man. A generous Cash App donation from Brother E Black. Brother
All
E
right,
Black.
all right, Brother E Black.
Cash App donation. See, you never know who's out there in the bushes, brother. You never know who's out there in the bushes, man. Brother E Black just cashed us a generous donation, y'all. So let me see.
Awesome.
Now, Vaughn, I'm not that good at counting. So
no. Make the math, brother. The math has to math, sir.
The math has to math.
Listen, wait a minute.
Right.
Don't get over here and be messing up the church's money.
Yeah, man. I can't mess with the church's money, man. They ain't gonna let me out of here, brother. They ain't gonna let me out of here.
We not playing that. We know where you live, sir.
They ain't gonna let me out.
Yeah, that's right. I'm only about 25 minutes away from you, so.
Lord.
E Black. Let me do this, man. Let me do this. E Black gave us
great conversation, by the way, though. Very good.
Yeah, we cooking right now.
Oh man, y'all cooking, man.
I was very reluctant to have it. I was reluctant because we talked about it last night, and so I felt you already knew my stance on it, but it's okay to go over it again.
I didn't know your stance on it, Vaughn.
I'm learning.
Can you repeat your stance on it?
but guess what? But see, my mind is open to hear new facts, new things, new situations. So hey, I'm here.
All right, let's see what we got here. Let me, man. You know what? I got a problem, y'all. See, I'm trying to.
Now, E
We getting
Black is
so
living
many.
the life because he
I'm
says he's
getting
on
in,
the
but it's
beach
a
right
good
now.
problem. It's a good problem. I'm getting so many donations, brother, that I gotta. It's making the list too big.
Well, listen, don't hit the wrong button and delete the money, man.
Yeah.
No.
Oh no.
Be
We
careful.
got it. We got it, brother. Brother Clarence ain't that crazy. Nah, we got it. We got it. All right. So that's it. So what is our total? Our total is, let's see.
Where
I got
we at?
everybody written down here. Let me show y'all. Okay, kids backpack fundraiser, Cash App or pledge. Cash goal is $3,100. Cash raised so far $1,210.
Man, look
Shout
at
out to
God,
brother E
man.
Black. Shout
Look
out to
at
brother
that.
E Black, man.
Shout out
If
to E
you
Black,
haven't
man.
already
God bless you,
subscribed,
sir.
if you haven't already subscribed to E Black TV, go on over there and subscribe to E Black TV. And you know, E Black, I would be shouting you out even if you hadn't gave us a dime. But I'm so glad you did. Generous donation from brother E Black and his family. Shout out to you.
Thank you, sir.
E Black. If you haven't already subscribed to E Black, go on over to E Black TV and go on there and see if that's the kind of content you are down for, man. Go check the brother out, man. Brother's got a lot of good content on there, man. Y'all, we only want to watch when he was going back and forth with everybody. No, man, actually, the brother's very intelligent brother. Just like this brother here, we got intellectual soap. Very intelligent brother, man. So and he got a lot of good content out there. He's a little crazy because he brings chaotic on there all, periodically, but that's all right. We're gonna forgive him. Right? But shout out to E Black. Let me tell you kind of brother E Black is, right? Man, me and you know, we always had a love for each other. We always cared about each other, even when we was warring, right? Even when we was warring, I was hitting him behind the scenes. He was hitting me behind the scenes. So we always kind of had a respect for it, level for each other, right? So I hit the brother the other day. I said, "Hey, brother, I need your help, man. I'm trying to get these backpacks for these kids. I need your help." He said, "You count on me. I'll be there." I said, "Okay." So I didn't see him yesterday. So I said, "Oh, okay. Well, maybe he got caught up. Okay, no problem. Here he is today. No call, no nothing. Generous donation. Just like Sir Hale Speaks. I didn't even talk to Sir Hale Speaks. How the hell did he know we was raising money for the backpacks?
Hey, man, listen, the word gets out.
The word gets out.
Word gets out. You know, people are texting and calling each other. Hey, you hear what Brother Clarence is doing over there? You know, let's be a part of it. So yeah, man, that's how we should be. That's how we should do it.
Shout out to brother E Black, man. I'm sorry, Mr. 84. I want you to go ahead and finish. I just wanted to give brother E Black to the advisors. Man, if I could tell you how many conversations I had where E Black,
he's hilarious with that.
E Black was huffing and puffing on the phone at me, man, because I was an advisor.
Oh, Lord, help me.
Don't let me get started when Rico came on the platform. Shout out to brother E Black, man. You know, that's a good brother, man. That's a good brother. I knew it, man. I knew it deep down, man. It was a good brother. All right, so shout out to you, brother. Appreciate you, man. You and your family. Hope you have a great day out there on the beach, brother. Appreciate you. All right, so let me make sure. I want to make sure I got E Black in the book. That I got everything. So I'm going to let you. Shout out to Mr. He Said, man. Shout out to you, brother. Mr. He Said, I got this topic from you yesterday, brother. I got this topic from you yesterday. Shout out to you, man, and the Harris family, man. They gave generous donations. However, Mr. He Said, however, E Black, still got the door open. We still got the door open for you. We can get you in the $100 club. We can get you in the $100 club. The $100 club is still open. We can get you over there, brother. We got you. We got you. We appreciate your generous donations. We can get y'all. We can get y'all the $100 club. What's the $100 club? Brother Clarence say you in the $100 club. That's it. That's all the benefits right there. But shout out to all of y'all, man. Thank everybody for all the donations, man. It got us to this point. I'm like I said, I'm going to show y'all everything, man. Shout out to you, Wally. I know you would give if you had it, brother. I know you would. I appreciate you, brother. All right, so
what's going on, Wally?
We're gonna show you everything, man. I'm gonna take pictures of everything and show you everything step by step. And go down the line and show you the receipt when we buy the backpacks, everything, right? Okay, let me get back to Mr. Intellectual Soapbox. Let him finish his thought, what he was talking about. Sorry, brother. I'll be working behind the scenes. Go ahead, Mr. Intellectual Soapbox.
Definitely. Mr. Brian, you were saying something to Wally. I didn't want to interrupt, so go ahead.
Oh, no. You were in the middle of your point.
Oh, okay. I'll continue. Yeah, I would say this. I think we just need to destroy and rebuild and just start from scratch, man. And just figure things out and be willing to have the conversation. We have to have this conversation. If not, we're going to continue to run up in turmoil. We're going to continue to run up in confusion, and people are going to continue just to feel like they're not being heard and they're not being accepted for what they choose to do or who they are. Again, I think when we start having these conversations, we can start realizing that some of the things we're doing are productive, and some of the things we're doing are completely unproductive, and that we don't need to be doing it. You know what I mean? Like, we need to step away from that. We'll just find out that, man, this stuff is just straight up garbage. Like, I don't need to be doing that. Then we can start gravitating towards things that can actually be helpful, you know what I mean, proactive and beneficial to us having, strong families, strong relationships, and happy and fulfilled relationships. You know what I mean? What I see is that people are not really happy in relationship with themselves and with others. People are just kind of just moseying along, and with all the technology and resources and opportunities we have, why would anybody do that? You know what I mean? I was having a discussion with my family. One of my family members said, I was like, I understand why people are just in a situation where they're not fulfilled and happy. You know what I mean? And if you're not in a situation where you're fulfilled and happy, make a plan to get out of that situation. You know what I mean? It may take you some time, but make you a plan so you can get up out of that. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's all I gotta say.
Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you, man. All right, so this is what we're gonna do, y'all. We're gonna finish watching about it, because I had a question earlier about the jealousy. What do you do with the jealousy? I don't know. Miss She said Mike could tell us how a woman might look at it, but I don't know how a woman, like I said, I don't know how a woman might look at it. Or do she have to suppress it, practice the suppression? How would she look at, how would she be able to do it, right? Hold on, Raleigh. We're gonna watch the film, and then I'm gonna bring you into the fold, brother. All right, so then we're gonna watch a little bit more of this and see if we can get some of these questions answered, man.
I understand. Yeah, we put our life out there.
People have so much focus around the three of us that they forget that we're a family. There are children that are part of this family.
So my children has adapted to this dynamic very quickly.
They adapted faster than I did.
So how did you feel when you first found out about Lacey coming into your life?
I was nervous. I didn't really social interaction, but I've gotten used to her over the months.
When I found out about Lacey, I was fine with it.
Having someone new around the house, a little uncomfortable, but nothing stood out. I had this friend come over, and he didn't really understand. So I was trying to tell him that there's my mom, and then my dad, and there's Lacey. I don't know if he got it, but there are a lot of positives and negatives about having a third parental figure. But it wasn't really an issue for us. We were all very independent before, and we're very independent now.
Would you see yourself in a polygamous relationship at some point in your life?
I probably wouldn't, because I prefer monogamy.
For me, I would rather just have one person to myself, basically.
So Monday, Tuesday, Jamie, do you have anything you want to do on those days?
I was thinking of a fun day.
Those 2 days is your world. So
I know.
Down. People ask, do you deal with jealousy? Absolutely.
Kev gives Jamie flowers. I might look and go, where are my flowers? Then I have to check myself and go, Lacey, you don't even like flowers. She gets flowers, I get chocolate. And we're both happy.
So let's end this meeting on rise.
Hey.
On three. Rise on three.
All right.
1, 2, 3.
Rise!
Would I add another person to this dynamic? Absolutely not. I am 100% satisfied. This is everything.
Ditto.
How would you feel if Jamie wanted to open up the relationship and introduce a boyfriend?
I get this question a lot. All of that was on the table. And they both said, we do not want anyone else but you.
I'm not looking for another male figure at all.
He's everything to me.
When you're fulfilled, you don't.
All right, gentlemen, we got the what do you call that? They gave us the good side, right? Everything's great, not a problem, and so I don't know, man. Let's go around the room talking about it. We got Brother Wally up here. Brother Wally, what's going on with you, man?
What's going on? What's going on, Brother Clarence and everybody? Vaughn, Intellectual Soapbox, what's going on?
What's up, sir?
What do you think, Wally? What's going on, man?
Well, to the video, I already know of this brother a long time ago through Facebook.
Okay.
So I already know about him already. But as far as the overall topic of polygamy, you know, I say it like this. This is only very few. I mean, to this level of today's society, this is only for the few. Like really for the real, like, you know, give or take maybe 5% going on down, because I don't see a lot of people would be able to commit to this naturally.
Why not?
Especially in Melee. Because, well, you know, like I said, well, based upon when you heard earlier, right, is like, well, are they able to have a relationship besides just him, right? It's like more people look at that, they'd be like, well, you know, there's many different contingencies of how people would do it or how people would like to do it, give or take. So it's like, you know, it all depends on which type of contingencies you really have amongst that type of polygamous relationship overall.
So you think they couldn't do it just because of the fact that the jealousy, or you think they couldn't do it because of the laws?
Morally so, this is about maturity. The level of maturity is at an all-time high in this, because one, of course, for him, you know, he has to, like, you have to separate your timing, right? There's 7 days out the week, so you have to separate your time between the both of them, and then there's like a one union time where y'all just, you know, are all together as one.
So you have to do the same thing with your children, Wally. You have to do the same thing with your children.
But see, that's the whole thing, right? It's all based upon on timing and control. So it's like time management around the way.
Well, let's talk to somebody who is really pushing this program. Vaughn, what do you think? What do you think this is? You're gonna see a fist just come up, pow, right? What do you think is going on, Vaughn? What do you think is seriously, man? What do you think is the reason why this will not catch on? Because I'm like Wally, I don't see it catching on like in a big way. I think it will catch on with a certain group of people, but even the people that are out there, these women that are out here, or the men that's out here with you know, these children, and they could use help financially, emotionally. They could use help, and instead of, I don't think most people will look at it and say, well, let me explore some different options of social structures so that maybe I could have a better situation for my children. I don't think they would even look at something like this. But the question is, why not? Why not?
Well, you know, because everybody does not want to they don't want to live that way, you know. Now, like Wally said, it may be feasible for some people. Do you see what I'm saying? But just not everyone. You know what I mean? So, and the fact that you have to sit down and make a schedule with one woman and then turn around and give another schedule to another. Listen, I would rather give 100% of myself to one woman than 20% to 5 different women. I don't want to split myself up that way. You see what I'm saying? It's more beneficial for me to direct my attention in one particular area. I can give 100% to that one situation. But when I split myself up, I'm not giving 100% to each woman. Do you see what I'm saying? And so, see, I don't like to, I don't subscribe for me to live that way, because I don't want to split myself up that way. And then I have to deal with all of these different personalities as well. You know, all these different time zones of menstruation and hormonal differences that they may have, you know. Some of the women may not get along with each other. You know, they paint a pretty picture. They not don't get me wrong, they painted a real pretty picture. You see what I'm saying? But in reality, I don't believe that it always goes like that. I believe that there's a lot of issues that arise when we're in these type of relationships. You know, we can always make it look good. And even when with monogamy, you know, we have issues, of course. You know, it's something you have to work at. I have to work at, you know, being with my wife of 21 years. It's still, it takes work. But my God, man, I just couldn't stretch myself that thin. I don't have the energy for it, you know? And definitely at this age, I don't have the stamina for it.
Easy, Vaughn. Easy, Vaughn. Easy, Vaughn.
You know? And I don't believe in the blue pill. So
easy, Vaughn. Ay.
But I'm just saying, you know, but in all sincerity, hey, if this works for this brother, like I said, if that's how he wants to govern himself and his family, you know, his kids seem like they're a little bit confused, a little bit. They don't look too happy about the situation.
Well, Vaughn, they look confused.
So you see, even in that, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sure, they don't want to do that.
Right, you know, and you can tell and see that they were even uncomfortable with it. So, you know, I mean, there's a lot of selfishness going on now, you know, in this world that we live in. It's everything about ourselves, what pleases us. You know what I'm saying? And we become so selfish. And also, along with that, you know, very perverse. You know, we have no problem stepping outside of a marital situation and doing contrary things.
All right, Mr. Intellectual Soapbox, because this young man did not answer my question.
Okay,
once again,
let me go back. Let me go back to the beginning.
Once again.
Okay, I'm gonna answer it this time.
You gonna answer my question, Vaughn?
I'm gonna give it a great effort.
All right, brother. Because I think we're confused on where you stand, brother.
Oh,
okay. Just kidding, Vaughn. Just kidding, Vaughn. Just kidding. But no, man. What I want to know is, Vaughn, what is it? You know, I know with you, it's your beliefs, it's your personal beliefs that would keep you personally from not seeing this way. But I don't think most Americans are that would. Even though I believe they would probably feel the same way about it, I don't think it would be their spiritual beliefs that would stop them from doing it. I would think I would think it'd be something. It may be something else, and I don't know if you feel that way or you feel like no, it's just a spiritual belief, whatever. What do you feel would be the thing that would stop them from, or is stopping them from America just sweeping over America?
Well, what would stop this situation from sweeping over America?
Yeah, well, what's got people saying, you know what? I understand the poly situation, but nah, I'm not gonna do that. What's got them with the nah, I'm not gonna do that? Why? What are some reasons why they wouldn't do it? Other than the obvious spiritual situation.
Okay, so outside of the spiritual aspect of it, it could just be their own personal feeling, their own personal, the way that they consider themselves of how they want to live their life. You know, it doesn't always have to do with religion or spirituality. You know, it could just be their choice and their decision. And some people decide not to do that. They just simply decide, I don't want to live like this. And so they don't. You know, and it doesn't, they don't see it working for them. Put it that way.
Yeah. That was my point. Like,
yeah,
why
a lot of people do not see that working for them.
Yeah.
And it has absolutely nothing to do with the Bible or anything spiritual or scriptural. It's just some people don't want to do that. You know, and I'm one of those people.
Are you really? Because I was confused
about
about where you stood.
I don't know if I made that clear.
All right, and Mr. 84, man, what do you think, man? Why ain't this sweeping the nation, right? If it's even something to be looked into, right? Because I mean, we got such a situation where we can't just turn our nose at everything. We probably in a situation where we should at least look at some different ways of doing some things, but yet at the same time, this is not something that people are running to go do. Why not?
I mean, I don't think as we're seeing, like, a lot of times, the marriage rate as far as people, want to get married, that's going down. A lot of these things are going down because I think people, because we're introducing so many different concepts and so many different ways to do relationships. People now, they're basically in an ice cream parlor and they're picking all those types of flavors, trying to figure out what flavor they like best. So they sampling a little bit of everything. You know what I mean? So, but in that, I think the reason why it's not sweeping the nation because it's a foreign concept. It's not something that we are adapted to doing. So
Right.
because we're not adapted to
Right.
doing it, it's not going to be something that we naturally do. You know what I mean? Like I said, if we were born in a different country and we was raised to be a certain way, then practicing this custom would be nothing. It'll just be something that we do because we were taught how to do it. But in America, we're taught just to, follow I would say semi-monogamous relationship, because I won't even say it's full monogamy, because in America there's no penalties for not being non-monogamous. You know what I mean? You could just say, "Hey, I don't want to be with this person no more," and that's just it.
Well, Mr.
And
84, 84, let me stop you right there. Now, there is penalties for marrying multiple people. Now, you're right. There's no penalties for just not, being in relationships, undocumented relationships with different women. There's no penalty for that. But let's be clear about when you start documenting these things. You can't have two wives documented.
No. What I'm saying, bro, Clarence, is that, like, if right now, if you no longer, wanted to be with the person that you was with, right? You said, okay, I don't want to be in a situation no more.
Right.
We can't throw you in jail for that.
Right.
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 You can say, I don't want to do this no more, and that's just it. You don't have to tell us why. You don't have to give us no explanation. Ain't nobody gonna put you in jail. None of that's gonna happen. There's no penalty for it. You're not gonna be shunned out of society. You're not gonna lose any inheritance. None of that's gonna happen to you. But in other cultures, if you go against that family, or if you break the rules of the establishment in that community, there's penalties for it.
Right.
You know what I mean? Whether it's penalties that are basically within the law, or something that's understood amongst the people in that culture and that religion. You know what I mean? Or that culture and that custom. I can't do this. You know what I mean? Like in other cultures, they know, and listen, they can move to America, right? There's no law in America that says your mother has to live with you when she gets old, right? We don't got that law. You can your parents can put them in an old folks home.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? You can let them be homeless if you want. There's no laws for that, right?
Right.
But in other customs, right? Even if they move to America, once their parents get a certain age, they have to move them in. Or if their parents are able to take care of themselves, they have to move them in based on their custom.
Right.
I think that's a good thing. I think that's being just just a decent human being. But it's also part of their custom in their culture, right? It's something that they practice, and if they don't practice it, they are shunned by their culture and by the people who are part of their culture. We don't have that here. You know what I mean? We don't have. You ain't gonna be shunned. You ain't gonna lose. You may lose some money possibly, but you ain't gonna lose no sleep. Ain't nobody gonna come. Like I said, you ain't gonna be arrested. The whole community ain't gonna try to come to your house and burn your house. Ain't nothing that's gonna happen.
Right.
So based on that, people just feel like, man, I don't have to do this. When you're not forced to do something, it's a different outcome. When you are forced to do something, it's a different outcome. You know what I mean? Like if you listen to your folks back in the days, you know that behind whooping was coming. You knew it was coming. So you reacted differently in certain circumstances because you were trying to avoid that behind whooping or that punishment. But if there ain't no punishment, you can do whatever you want. Like once you're a single person, now you're at your parents' house, you can do what you want. Oh man, the sky's the limit. Do whatever you want. Wake up whenever you want, go to the store whenever you want, eat whatever you want. Ain't no more rules no more. So now you act differently according to what's enforced upon you. And that's just human nature.
Okay. All right. All right. So I think you're saying that culturally it's a different culture here. That's why it's not sweeping across. I'm taking that.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, child. So let me ask you guys a mathematic question, because We can get into the spiritual side of it. We can get into the cultural side of it. Let's just do the math. If more men took on more of these single mothers and helped raise their children, would that help with the criminal element? Would that help with the violence, and would that help with the assaults and so on and so forth? Do you think that having a man and having a man being under a man's covering, if their mentality would allow it, do you think that could help just on the mathematics of it? Just men taking in like every married man now, every married man in the United States taking on a single mother with at least 2 children. Would that help in the criminal? Would that help America? Let's start with the one who's been pushing this whole polygamy situation, Brother Vaughn.
Wow. Okay, so now I need you to rephrase that question, because you went up, down, all around with that one.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
and I'm trying to figure out what direction. Okay, so can repeat the question.
Well, the question is, Vaughn, if every married man in the United States, right? There's probably millions of married men in the United States. If every one of those men took on a single mom, at least 2 children, right? Could that possibly help? Because now the man is going to be trying to teach the children and trying to help her as well. Would that help with poverty? Would that help with the criminal element? Would that help with certain things that are problems based on based on the theory of single motherhood?
Okay, well, now I may sound very insensitive by what I'm about to say, but that's not my responsibility to do that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Now, could I be of some help somehow as far as mentorship? You see what I'm saying? Outside of my marriage. Because see, I don't allow anything inside of my marriage. Right. It's a union between me and my wife. That's it, period. There's no other places to go with it. Now, as far as another single mom that me and my wife know together that is struggling, me and my wife can be a part of helping her and her family. Now, if that could be the case, if we would all do something like that.
Shout out to Jill. Hold on.
Then that
shout
would
out to Jill. Shout out to Jill's Chocolate Boutique. All right,
hey,
sorry about that.
That's okay. That's all right. But I'm just saying, that's kind of my answer on that one. If there's another way that I can help outside of bringing them into my marriage. See, that's the issue that I have.
I'm not asking you about your particular marriage. I'm talking about, do you think that if we got
to take them into our home?
Yes, if we got them in, and
no. See, because I have a budget for my wife, me, and my son. That's why I don't have 5 baby mamas. Did you get that? Exactly. Exactly. So no, I'm not gonna try to live above my means. Do you know what I'm saying? By getting all of these other things that I have to be responsible for when I'm unable to do it. That to me would be being irresponsible.
Okay. So, because here's the thing.
So I guess the answer is what? No? Is this a yes or no?
No, you never answered the question, Vaughn. You never answered the question. Once again, you slipped out of it again. That's okay.
Man.
That's okay. We're gonna give you some grace, brother. But what I'm trying to do is find out if mathematically we can get these women that have children.
Okay, you said would it help? Okay, you said would it help? I would say no. Yeah, no. The answer is no.
You don't think it would help? You don't want?
No, I do not. No, I do not.
If we took a bunch of these children off.
Okay, now wait a minute. I answered your question. I ain't taking it no further.
All right. I have to leave
Listen.
Vaughn alone. I may need Vaughn. I have to leave Vaughn alone, y'all, because I may need him again for another 13 hours. So I gotta leave him alone.
Wait a minute. Listen. So the answer to the question is no. I don't
But it's
think
not a yes
that
or
would
no
be
question,
helpful.
Vaughn.
Huh?
It's not a yes or no. Well, yeah, I guess you're right.
Well, I
It is a
did give
yes or
you.
no
I
question.
gave you an explanation.
And technically, it is the yes or no question.
Yeah, it is a yes or no question. So I got to give
You
you
got
that.
Wally over here cracking up now, man.
Yeah, Wally. Yeah, Wally. All right. So okay. So Vaughn says no. If men took in all of these women, it wouldn't help. And I'm coming to you, Wally. You laughing, but I'm coming to you. All right.
Oh yeah, no, I want to come next.
Okay, you coming? I know I'm coming. I'm gonna do 84 first, and then I'm coming to you. 84.
No, you should get in
know
Wally's
what?
fresh.
Okay, I'll go last. I'll go
Get in
last.
Wally's
Expect
fresh.
this time.
Hold on. We'll be right there, brother. We're gonna be right there. Okay, intellectual soapbox. What do you think, brother? If every married man in the United States took on an extra wife, a single mom with at least 2 children, and brought them in, do you think crime would go down? Do you think poverty would go down? Do you think it would help any of the social ills that we got going on that are particularly related to the fact that there's a lot of single parenthood out there?
I think it could offset a lot of different things that we see, right? I mean, that's definitely a possibility because now you're creating a space where the kids actually have opportunities, right? Now the mom has, she's able to maybe foster some of the opportunities that she wanted to do, maybe as far as education or career wise, that she would not be able to do if she has to take care of, a set of kids because she has to work. You know what I mean? Like she has to work. There's no choice. It's either work or starve, and the kids will starve as well. So now when you kind of take that off the table, and now, she actually has a functional home where she doesn't have to do everything. Oh yeah, that's gonna make a ton of a difference. You know what I mean? And then crime probably would go down a lot because now these kids who grow up as teenagers or even as preteens or even as adults, who are committing crimes based on the fact that they didn't have a stable home, that's definitely going to impact that because now you have a stable home. So now opportunity comes in. You know what I mean? And listen, once you give people opportunity, here's the thing: when you give people money and resources, it changes everything. It changes everything. You know what I mean? Hold on, I go from shopping at Walmart to now shopping at Neiman Marcus. Oh, everything changes now. My whole life is different now. You know what I mean? So now the worry of feeding myself or the worry of me having money or the worry of me having resources or the worry of me maybe going to a type of school where, I may have to pay for that schooling, that's all out the window now. You know what I mean? Now I can, do anything that I want to achieve. You know what I'm saying? Mr. He said, what's going on, baby? You know what I mean? So that's what it is. So yeah, it would definitely make an impact, and it would definitely make a huge change in society, especially within our community. You know what I mean? Because a lot of times these kids are doing things because they don't have the money and resources to do it. You know what I mean? So they're gonna wild out.
It's just the mechanics of making it work. I think we don't have the mentality or the emotional mechanics to make this thing work. But it's definitely something worth exploring, in my opinion. All right, so let me move on to Brother Wally. What do you have to say about this, Brother Wally?
Oh, let's go. Let's go. You want to get mathematical? Let's get mathematical.
Let's get mathematical.
He brought his book with him.
Oh man. So if a married man would have took up a woman with 1 or 2 kids, would this help our society?
Yes.
I'm gonna say it like this. Looking at this from a mathematical stance, depending on the ages of these children, determines how much money a man will eventually have to spend. Because let's say this, a lifetime. So when a baby is born into the world, up until the time they're a grown adult, in that lifespan, a man is going to spend, give or take, around, now, because what I heard now is like up to $300K on a mere child alone. So if we're talking about 2, that's already $600K right there, bank, based upon the age of a child. So give or take where the child is right then and there, and then of course, you're dealing with the woman. That's already, you calculate how much that is going to be up until that time range. Now, right? And then, of course, the money you would deal with adding that woman into the household overall. Then plus, now your living expenses as far as where you living at, and then building extra room to actually live in a household together, right? So, this goes astronomically past most men already as it is. Right, but we're not ultimately talking about that. That's like just one side of the whole conversation. Which, let's be real, most of those men are only like what 1% or under that can literally do that. And let's be honest, most of them are not doing that anyways. But to the other side of the point, right? Would this have changed our demographic visuals as far as the community wise, if they were to take up on these kids and the women overall? Mostly, honestly, I don't think so. Why? Because you still don't. You really have to understand the mentality of where this kid is looking at. We just because I know what I think, but my things I don't never know what this child thinks. And however this child went to process whatever's going on overall, you always got to ask yourself: is this child even going to consider you as a leader to them, to even be led by you overall, just to to live, to understand certain things, to trust that whatever I say to you or however I choose to lead, you have to follow this mind frame and mindset to survive and to actually grow out here, right? So it's a lot. It's a lot because you have to really build that up to really be something. I know a lot of people will sit here and say, "Oh, well, I don't have to really, dictate myself with a child." But my thing is that's a lie, because you always got to dictate yourself. You always got to do that with a child, because if you don't, I mean, what type of honest relationship are you building with this child overall? Ain't building nothing. And if you think you're not building no relationship with a child that's not yours, you always have to. Neither it's good or bad or in the middle. You always got to build some type of ground, no matter what, because down the line, no matter how it's gonna look, that child's gonna come for you for something, one way or another, and they know it just as much as you do. So, yeah. But that's like
So what I'm confused on what your stance is. So you say
my overall stance is this. My overall stance is this. Mostly, the answer is no. It will not ultimately really help.
Okay. So, because let me throw this out there. So, is your suggestion, or the situation that we have now, where it's all of these single women out here struggling, kids struggling, that's a better situation than polygamy?
Don't ask me that. Ask the woman that.
No. I'm asking you because I've asked you for your opinion on whether it would help to have a polygamous polygamy for in this situation. If we just sit back and do the math, would it help? And your response is no, it wouldn't. So I'm saying
it really wouldn't.
Okay. Huh?
No, yeah, I say it wouldn't. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm saying, so based on that answer, I'm asking you, is it better in your eyes for all of these single women to sit out here and struggle with these single children, struggle with these children with the way the father's not involved, or you, based on what you're saying, it's better for them children to be out here struggling than the woman to be out here struggling, than for them to at least take a look at a different, at an alternative lifestyle. That way, maybe the woman won't get everything she wants, but the child could at least have more support.
I'll say it like this.
Okay
all right. I'll say it like this, right? How am I gonna say this? I'm gonna probably say this. Look, we're questioning this, right? We're questioning this, right? We're questioning the simple fact that would this be good overall? You know, if we just choose to leave these women. I mean, look, depending on the situation between the woman and the man when they made their kids and all that, that's between them. And then whoever chose to leave that situation, that's amongst them.
Okay, can I ask the question real quick?
But
just very quick.
Go ahead.
You know, we keep talking about these single women and these single mothers.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so can somebody answer me where the fathers of these single mothers, these kids? Where is the father of these single women's kids? And why are they single mothers?
We don't know.
Well,
so I'm posing that question because I want us to be very careful as to what what could be a good solution. And for me, one good solution is for a man to take on his responsibility when he has children.
Agreed.
Instead of running away from that responsibility, leaving the woman to fend for herself. Okay, so now, with that being said, I digress.
Well, see, that's the top choice, Juan, but we're not selecting that top choice, right? For whatever reason.
I got it.
For whatever reason, these men are not staying with these women. The women are not staying with the men.
That's
for whatever
not the topic.
reason.
I get it.
But
yeah,
we got actual situation out here on the ground where we got children that are fatherless. We got women that are manless. And at some point, they have said to themselves, okay, I'm in this situation. You know, some help would be nice. Maybe I won't, maybe I'm not going to be, you know, that only one in the picture at this point in the game. But I have these children here. And maybe them having the support they need, maybe that is worth me sacrificing me being the only person in the sexual relationship.
Can I say something, please, Broski? May I say something?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Yeah, I agree, Mr. He said his comment that would definitely help the community a lot.
Hold on. Shout out to Danny G. Shout out to Danny G.
Definitely shout out to Danny G as well. You know what I mean? But what Mr. He said is saying is definitely true. Like, at the end of the day, I'm gonna say this, right? In my neighborhood, which is Brownsville, Brooklyn, right? And Mr. He said know what I'm talking about. And some people up here may not know what I'm talking about. Brownsville, Brooklyn is the same community Mike Tyson came from, the same community I grew up in. You know what I mean? Most people in that community, whether they have both parents or especially if they only have one parent, they don't make it out, man. They don't make it out. You know what I mean? Most of the people that I know that were my peers or people that were a little bit older than me, you know what I mean, and they came from dysfunctional homes, they was not making it out of there, man. It was not making it out of there. Either they were gonna die there or they were gonna be incarcerated. They weren't making it out. They weren't making it out. So for the simple fact, I look at myself as an anomaly because I actually made it out of there. You know what I mean? Most people that I've seen did not make it out of there, man. They stayed there forever and ever because they didn't have the money and resources and they didn't have the right family structure to make it out. So absolutely, it'll make a big difference. You know what I mean? But it would definitely take us, you know, having structure in that, right? We just can't just do it and then just think it's gonna work out, right? There has to be a set of structure, rules, and guidelines for this to work out as well. So ideally, you know what I mean, if it's structured the right way, of course it can work. If it's not structured the right way, then of course, like anything else, it's gonna fail.
Okay. That's with anything, right? That's with any construct, right? Even monogamy. I mean, if it's not set up right, you're gonna fail, right? So let me answer this question that Danny G posed. This statement that women are the one initiating divorce. I know that Danny G, that's what you've been told, but we don't know why. Why are the women? I mean, you know, we don't know why women are. We need more information to why these divorces are being, you know, initiated, quote unquote, right? So before we can say, well, when women are initiating these divorces because they have some nefarious reason to take half the man's money and keep his kids from him, I don't believe that one. For the most part, yeah, there's some vindictive women, but I don't believe that's a big portions. U.S. Bureau of Statistics. What U.S. Bureau of Statistics do you have, Danny? Give us the link, and we will go right to it because no
Can
state. No state. Wait a minute. Let me say this real quick. No state keeps that record of who initiates divorce by gender. None of them. But if you got U.S. Bureau of Statistics, hey man, that's the first I'm hearing of it. Put the link in the description. Put the link in the box, and I will light it up so everybody can go there, brother. But as far as I know, there's no state in the union keeps track of divorces by gender or who initiated the divorce by gender. You can look up and see the name.
Oh, I'm gonna be looking up then because
What'd you say,
I'm gonna be looking up. I'll look up then because I mean, honestly, it is really easy to know because let's be real here. If marriage is based upon a paper that is signed by the government, then my thing is when you file, how they can't pick that up.
Well, Wally, they don't keep track of that number. They don't keep track of who's the respondent and who's the defendant. They don't keep track of that by gender. You know what I mean? It's just the divorce. They keep track of the divorce itself, right? They don't keep track of, okay, this part you're initiating a divorce. Are you a woman? Oh, okay. Yeah, we're gonna keep track of this over here in this database. They don't do that. There's no state in the union that does that. So I'm trying to figure out where you're getting these numbers from. But hey, what do I know? What do I know? I'm just an old man. What do I know? What do I know? But I'm trying to find a solution, y'all. I'm trying to get these children off the streets. Mom won't let us all just get another wife. So what I mean, so we got to figure out how to get these children off the streets and how to make the community better. Now, I'm not saying polygamy is the solution for everyone because it's certainly not. There's some guys that, man, like myself, it's not so much a spiritual thing, but for me, I don't think I could work in that environment well. I mean, I guess if I had to do it, I had a gun in my head to do it, I had to do it. But I don't think I could work in that environment well, where I would be able to be the person that I choose to be. I think I'm more of a person that it's easy. It would be much easier for me to just focus on one person than to have to, okay, I'm focusing on this person. Then, I got to remember I got this person to deal with. Okay, I mean, you got to do that with your children, right? Oh man, I can't talk this way to this child because this child is sensitive. So I got to talk this way to that child, and so when you have multiple children, you know that's pretty much how you got to be with them, right? Oh, okay, I spent the time with this one, so I got to spend time with that one, and so a lot of times you just try to have them all together, right? So you can spend time with them, right? But some you got to give a little more time to. Some you got to talk to a different way, and so you already got to do that with your children. Now you got to do that with your wives. That would be tough for me. I'm not, it has nothing to do with the religious stance or anything. I'm just talking about as a person, personally, it would be tough for me. Now, I'm going to pose a question to you, gentlemen. I might leave Vaughn out of this one because I think I'm starting to get where he's coming from, right?
There's something I wanted to say about that. There's something I wanted to say about why the youngsters are out of control and why women are initiating divorce based on what Danny G said, kind of how it correlates. If I just may build on that just really quickly, I know you have a question.
Okay. I'm gonna let you build on that right now.
I want to build on why marriages really ain't really broken. It's just the people.
Okay, hold on, fellas. Let me address this real quick, and then you guys can cook. Danny G says black women have the highest rate of divorce in America than any other women in America. Where did you find that stat, Danny G? Where did you find that? I can't see, man. You can't just come up here and just say stuff, brother. We respect you, but we don't want you to just throw out stuff, the Kevin Samuels way, where you just say stuff. You know what I'm saying? And shout out to our brother, our dearly departed brother, man. Rest in peace. But you can't just say stuff, brother. We got to have, if you're gonna cite, you gotta cite it. Okay?
Well, actually, Kevin Samuels did give a website where he gets his information from.
Well, where? Because none of the states keep it.
Okay. Well, wait a minute. Let me give it to you. I saved it, brother. I saved it. Hold on. Let me give it to you. Let me find it.
Okay, give it to me. Put it in the chat. Or put it in a private chat. I'll bring it out.
Yeah.
All right, so let's go with 84, and then Wally, and then back over to Vaughn.
Okay, so I'm gonna correlate this because this is just what I've seen. Right now, this is based on my perception only. Right, this is my perspective. Okay, nobody got to agree with me. Now, I was in my household. Right, it was my grandparents, my mom, and my uncle, which is of course my grandparents' son, and my mom's brother, right? Now, my grandfather maintained control of that house, right? And he maintained control not because he was the most educated, because he only had a middle school education, right? But through his work efforts and through everything he put in, and through him being an assertive man, he maintained control and order within that home. And I'll tell you this: ever since my grandfather been gone in 2006, our home has never been the same. There's no more order and balance. Now he wasn't perfect. Yeah, he had his issues. Trust me, he did. He wasn't. He can be sometimes, a little too assertive. You know what I mean? So sometimes there'll be a little bit of toxic masculinity pulled in there. But in the same reference, you know what I mean? I'd rather put up with some of that than what I have now in my family. And my family now is just a bunch of chaos. The women are unruly. It's just a whole bunch of nonsense going on. That when he was around, none of this was flying. None of this was flying because people knew better. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, you know what I mean? And when his siblings was around, when my aunts were around, his older sisters, you know what I mean? They're not here anymore either, God rest their soul. But when they were around, you know what I mean, and they had a family structure with their husbands, none of this stuff was flying. None of nonsense going on in my family was even tolerated. It was intolerable. You know what I mean? And people knew better. But now since they're not here, it's a shit show. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna say this, right? The reason why the divorce rate and all that is so high and all that, and the kids are out of control, is because the men nowadays are just weak. They're weak. They're all happy wife, happy life stuff that put women first, all the other crap, you know what I mean, that they have going on. You know what I mean? Listen, my grandfather took care of my grandmother. He did things that are romantic. I see him bring her stuff on her birthday and Valentine's Day and give her a kiss and do nice stuff for her and things of that nature, right? But he was still assertive. She still knew that he was a man. He let that be known. And he didn't always have to even say it and let it be known. He would just walk in quietly, sit down quietly, turn on his TV, and watch his sports or his Judge Judy or whatever he wanted to watch. And my grandmother be up in there cooking and doing what she got to do. And that's how it was. You know what I mean? They were sometimes getting little tips, but it was very few and far in between. You know what I mean? Because she respected him as a man, he respected her as a woman, and she didn't try to challenge his authority. She knew not to. You know what I mean? And they had to understand that. He also respected her and didn't belittle her as his wife. So I think that's the thing. The men are weak now, man. They're weak. So now these women think that it's okay to have stupid shows like Desperate Housewives and have all these different type of lifestyles and all that and trying to tell you what to do. And I've never been in a household where, and this is how I grew up, where a woman would tell, when a man make a decision, the woman would be like, "Well, no, we ain't doing that." I'd be like, "No." When my grandfather said something, that's what it was, and that's what it was. Now, my grandmother may speak to him and say, "You know what? Maybe we can do this, honey," or she may interject like, "Okay, maybe this may work," and then he'll think about it and he'll still make his final decision, and that would just be what it was. So men nowadays don't do that. Men nowadays they clamor to the woman, they call them for advice, and they call them to get approval and all. I'm not used to that. I don't do none of that. When what I say in my household goes, and that's it. I can't. I don't want to know no other way. I ain't trying to live no other way. I feel less than a man if a woman's telling me to do something. I just do. You know what I mean? Can't a woman tell me to do nothing unless it's my mother or my grandmother because they raised me. That's a little different. But outside of that, can't a woman tell me to do nothing. Point blank period. Because that's how I was raised, man, and that's how it should be to me. But that's my perspective. You know what I mean? I'm not, like I said, I'm not against men. I'm not with men, assaulting women or meaning women or doing anything that's berating women. I'm against that completely. I'm completely against any type of DV or anything like that. You know what I mean? That should be intolerable. You shouldn't even be calling a woman out her name. You should definitely give her the utmost respect as a woman. You know what I mean? But there has to be order. You know what I mean? Point blank, period. You know what I mean? And that's just what it's got to be. And if there's order within the man and woman, of course the children are going to fall in line. You know what I mean? I've seen it. When the man is not assertive and he's not leading, the kids go astray. and they start doing all types of craziness because the man's not leading his household, and that's just what it is. You muted, bro, Clarence.
I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that. I hear you on that one. However, I'm gonna suggest, young man, that you also take a look at your circumstances at a certain time, and when you get with someone. Because let me ask you this, 84. If your wife had a bachelor's or a master's degree in finance, and she was telling you that the car you about to purchase, you paying way too much for it, would you at least listen to her? Would you at least consider what she's saying?
Oh yeah, definitely. Listen, you can listen. I'm all up for communication and discussion. I never taken that factor out of it, right? Of course, we could communicate with you. Of course, we can. If you know certain things about certain information, yes, give me the information, right? Because life is about gaining information, right?
Right.
But at the same instance, let me sit on my throne as a king and as a man in our relationship, and I'm gonna let you sit on your throne as a queen. I'm not gonna dishonor you, just as long as you and hope. And I don't want to be dishonored as well. Let's honor each other. I'm gonna make you feel like a woman, and I want to be made feel like a man.
Okay.
So if you got information for me, yeah, give me the information. Yeah, I ain't trying to overpay. Why?
Okay.
Why we do that? That's gonna mess up our household.
Okay. Well, some dudes willing to do it just so they can have the last
Man,
word.
not me.
Right.
I'm very logical. Trust me.
Okay. All right. Just want to see where you was at, brother. All right. Let me move over to Wally real quick. Wally.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, brother. You had something to say? I want to get you to be able to
Yeah,
say
yeah.
what you have to say.
So I remember early on as I came in, intellectual soap box, she was talking about how there's a possibility that we just need to reconstruct and break down and rebuild a lot of things because the whole monogamy and everything else like that, or poly and this and that. I mean, honestly, for me, it's like I don't think so. It needs to really be broken down. I think people just need to face reality a little bit about themselves and just realize where they stand. Because let's be honest about one thing, right? When we talk about marriage, it is like, what is the one main thing you always hear that are the vows, right? For better or for worse, for sickness and healthness, all that. Yin yang yo, you stick with this person to the very end of your livelihood, and then after that you can move on, whatever, yin yang yo. But my thing is, when people hear that, oh yeah, they hear that for the time being, but they don't really associate that within their own livelihoods, which, as you see, they don't associate that at all. So my thing is, if that's the case, then we already know that marriage is a high order. It's not for everybody. So in this case, this is why I said earlier in the chat, like a lot of ways, a lot of these females are showing by their actions that personally, some of y'all respectfully just deserve to be side chick women. And I don't mean that in a derogatory or a hateful way. I mean that in a simple sense.
Possible.
Yeah. Well, yeah. But I mean that in a simple sense of saying, well, you only are a woman that's there for a short time. Like if something happens to where you just don't feel like, oh, like this is not going to associate with you, you're there for only that moment. And honestly, that's what most of y'all women are out there showing. Like, it's like, God forbid, if something happens and you ain't with it, you gone. So if you're there for that moment, by all means, be a side chick woman.
I don't know if I agree with that, brother.
You don't know if you may not agree. I mean, hey, by all means, you may not agree. But my thing is, my thing is this: based upon that philosophy of marriage alone, that's just my thing. I mean, don't get me wrong. I understand everyone got to be able to set themselves to a certain standpoint. But my thing is, it's gonna be to the point that goes down to that, because almost most men, there's not too much men that are really serious about themselves out there. And even then, even for those that are serious about themselves in a marriage, it's just that they're just not at the high tier to think to themselves of trying to go to this high and rich and beyond of being at this quote unquote status of being this person. Because if they choose to be who they choose to be and you can't rock with that, then it's like, once again, what is your issue? Oh, because he's a janitor. Well, he makes 6 figures. What's your problem? He's a janitor. Well, then be single. Be a side chick woman. For free. Like, I'm sorry.
Okay. So you think that it's better to be a side chick than to be in a polygamous relationship?
No, I never said it was better. I said because the way how these females are thinking to a lot of things and how they're moving on this stuff.
Okay.
In most cases, the way how they, yeah, no, but I'm saying, but in most cases, how they're moving, how they're thinking of things, how they're doing things, they fit that role of just being the girlfriend, the side chick. That's what they fit. They're there for the fun times. They're there for the things that are exciting. But after that, it's all over.
But what I'm saying is, do you think that's the best way for them to move? Or do you think they could move in a different way where they could actually be in a family? Maybe it's not the traditional family of America, but it's a family, and at least they would be cared for and looked after. Maybe not in a, in a traditional way, right?
You know what? And on that point, Clarence, I'll say it like this. You know how these females always like to sit here and say, love me for me? Well, why the hell they can't do that with the man? I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear that BS. Sorry, not sorry. I don't want to hear it.
Well, see, a lot of times with females, especially in America, they don't understand that let me say it this way. The culture of America, it lies to them and tells them that they're going to have the same opportunities at 55 to engage in relationships as they will at 25. And unfortunately, a lot of them believe that, right? And that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. So in other cultures, they are more apt to try to get somebody when they tell them the truth. Hey, look, the window is closing here. Man, this is a time where you should be standing up tall, go out there and be purposeful in trying. If you want to get married, you should be purposeful with it. Try to go out there and put yourself in proximity of guys that are really good guys, really good dudes, and try to pick the best one for yourself, right? But in
that same sense, I'm gonna say this, bro, Clans. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm gonna say this in that same sense, right? When we talking about picking a good dude, what are we really truly asking for? The mentality of a man? Because if we talk about the mentality of a man, let's be real. There's a lot of good men out here that have a good mentality. But then, when we talk about what they do in their pockets, come on, come on.
What are you talking about, Wally? What you talking about?
I'm saying, like, okay, if every woman sit here and say, well, I just want a good, respectful man, right? That's gonna respect the relationship, respect the marriage, and everything of that nature, right? Well, my thing is this: you trying to tell me there's not a lot of good, respectable men out here? Is that what we're saying?
I mean, there is though.
But see, that's what I'm saying though.
But they don't want them, Wally. They want. Listen, they want the scammers. Remember, I did a show about this.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
They want the doughboys, and they want those type of guys. That's what they want. So let them. So this is my thing, and I'm set aside to this. And I said this on my show, one of my last shows, and I meant this. And I'm even meant this with the women in my family, and I completely mean this with all sincerity. If you're a woman in my family, you think you know who you are, I'm definitely talking to you. I'm done helping y'all. Like, if y'all get your heads knocked off, it's on you. I'm not helping y'all to do nothing. Point blank, period. Don't ask me for no help. Don't ask me for no guidance. Don't ask me to do anything in regards to you or anything else to do with your relationships. I'm done with y'all because y'all don't listen. And y'all think I know every damn thing, but you don't know shit.
Because look, bro, Clarence, because I remember you asked, we don't really know about how most of these women, why they choose to leave marriages. And, that's fair, right? We don't ultimately know all women's reasons, right? Exactly. But my thing is this. If, let's say, most women all agree that the reason they left because they feel disrespected by the man that they chose to deal with, well, my thing is this. Like I said before, there's a lot of respectful men out here. And I guarantee you they probably been asked by a respectful man once upon a time. So once again, it's like, are they really want these respectful men like they say they do, or are they being a little bit too fugazi about what they want?
Well, I think like Danny G said, at a certain age, they're not looking for committed. That's not the main thing they're looking for. They're looking for excitement. They're looking for who can bring them the most exotic experience, right? That's what they're really looking for at a certain point. Now, the culture of America says you can't say that out loud, so you have to cover that, and by saying, "Oh, I'm trying to find the best man available out there." But ultimately, what they're really trying to do is try to find the most exotic experience. Oh, this dude flew me to Hawaii. This dude flew me to France. This flew me to Dubai. So they're looking for an exotic experience. Now, here's the part that that the American culture doesn't explain to them. There's always more competition coming out to the street. And so if you wait, now you have more competition. Now the guys, when the light finally comes on and says, "Uh-oh, wait a minute. I'm tired of running around all over the place. I'm tired of doing all that. I want somebody to love me for me. I want somebody to settle down with me. We can grow old together. They can walk. They can wheelchair me down the street and let me feed the pigeons."
That's the
Right?
nightmare of it all. That is the nightmare. Why you're not thinking that ahead of time? See,
Because
and this is my problem. That's the problem right there. You cannot sit here and tell me. This is why I always say this right now to this day. Is like, this is why the education of your kids is always in the hand of your parents. Because if you do not put this in the mind, if you do not build the mind state of what this is and what this will be looking like in your near future and what you got to look for and be very intentional about, you're screwed. Because this is the nonsense that's constantly keep running up.
But Wally, like, just children, you can teach them, you can give, but they only gonna take what they want. At a certain point, however they are inside is gonna come out. Now you can teach them, but some children are gonna just be that way. I got a son like that. Don't matter. My other two cool. My other two are fine. One's college guy.
And you know why that ends up happening? You know why most of the time respectively, you know why that ends up happening? Because 9 times out of 10, they choose to leave. Because eventually, I say it like this, right? What you said is partially true. It's mostly true, right? Because why? Because eventually, by the time they get to the older age, they think to themselves, they're at that time where they're leading themselves now. They're at that. They think that they're at that level. They can lead themselves into wherever they want to lead to. And that's a problem right there. You man, look, I say it like this: if you do not have the true well-being and mindset to lead yourself and ready to lead yourself as your own soldier, your own warrior, your own soon-to-be king of your own kingdom, man, get out of here with that. I'm sorry.
Okay.
No.
Well, but let me ask you something, Wally, before I forget. Do you think that, because you're saying that, if you don't teach these people, but you can teach these people, but what happens is you can't block out the media. You can't block them from their friends' cell phones. You can't block them from, other outside forces that push this narrative that, I'm the thing, and you just want to go out and be a city girl, right? You can't stop that from. I got a granddaughter right now. I'm trying to keep her away from everything. I got to check her tablet every time I turn around because,
And you know what that tells me, Mark? I mean, you know what that tells me, bro, Clarence? All that tells me is mentality. They don't have strong mentality. They're weak.
But Wally,
but
Wally, they are getting constantly this constant attack from the outside that says, let your wings open your wings, right? So, you are beautiful because of your wings, not because of what you do inside. I don't know if you saw Knowledge and Relationships the other day. That was a beautiful thing they did for the sister, right?
Of course.
But right. Oh, you were there, Wally. So
of course I was there. I was there the whole time. I didn't make some comments, but I was there.
Okay. So, now, Wally, was that beautiful? Because a beautiful situation because they dropped a pot of money on Knowledge and Relationships, or was that just a beautiful thing because they just did something? Everybody worked in unison, including Vaughn in 84. Everybody worked in unison to make sure that sister was taken care of, at least emotionally, at that point, right? So my point is, but see, look, Wally, my point is this: that's the beauty in it that we saw. We was there. We saw that beauty in it, but the other people might not see that beauty in that. They might say, "Well, why'd they do that? They should just kick that crazy broad off, right?" So that's the thing. It's perspective. It's everybody's perspective on how this thing is working. You know what I mean? So our children are being constantly pummeled with these with women. And even if you watch the commercials, right? You watch TV, especially TV. I stopped watching TV like years ago, but you watch TV and commercials. Who's the dumb one in the whole part? The men, right? You watch most of these shows, and like they say, like what's that show? Everybody Loves Raymond and all these Married with You. All these shows, the man is a dumb one.
Right.
The man is always the dumb one. The woman is always the one that has to come in and save everybody, right? The children are even smarter.
Yeah, in most cases, yeah.
Right. So this is what I'm saying, Wally. You could teach your child, but sometimes all this stuff is attacking them from the outside. They can absorb that and then go out into the world thinking, oh, okay, it's better for me to flip my hair, even if I'm wearing somebody else's hair. Let me flip my hair and I'm beautiful, but instead of being a beautiful person on the inside, right? So now how do we fight that, Wally? How do we get over that? Because that's what's producing a lot
I already gave you the answer. Respectfully, I already gave you the answer. It's once again, it's all based on mentality. But of course, I'll say it like this, bro, Clarence. Who teaches that mentality? And you know, in fairness, kids are not being taught mentality through the parents or through anybody that they care about, that they're gonna lead by. So
sometimes they are, Wally. Sometimes, just like I said, it's just
sometimes they are, and maybe they lead the way. But my thing is, if that's the case, why did they lead? Once again, because they think that they're too full of themselves to be able to lead themselves.
And why do they think
so
that?
that's the problem.
Because of the outside influences that tell them, hey, these are only your parents. They're stupid. You're smarter than them. Go out there and do what you want to do, right? And so that comes from the outside. You know, like Wally, if you go to work every day, right? You're gonna be.
Well, no, actually, I watch over my.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying. Let's say you're a regular guy. You're a regular blue collar guy. You go to work every day, right? You're gonna spend an hour in the traffic going to work. You spend an hour coming back from traffic, coming from work. So that's 2 hours right there. Then you're gonna spend about 8 hours there at work, right? So that's 10 hours that you're gone, right? Right? You only got another 14 hours, right? But are you going to see your children in those 14 hours? You might have other responsibilities, or you might just want to come in the house and decompress, right? Like 84 was saying, the grandpa used to come in and just say, "Hey, everybody leave me alone. I'm coming in and sit down." And everybody, as soon as the man walks in the door, everybody gets on a post. Grandma goes to the stove. This person do this. This person take the trash out. Everybody know what they're supposed to do by the time this man get home, right? So, and they know, hey, leave this man alone until he emerges. So sometimes you ain't gonna have time. You really don't have that much time to spend with your children. Walk in, they probably doing homework. You leave them alone to do their homework, and then they need time to decompress. So what I'm saying is, you probably might not be spending as much time as you want to with your children, especially if you work outside.
That's facts. That's facts. Oh, trust me, that's facts. Time wealth is the most highest commodity of anything in life. For you as an adult, and for anybody, trying to feed that into multiple people. So I mean, yeah, that's the biggest weapon they use against you.
Man, it's tough. All right, y'all. So what we're gonna do now? I wanted Vaughn to answer a question, but I don't.
I'm here. Listen, I'm still here, brother. I'm just like a sponge.
I don't want to.
I'm absorbing everything I hear.
I don't want Vaughn to get mad at me, man. I might need.
I
might need Vaughn. I might need Vaun because I might do another 13 hours, man. I might need Vaun. But okay, so I'm gonna pose.
I'm here for it, brother.
This is the last question, and I want everybody to respond to this, but I want, especially for Vaun. Danny G put a good question out here. So I want to pull it out. Okay, here we go, Vaughn. Okay, Danny G said, not even one prophet in the Bible was monogamous. What a joke! I knew what the Catholic Church, Roman Empire did to us. They are the one who built colonies all around the world. The Vatican. Okay, Vaughn.
Is that a question? Or a statement?
I'm gonna pose it. That's a statement he made, but I'm gonna pose it as a question.
Okay.
I shouted you out, Jill. I said, Jill's chocolate. I actually thought you were here.
Hey, Jill, what's going on?
What's up,
but
Jill?
If you haven't already, shout out to Jill's Chocolate Boutique. If you haven't already subscribed to Jill's Chocolate Boutique, go on over and subscribe to Jill's Chocolate Boutique.
I need
I
to
know you,
post her.
Jill. I thought you was here a lot earlier. That's why I think I shouted you out before you even got here. But shout out to you, Jill. Thank you for showing up and appreciate you. Appreciate you.
Yeah,
All right,
she
so,
really
and
hung
if
with
I
us
don't,
yesterday.
if I don't shout you out, Jill, do that. Let me know. Let me know. Okay. Shout out to Mr. Intellectual Soapbox. Appreciate you had to run. Okay.
Yes, sir.
And not even one prophet in the Bible was monogamous. Okay, so if not even one prophet in the Bible was monogamous, how are we able to say that our religious position is holding up if the Bible, if none of the prophets in the Bible were not monogamous? That's the
Well,
question.
listen. Let me just say this. Number one, I can't answer and go back all of those many decades of years and comment on what the prophets were doing in their personal marital relationships. You know, some of them did what they did, and some of them did not. You know, we can't put every prophet in that category. You know, there were prophets that possibly weren't even mentioned in the scriptures. Do you see what I'm saying? Those aren't the only prophets that God was using at the time, just because you have biblical facts of certain ones. There's some prophets that probably hasn't even been mentioned. But my point is to this statement is, you know, hey, I decide to live the way that I choose to live, regardless to how many prophets are stealing money from the church, how many of them go in the tabernacle and they know the thing right, how many false prophets. Listen, I live my life according to how I should, you know, not according to man and other people. So yeah, like I say, I'm not a perfect dude by no means. Never that. You know what I'm saying? But I believe in monogamy. I believe that you should have one wife. And I believe that a woman should have one husband. And I'm going to tell you something. I thank God for my wife, you know, because she has been everything to me. And the fact that I could focus on her and give her 100% of myself makes me a better husband to her. You see what I'm saying? And the fact that she doesn't have to deal with other females in the home, she can put 100% into me. Because when a female has 5 other women in her house, it's hard for her to give 100% of herself to you. That's my opinion, you know. But I do understand that these lifestyles are the way that people like to live and that they want to live. And I get it. I thoroughly get it. And my answer to that, once again, is have at it. Have at it. You know what I'm saying? I am responsible for what I have been and how I have carried myself when I stand before my maker. So like I say, if you want to have 5 wives, have at it. If women want to sleep with women, have at it. If men want to sleep with men, have at it. Because you're going to have to stand before your maker as well. And according to some standard and statutes that he has set for us, some of this shit that we're doing is contrary. So that's just where I'm coming from with it. I stand by it. I don't care if we do a 13-hour stream. I'm still going to stand by it. Certain lifestyles I just do not condone and I do not agree with. And it doesn't mean that I have to be judgmental of people. You see what I'm saying? Hey, do what you do. Just like Brother 84 said, hey, if my daughter wanted to dip off into that type of relationship, I'm not going to cast her aside. Well, I wouldn't cast my daughter aside either. But I would still stand by the principles and the substratum of my faith. I would still do that. You know? So yeah, I'm going to throw that out there. You know, hey, listen, if you want to go rob banks, have at it. You see what I'm saying? If you want to be a pimp, have at it. See what I'm saying? If you want to be a whore, hello, have at it.
Yikes.
But no, let me finish. If I could, because I was very quiet, listen to everybody else. But if that's what you want to do, do it. You see what I'm saying? That's how God created us. He said that, now listen, I set before you life and death, blessing and cursing. Now I would that you would choose life, Now listen to how that's phrased. I would that you would choose life. In other words, you have the choice and the decision. So you have to make up your mind as to how you're going to live, because you're going to be held accountable for what you do in this life. Because at the end, you will stand before your Creator and give an account for every deed that you have done. So with that being said, no, I'm really not, one to believe in this, sleeping outside of my marriage. We've even already established in the conversation that will
Danny G, I
no.
got to see you, man. Okay, good. Got you.
Yeah, we've already established in the conversation that, well, in these relationships, you really officially can only be married to one. Okay, so then the other ones are not your wife. but they are sharers. Now I get it. If this works for some people, I get it. I'm not here to argue with anybody about it, because this is what I don't like when we get on these panels, and if the purpose is I need to make my point because I'm the right one. You see what I'm saying? Now I can gain understanding from anybody who has an opinion because I listen. But at the same time, as you share your opinion and as you share your perspective, and I respect that,
We go get you, Danny.
should also in return do the same thing to me as a man. You see what I'm saying? We don't have to talk over each other. We don't have to demean each other's character and demean each other's manhood because we have a spot of disagreements. So I'm in disagreements with that lifestyle. I mean, we can talk for 11 more hours and I'm still going to be in disagreements with that lifestyle. So, but at the same time, I do have an open mind.
How do you really feel, Vaughn?
Well, I'm trying to express how I really feel, and so, like I said, I can respect what everyone has said because I listened. If you notice, I was listening because I want an understanding of why we feel that this lifestyle will catapult us into success when it comes to the family unit. Okay, I get it because you have more help, but then you have a structural family. See, we're not even being family with our regular relatives, with our sisters, our siblings, our brothers, and their children. See what I'm saying? And the cousins. All of this is a family unit as well, but we don't operate in that properly. Do you know what I'm saying? So, before we start bringing outside sources, let's try to figure out how to bring the family structure together. Your immediate family. But listen, this is just my opinion. Like I say, I'm not trying to stand in judgment of anybody. And hey, like I said, have at it. Just have at it. I understand why you think that way now, because I'm listening to why, all of the excuses that people come up with as to why this would work. So, and now at least I have a better understanding of that. You see what I'm saying? But once again, and I'm going to leave on this note, I give my wife 100% of myself. See what I'm saying? I don't give her 20% because I have 4 other women. You see what I'm saying? I'm not going to give 20% of myself to 5 women when I can give 100% of myself to one. And she can give 100% of herself to us. And let me tell you something. God has blessed us in our union of 21 years. Find a good woman, gentlemen. Settle down. Stop calling in all of these outside forces and different things and bringing them into your relationship. God wants to bless you and your wife together. He wants to show you that you and her alone, he can bless you and move you to success. So with that being said, I digress. And I hope that anything I said was helpful at all. But that's where I stand on it, gentlemen. And I, like I said, I digress and I will listen to whatever anyone else has to say. But
I'm still confused, Vaughn. I'm still confused.
That's where I stand on
it. All right. Shout out to Vaughn Bryan. Okay, Wally, this is what me and you gonna do. Me and you are going to let these new guys come in and say what they think, and I'm going right to you after Great Pill. Okay, Wally? I'm gonna go right to you. Yeah, just hang tight, Wally. Hang tight. All right, because I wanted Danny to come up here because Danny was saying, hey, he disagrees
Hey,
with,
before you do that, Brother Clarence, can
yes,
you
sir.
give us an update on where we're at with the fundraiser? Just real quick.
Oh, let me give y'all an update on the fundraiser.
Because we have two new guests, and maybe they might want to possibly be a part of that.
Okay. The Great Pill Podcast and Danny G. We are raising money to give to the kids, get some backpacks to the kids, right? We want to give 45 backpacks out to the kids. Our cash goal is $3,100. We started yesterday. Me and Von Bryan, we started yesterday. We got now $1,210 raised so far, cash apps and pledges, right? We can cash app it today, or you can pledge it for at least if you're going to get it back to us in 2 weeks. Why are we showing y'all this? Well, we just want to let y'all know what we're doing, right? We want to let y'all know. So what I'm going to do right here is show y'all really quickly, and then we're going to get back to what we was talking about. We're going to show y'all really quickly what we doing and why we doing it, right? These children, these cheerings, they need some backpacks. Okay, y'all. So where do we come up with $3,100? Oh, Clarence just made that up out of his head. No, he didn't. We need backpacks, right? They come in packs of 12, 4 times 12, 48 kids to give away 45, right? So 48 times times 12 is 40. 4 times 12 is 48. Times $10 a unit, $456. School supplies. We need some extra school supplies to go in the backpacks. $528. We got to buy that separately. $528. Storage. Ladies gonna store them for us. $125 for the storage. We got to receive them. Somebody's got to receive and go through all of the packaging and backpacks and make sure that we got all 48 backpacks. Somebody's gonna have to be here to receive all that. So we're gonna pay that person $100. Organizing the bags, $30 per hour times 3 hours, $90. We're gonna give them $90 for somebody to actually put the school supplies into the backpacks. Alerting the kids. The lady that I'm working with, she's going to be, she's hooked up with a lot of different, what do you call that? Nonprofit organizations that work with kids. So she's going to be responsible for getting the kids here and having the kids be able to come up, pull up, and get their backpacks. Staging area. The lady also that I'm working with also has the equipment to allow us to set up a staging area where we'll be able to hand out the backpacks to whoever, right? We'll be able to hand out the backpacks to all of the children that pull up, right? She's going to set up the table. She's going to set up the tent. Instead of having the children come into the office building, we're going to just have them drive by, and we're going to hand them the backpacks like they do at many times you see these food drives where you just drive by, they hand you the box, they put the box in your car. Okay, same thing. We're going to do the same thing with these backpacks, right? Video work. We're going to have somebody videotape a lot of this situation, right? It might be myself, but it probably might be someone else. Like there's a brother that just walked out of my office not too long ago. It might be him. We got to pay this brother, right? Because we got to take a day off of work, or whoever. You got to pay the person, right? $200. Okay, staging day. Okay, so at that day, I might not be the one giving out the backpacks all day, right? But I need somebody that's dedicated to do that. So we're gonna pay that person $30 an hour times 8 hours. Might not take 8 hours. Might take a couple, maybe 4 or 5 hours. But we're gonna pay that person $240. And lastly, gentlemen, we're gonna raffle off a laptop in the name of a beautiful sister named Sophia. We're gonna raffle off a laptop in her name. One of these kids is gonna not only walk away with a backpack, they're all gonna walk away with backpacks, but one of these kids is gonna walk away with a laptop computer that they can use, right? Okay, so if we add all this up, gentlemen, we get to the grand total of $3,064. I just rounded it up to $3,100 because what am I gonna do with that extra $36? I'm going to the Maserati dealership. I'm going straight over there, man. Straight over there.
I don't know what you're gonna get, Brother Clarence, when you get over there with your 30 some odd dollars.
I wouldn't even get an ashtray.
We're gonna let you have that. Maybe they'll give you a coupon or something like that.
Got you. All right. So so we just wanted to tell you, gentlemen, that we still raising money. We still taking it.
Yes.
Pledge it or cash app it. It's up to y'all. But we just want to let y'all know what we're doing, right? So you guys can come in, because I don't want y'all to be feeling bad. Clarence didn't tell me about it. And Clarence didn't let me know about the $100 club. You can come on in. We got more room for y'all. Come on in. Anyway, so we wanted to tell y'all that's what we're doing. If you can participate, we love you. If you don't, we love you still. But now, getting back to what we was talking about. What were we talking about? We was talking about the polygamy situation, right?
I think I was going on some type of rant, or I don't know. I have to look at the replay.
Again, right? So, shout out to Mom Brian. Okay, so what we talking about? So Danny G said, "Hey man, let me up, man. I want to explain my position, my point of view, and and explain it. So we're gonna do Danny G first. Great Pill Podcast. Glad to have you on Great Pill Podcast, and then of course we're gonna get back over to Wally when he comes back. All right, so let's go, Danny G. What you got, man?
Man, respect, guys. Keep up the good work. The great debaters. This is really an important subject because the world did not started as a result of monogamy. The world got started as a result of, I would say, polygyny. Like multiply the earth. The men multiply the earth not with one woman, with multiple wives. Concubine also made. This historically is proven before America, before you have Canada, before you have France. We're going ancient time, like 3,000 years ago, prehistory, history, when the archaeologists start to find pieces of equipment, say, oh, look at some equipment I found. This is interesting. And then historian came, they write about it. How do we know those stories? Because generation from generation to, I'm going really fast in like 2 minutes, and then I don't want to talk a lot because I'm
No, go ahead, man. You got time. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, sir. So from generation to generation, okay, what we're talking about, this is history. This is fact. This is not opinion, not my opinion, not your opinion. This is straight up history. Okay, so generation after generation, that's how we know our previous generation had the lifestyle they have. I wasn't born in America. How do I know about Martin Luther King? I came here, I take a class, I learn, I go to the library, I go to school, and I learn for how the America get started, all the president of America. That's how I have the knowledge. The book was written, manuscript and stuff. That's how we know. So it's a fact. So if we have to look at where we came from. The brother that was talking, I'm not against him. I'm not against him. I was just doing my stuff because I like the subject. It's really interesting, and it is the current subject. Like I'm writing a piece of a scholar. I'm doing a deep research on to educate my people because we have to know our story. A group of people who do not know their story will repeat the same thing again. If you don't know where you came from, if you can be brainwashed easily, and you can fall into anyone's lies. Whoever rule you, they make a crazy story for you, but you don't know a true story, and you're not interested to learn because we've been brainwashed since slavery. When we came from Africa, when they went in Africa, the Catholic Church, because you have to understand, how did America started? These people were a group of people who were trying to get freedom from the king of England. That's why they spread. These people, they got money too. They got, they spread all around the world. They come to America in search of freedom. That's how it started. They were trying to get the freedom from England. So that's how America started. When they come, they meet the Indian, then the Indian teach them and start from going there. When they want to build America, and the Indian were dying, so they go back in Africa in search of people to work the land, because that was a good business at the time. At that time, not right now. Because why now we have invention from the 1950s, things are easier for us. But we've been brainwashed, black people, because when they take us from Africa, we have what we call polygyny. Men marry, multiply a lot of women. Okay, it could be 2, it could be 3, it could be 4. Okay, so when they take us, remember they force us Christianity. Remember, Christianity is not a religion. Christianity is not a religion, because when you say Christian, you see the Catholic Church, you see all the Protestant, different denomination Protestant, like Adventist, Anglican Church, Baptist Church, Seventh Adventist Church. They all the names are synonym. So they all are Christian, including Catholic Vatican, which is the one who had the Bible at the time, because the Bible doesn't come from the West. The Bible comes from the East side in the world. Matter of fact, Jesus Christ was born in Palestine, in those areas. So when these people have power, they went there and they research, they find the Bible. When they find those documents, and they like, you know what the Catholic priest did? They keep the Bible, and they tell people, like, they use the Bible to brainwash people. They didn't want black people the slave to read, because if you know how to read, if you're happy to have the Bible, you're gonna see the truth. They want to keep the Bible. That was the goal. But one person said, that's not the truth. I cannot let the Catholic Church and treat people like that. So he goes, he write a book. His name is Martin Luther, and he write the book. He said, no, guys, I don't have to give you money to go to heaven. You have to, if I sin, if my friend die, you have to give you some type of money. You pray for their soul and then go to heaven. I don't see that in the Bible. And they tell him, let me try to wrap it up. I don't want to talk a lot. And he told them, I'm doing this opening to get to the point, to the polygyny. So the right term is polygyny. Polygamy, they also add the women too, which is not that the world got populated. It's the men with multiple wives, not a woman with multiple men. Because you know naturally the nature of the woman is monogamous. A woman cannot. Okay, a woman with 5 guys in the house. Guess what? You have intercourse with them. Only one can pregnant you. You can get pregnant by one. Switch it around. You see how long we take for the woman with 5 guys to populate the world? Nah, it doesn't work. A man with 5 women, they all 5 can get pregnant in one night. See? Now you see, 5 women get 5 women get pregnant by what? By one man.
Okay. Danny, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Because I hear that argument a lot. What difference does it make that you can impregnate 5 women in one night and one woman can still have sex? She can still have sex with 5 different men in one night, but only one can actually impregnate her.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
What difference does that make?
The major difference is the fact that, just to prove, now naturally speaking, is the men the men populate the world. Is to support the idea, to show you the world. I say that to support the main idea, the fact that the world get populated as a result. Remember, as a result of polygyny, a man marry 2 or more wives. Okay, that's what it means. A man, not a woman. A man married 2 or more wives. The past, that's how it was in the past. That's how. Matter of fact, Asia, Africa, the Middle East, all those sections, Philippines, even in the Caribbean, all of those people, those countries, polygyny. Even in America, polygyny still practice. But the way it practice, though, it causes problem because you have people having 2, 3 kids. Guy have 2 kids with 2, 3 women, and that's very popular in America. Even though we're not legally, the state doesn't support it. The main reason is they want to control you. They also depopulation agenda. Imagine me, I have 2 women. Let's say America allow men to marry two wives. Do you know that the community will be powerful? You're gonna be less. We're gonna have less women with kids with no father. So if 3 of us, imagine if 3 of us, I got 2 wives in America. I'm married in the court system. I make $50,000. Second wife, my 2 other wife, each of them makes $50,000. That's $150,000 right now. And then we invest in on top of that. So you don't need food stamp. You don't need, what again? You don't need help from the government. You can afford your insurance. You can have a life insurance. You have a ton of money. Imagine we're getting raised, we're getting better, the men getting raised, or the men end up doing 2 jobs. Let's go. Now we're making $200,000, 3 people working. Even one is not working, that's fine. There's no wash. The 2 are making part-time, I'm in full-time. I'm giving you the idea. So you see, everything we're being kind of crushed because I don't think the government want that to happen. It's control. The main goal is control. But I'm not against monogamy. I'm not against it. I want people not to deny the issue. The African issue is polygyny. It is not monogamy. Monogamy was introduced by the Catholic Church.
Danny, I got other people on the panel, so you got to wrap it up, man. You got to wrap it up.
I want to say one last thing, and I leave. I want to say one last thing, and I'm leaving. The last thing is.
Hey, please don't leave when you're done finished, because I would like to respond to you. Please don't leave.
Sure. The last thing is what I mentioned in the Bible. If you go in those countries, they don't do monogamy. Polygamy they do. A men have multiple wives. From the beginning of before Jesus was there, the ancient time, if you read the Bible from Genesis to Apocalypse, after Jesus come, they still like that. And do you know who trying to introduce monogamy and stuff with the feminism crap in all around the world? It's America now. We know it. When they say we're gonna give you democracy, open a school for women, then they're gonna say, well, you don't need no men. The government give you this, give you that. They tried that in Afghanistan, they failed. Other country they failed, but that was the goal, to spread it. But I'm finished with this. Before I leave, even though you guys the only reason because you born in this culture, you when I'm wrapping it up. 1 minute, I'm wrapping it up. I promise, I'm not saying one more.
Okay, brother.
1 minute, one sentence. So the only reason we guys kind of brainwashed because you don't know the true story. You don't go way back to the true story. Remember when monogamy given to you, I'm living by the Catholic slave masters. They were forcing you into. They give you Christianity wrong. They lie, and you know what the master used to do? Take all the beautiful young black girl, spread the family apart. The master is doing polygyny. He got a wife and he's begging you over whoever wife he wants. He take them and put the black men walk into slavery. Matter of fact, he didn't want you to read. It's because after a lot of fight, now we have the Bible, we know the truth, and then we can hold the Bible, we know the truth, things change. But monogamy is to control the population. I'm finishing. All countries that practice polygamy, they have less divorce than America, than any country that practice monogamy.
He's still closing.
South America, lowest divorce rate than Canada and United States.
Oh, God.
Lowest divorce rate than Canada and United States. Matter of fact, in Nigeria right now, and Nigerians in America, they are educated too. They have the lowest rate of divorce, 0.3%. Google it. Monogamy is a joke, and most monogamy relationship does not work. Most monogamy relationship do not work, even in church, outside the church. Thank you. I'm done.
Danny, hang tight, brother. Hang tight because.
No, I'm just excited. I'm not.
Yeah, it's fine.
I like that subject.
He said he's excited.
Let me tell you, because.
No, I am. I'm fine. I love this subject.
No, Danny. It's all fine. It's all fine. But look, when we're on a panel like this,
okay.
we got so many
Well,
people.
we just went to a war room right now.
Right. Hold on. So when we got a panel like this, and we got so many people, we got to wrap up we got to wrap it up real quick because we got other people that want to talk, and then they may want to respond to you, like Great Pill wants to respond to you, and so we got to show you that we can't have 20-minute answers.
I'm just excited. Sorry.
That's right. And we glad to have you here, brother. We glad to have you. Okay, so let's move over to Great Pill, Wally, then Marcus, right, and then the one who's been pushing this whole poly thing.
If I have no question, I'm leaving because I'm at work right now. If any question, if no, I'm leaving and I'm just watching you guys.
Okay, brother. We appreciate you, man. Do you stay?
Nobody have a question?
No, I really don't have a question. I wanted to again.
I leave and watch
Sir, can you hear me?
I'm listening.
Okay, cool. Number one, let's work on the listening part. That's lesson number one. Thank you for having me up here to give give my perspective, and that's what I'm coming with. I appreciate your passion for what you're saying, and this is just me as an individual. I come from the life coming up as sometime the goose isn't good enough for the gander, and what I mean by that is I personally can care less if was working for Von Bryant and his message that he so perfectly spoken for his lifestyle, which pretty much proved to himself and maybe his God and maybe prove it to me, because guess what? I'm not married. I am single. Okay. I'm in that dating lifestyle. From people like that gives me a good example like Von Bryant, for me, that tells me, hey, I want to be in his position, because clearly it's working for him. Now, I'm not going to knock the men that has multiple wives, but the stuff that you're saying, that's for selective individuals. And I'm speaking over here in the West, because you keep talking about people in the Philippines, people in these other countries, and clearly you're not here in the States, and very obvious you're not indoctrinated in here in the West into this culture that we got here. Because it's a greedy society. Everybody's not greedy like like most, but it's a greedy country we live in. With that being said, you are right about one point. You say, hey, because you're talking about the numbers. Hey, if I get 2 wives and we're both making 80K and 100K, and something happens to me and my wife can pick up, that's ideal. But the vetting process that is so large and so timely and so much of inconvenience is crazy. You will have to go to a different country to actually have multiple wives that has careers and degrees that understands the mindset that you're coming from. And it's a proven fact. There is a guy out there that has 9 wives. They have big careers, dentists, doctors, lawyers, all that good stuff. And the only reason they love this man because he's a good dude and he has his own career too. Now, you also right about another thing you said about the men. You gave the fact about, hey, you know, what if the 5 women in the house and a man, you know, just proving my point that the man can have so many kids, have so many wives pregnant, blah, blah, blah. Now reverse the roles. Again, you're 100% right with that too. But guess what happened with that? It's called fucking responsibility here in the States. In other countries, more so often than this country, when a man plant seeds to multiple women, and we do have the men, sir. They call, excuse my language, they call fuck boys. They're called irresponsible men. They're called the quote unquote the cum dumpsters. We do have those. All right, whether it's the Latino community, was the Black community, and it's another one out there. But we're pretty much the top 2 when it's pretty much having multiple babies all over the place, quote unquote the nuclear family. But unfortunately, we do not put responsibility on ourselves as that man that can go around. I can go door to door and bust nuts and all type of women. Yeah, I can do it. Great. Yay for me. I can do it. But guess what? I still got to bear responsibility for my child. Me just having kids, doesn't mean anything. So I think we can kind of throw that out the window unless you actually can afford them and actually can take responsibility of those children. Those men should be the only ones to speak up on that, because I know daggone well I'm cheap. I'm broke and busy. I cannot afford a child, let alone 3 to 5 children to be talking about run around and popping one. That doesn't sound logical for me. I'm gonna keep my 40 to 50K single dude. Now, if I happen to find a good woman and she's making either equal to me, we got 80 in, or if I elevate a little bit more, get the 60 plus and she got 60 plus, guess what? That's a good time for us. But I'm not going to come out my mouth and have that same mindset like, oh, I can have 5 other women. And it doesn't work like that, sir. You got to be the boss to pay for the cost. That's what they say here. The last one, because it was a lot. So next time I know if I come back on here, sir, I got to take me a pencil and and pad. So I'll remember that next time. Thank you.
What's up, Great Phil?
Hey, appreciate you, man. Also, I think it was something y'all at the beginning. If somebody, a little bit of what Von Brian said, and I think you touched base on a little bit. If it's just not panels, because we're talking a little bit about religious aspect. Okay, cool. All right, I'm back. So when we're talking about religious aspects, you're 100% right in that. I think people do need to take the understanding and try to understand the scriptures, whether it's yours or mine, but also understand too. And this is also in fact, it's man-made, unless Jesus himself came down and actually individually hand everybody a Bible or the angels, then we can take that per word. But what I do, and I think Von Brian does too, if there's positive scriptures and positive message, because I don't think there's nothing really negative in quote unquote said Bible, unless you're trying to pick apart it. If there's a positive message from that, take that and run with it. Okay. That's what I try to do on platforms or people's perspectives or other people's opinions. If I don't have to agree to what the people on the panel saying, I don't have to agree to what the chat, because at the end of the day, I live my life for me. See how strong I put that in there? For me. But if somebody like Von Barter, somebody like the host of this channel is bringing out a positive message, let's say, for example, hey, let me look for the less fortunate. Let me donate and put some money into that. That's something I personally gravitate towards. So now you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna start looking more into his channel. I'm gonna start investing more of my time into that. You know what I'm saying? So we have to understand that possibility too. Let's try to pick the positive from it and move from it. But if you catch some negative, the extra passion that you're pushing out there is more of, for me, is more of a pushback, clap back. Hey, this is right, this is wrong. But if you pick apart everything you just said, go back on the replay, dissect it, it comes off a little bit, hey, I'm trying to teach you the better way and not the right way. my perspective is I'm hearing everybody what they're saying. I'm taking apart the positive of the perspective, but I'm understanding the cost of what everybody is saying. If you're telling me 5 kids, okay, then you telling me I need to hustle more. If Von Bryant telling me, hey, I got a successful marriage, 21 years, okay, cool. Sir, how did you get that? How did you get that's there? Let me learn from you. So I'll leave it from there. Next time I'll just bring a pencil and paper. Thank you.
All right, brother. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate
Amen.
you. Okay, now before I go to Wally, we're gonna go to Wally and then Marcus. But Danny, did you want to respond to any of that?
Yeah, I want to respond and then I leave. Then I watch you guys after. Everything the gentleman said, I'm not disagreeing with nothing, and I'm not promoting the idea that oh my God, everybody need to have 2 or more wives, even though you cannot care of it. But in which we do know, naturally speaking, even though we said we're doing monogamy, but most of us men and women we sleep with multiple people from age 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, because we got the energy, we're fighting with it, and we say, I'll wait. I should wait when I get a degree, master degree, and I'll get married. But the idea of marriage is for sexual pleasure. Guess what? And
yeah, but how you know they want to get married though?
And we end up smashing a lot of time.
How do you know they want to get married though?
Well, I'm not saying they want to get married. Well, that was the idea. Most women would like to get married, sir. I would put it this way: most women, not all, but most women
do not want to get married. So that's where we have to divide that conversation. There's women that do, and there's women that don't. There's men that do, and there's men that don't.
I've watched thousands of videos on social media. Most women they would somehow one day to get married.
And I watched out, and I can argue, and I can also argue. I can also argue there's 1,000 women that want to have hot girl summers. I can also argue there's 1,000 videos, TikTok videos, that women want to have hot girl summers and okay to be single.
I don't want to talk about those feminists.
Let's let him.
Thank you for that point.
Hold on, Danny.
They want to get married, but they bashing guys.
Hold on, Danny. Let him finish. And then you can respond to him because I think he's at work, man. We don't want the brother to get
okay.
So let's let him.
Let me finish. Yeah. So what I was saying,
he's in his kitchen.
I'm not on the break room.
Stop him.
I am not against the brother, anything he said. And I'm not against all I'm doing. I am emphasizing the history. I don't want you guys to ignore it because I don't want nobody to get brainwashed. Because we know how we got here in America. We know the story. And since we know the story, all I need acknowledgement. Okay. You can do whatever you want to do. You go and do it with one wife. That's fine. Nothing wrong. All men got option, and I want 2 women. I'm gonna have 2 women. I don't need the court system to live. No, many people do it. Nick Cannon is doing it. Why? Because he can afford it. Didn't he marry before? Yeah, he married before Mariah Carey. Very superstar. And you have to listen what he says. I'll bring 2. I was not happy, man. I don't have intercourse and most marriage, and then monogamy, they become sexless, and the woman control you. You emasculate. That's very popular. Let's be honest. That's very popular. Me. Anybody can do whatever they want. I'm just one of guys. We are we know the history. We know how this is the brainwash. This is what happened to us in slavery. This is the modern day. You want to follow government? Go ahead, follow them. Go ahead, go get married in the court and see what happened to men who married before in the court. The divorce rate is high. 70% chance your marriage will end in divorce. It doesn't mean yours will, but 70% chance. There's more divorces wherever it's going. So people can do whatever they want to do. Me get married 2 women. Without the court system, all of us working, we live in peace. I know 2 kids, so I'm gonna control everything. I make 50, one make 50, the other 50, $150,000. We don't listen, we do nothing, total freedom. We buy our house, we live in peace. And everybody can do whatever they want to do. Go ahead, good luck. But me, I know I'm not gonna have sexless relationship. I'm too tired. I have to suffer myself, masturbate. No, I'm not gonna do that, man. That's me. Thank you, guys. So 2 women. I'm good.
Danny, you're welcome.
I don't need
to
the
come back.
System. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome to come back, but I got to get these other brothers. I got to let them.
Yeah, guys. Thank you. I'll be in the live and watching. Thank you very much, guys, for taking me. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. I'm the captain now.
You're always welcome.
Good debater. Thank you, guys.
It was good having that, brother. But are you able to donate to the cause, brother?
Oh, I will donate. Definitely, man. I'm gonna donate.
Yeah, did you get the Cash App? Because it's in the chat. The Cash App is in the chat. We're trying to do something for the children out here.
I support. Now I give more than
Start
that.
small and work ourselves up big.
You know what
Come
I'm gonna
on,
do?
man,
You know
be a
what I'm
part
gonna
of
do,
it.
man? I'm gonna start a loan shark business, and I'm gonna take Von Bryant with me. Von Bryant ain't no joke, man.
See, you
Von
wrong,
Bryant ain't no
man.
joke, man. I forgot we was raising money, man. Von Bryant is like,
Hey, I'm trying to
that's all
help.
good, brother. All of that, yeah. But are you gonna donate to the cause, Danny? Danny, are you gonna
Definitely,
donate?
100%.
Okay, brother. When you can let us know, brother. Okay,
Yeah,
that's brother Danny.
yeah, I'll just be
Appreciate
under
you,
the
man.
live. How about
Appreciate
you
you,
guys?
bro.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you, brother.
Peace
Thank you.
out.
Keep up the
All right,
good
man.
work.
That's Danny G. All right.
Yes.
All right.
guys.
So this is what I'm gonna do, fellas, because I know Great Pill has some more to respond to Danny. So I'm gonna let him respond, and then we're gonna straight to Wally and straight to Marcus. All right. So Great Pill, did you want to respond, or you want to just pass the turn over, or what?
Yeah, hit the clock. Hit the clock. I'm ready.
All right. I will, brother. Okay.
All right, cool. Hey, so again, I'm just gonna speak to the viewers. A lot of the stuff he's saying is real. It's out there. But the problem with that situation, the stuff that he's saying, the dynamic. Hey, let me have 2 wives, right? I got to level myself up because my idea, my goal is to have 2 wives. So the picture he just painted was, I'm gonna have 2 wives. One's gonna be making triple digits of income. The second one will be making triple digit income, and I'll be making the stuff. But at the same time, I'm gonna dictate the rules, what goes in my life. Now, if that's for you, go ahead and great. That's fine. Nobody's
Big
not
pimping.
arguing. But understand where you're coming from in that lifestyle that you're doing that. And I'm speaking for the ladies on that one. Men, if you want that type of rotation in your life, remember, again, is this not as a man, you know for yourself, heck, 40K for your lifestyle, depending on what state you're living in. You might be busting your butt for 12 to 16 hours, but you know daggone well if you're making 60 plus a year, you know the sacrifices you have to do for that. You might be a business owner, you might be a career builder. So you cannot have that much time and energy invested in 2 career-driven women. Because what they're gonna do. Now he threw a little bit of the splash saying, hey, in the country, in this great country that we're living in. So we already know when you introduce to other lifestyles, other cultures, because there's a lot of cultures in this state, in this country, it happens. Mexican, Filipinos, Japanese, Latino, everybody. Shout out to all the great cultures out there. But you're gonna have some kind of influence on you. All right. So that's something that he didn't understand in that part. So the last one, be very wary, even if you're because he was saying something about outside the country. If you go outside another country and you know it's not yours, please be smart enough and just do the homework. Okay. Where you got a buddy that went, try to take that advantage and just so he can show you around. If you've been networking with fellow expats there and you got a good feel for this brother or sister and you kind of meet up with them. Myself, I would say, hey, do your homework on one place, get a hotel for like a month or 2, and then kind of slowly venture out, but still make that home base. Don't rent no place out. Don't find some hottie on WhatsApp and all these little funny apps because they will swindle you. Over here, we say a big button smile. Over there is always the eyes and a voice that will get you every time. Oh my gosh, she's an angel. She's an angel. No, she's not. That probably the devil, the blue dress on. Okay. That's probably what it is. So again, for the men, be strong, level up, just be wise about decisions you make. For the women, also be smart and be wise decisions you make. Nobody's not going to judge you because that's what you want for you. But also at the same time, people are still going to judge you if you're doing good. God bless.
Wow. That was awesome. That was awesome. And he made it right to the end too. I mean, made his point. Wow.
Yeah, see, he's a person that talks a lot for a living.
Yeah, but he has something to say though.
yeah, right. You hit all the
that
points.
part right there.
All right, y'all. I've been making Wally wait for a long time, and Marcus, and so I gotta get Wally on it, and then I gotta get Marcus into the mix. Wally,
Marcus, you want to go first or what?
Huh? No, you can go, bro. I'm gonna remember. Right. I'm not gonna forget what I'm gonna say. I know my shit. Right. I'm sorry.
I guess that wasn't an insult.
No, it was because of the chat earlier, and then something else.
All right. So what you got?
At this point, yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I don't even know where we're going with this anymore. Like, okay, so where are we going with this again? Like, what was the question?
We were talking about
based upon Danny G.
Huh?
So what was the a question you made about Danny G's question? I mean, well, statement.
Well, what I wanted to ask him I'll wait for him. When he's back, I'll bring him. I ask him directly. But one of the questions I was going to ask him was, why do you? I've been asking somebody on the panel, but they still haven't answered me. Why won't this work in general? Right? Why won't this work in general? Right? Because I know that some people have their religious feelings, right? They have a religious feeling. The spirituality will has them in a position where they feel like that's not for me, right? Or that's not going to work based on my view, my values, right? Okay, so there's that group of people, but I'm saying the majority of us don't really feel that way. The majority of us are not going to do this for a number of reasons. But what are the main reasons? Let's say one or two reasons that you believe that like if this was even possible to help the country slow down crime and slow down loneliness and self-deletion and all of these other problems that come along with people trying to do a lot on their own, why won't we even explore this? What's going on besides the obvious religious standpoints?
Oh, well, here's the other obvious financial reasons. Who has enough money for a mansion? Raise your hands.
He just said that Danny G just said that you can multiply your income by 3. Now you got 3 people making over $100,000 a year, right?
I don't know. It sounds pimpish to me, but
I'm sorry. Last time I checked, these women said that they want the man to lead, right? So the man has to make that money.
Okay, I'm done.
You know, Vaughn is like Patrice with Nathan, right? You start talking about polygyny, Niagara Falls. Slowly I turn, right? Easy, Vaughn. Easy.
I come in peace. I come in peace, man. I truly do.
All right, man, Vaughn is a good dude, man. So I will tease him a lot. Okay, Wally. So basically, the man said, "Hey, you can. It's all good. It's all upside, Wally. You can increase your income. You can increase the amount of people you're having sex with. You got all your kids right there. Hey."
But notice what he also said, though. He said out of the country, not in America. See, that's the one part. Don't think I forgot now.
Right.
Yeah, I remember those parts. So that's just one of the bigger things out there. It's like, yeah, it's different outside, but in America, it's a whole different battlefield. So no, it's not going to go down. It's just not. And another thing to what he said earlier, saying, well, in the Bible, they showed, hey, multiple people in religious times were married to multiple wives. But notice one thing, though. You look at that time and you look at this time, what's the biggest difference? Back then, they were doing that based upon the simplicity of just more of caring for one another. It wasn't built upon riches, all that other extra stuff. But in this time frame, it's all built upon finances and riches and where you stand upon and everything else of that nature. It's just not the same. Now, in most cases, they're not. You look at the outside world other than America and look at other third world countries and you say, well, they're able to do it. Well, then my thing is, you say that's based upon their religion and all, or neither based upon their foundations or whatever like that. But my thing is, but those all come with a lot of preconditional stuff because all those are all subjective. They're not like something that's like, oh, okay, well, the woman has an option. No, she really don't. That woman don't have that option to just sit there and say, oh, well, I'm going to be in this polygamous relationship. Most of those, like, especially when you're talking about the women's of Afghanistan and around that area, most of those women don't even have that option. 9 times out of 10, they just look at it as it's neither they're offered based upon their wealth system, and then from that standpoint, that family with that family are connected together to keep the wealth strong and stable. It's not because, oh, well, their daughter and their son, they were around this time frame and they were hanging out and doing all this, and the next thing you know, they fall in love with each other. No, it was about structure, finance, and a bigger picture.
That it, Wally?
I'm done. Yeah, that's
All
it.
right, thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. All right, we got Marcus coming up, and then after Marcus, we're gonna do closing remarks, y'all.
Marcus.
What's up, Vaughn?
And
How's everybody
What's up,
doing?
brother Marcus? What's up, man?
Then we're gonna.
Oh, here we go. This is better than before.
What we're gonna do is we're gonna find out how Vaughn really feels about all this.
Oh man.
All right, y'all. Let me get the screen right, man. Let's see. I thought I did everything right. Oh, I gotta take Wally out. Okay, let me take you out, Wally, out of that fool.
Of course.
Okay. Okay, let me take this down. Okay, let me take this. What's happening here? Well, you can start, Marcus, and then I'll bring you back. I'll
Yeah, no
fix it.
problem. I'm just gonna say, how's everybody doing today? I hope y'all are doing good. Shout out to Bro Clarence for letting me up on the panel.
Of course, always, brother.
You know, I appreciate everybody's perspective. I personally have never practiced polygamy, or as other men said, polygyny. Yeah, I think everybody just hit it on the money for what everybody was saying. Like, it's gonna take time. It's gonna take patience. It's gonna take understanding. It's also gonna understand too with whatever your belief is, right? Whether it's a religious doctrine or just a way of your preference of sensuality and relationship lifestyle. So that's always important to look at. It's just that in the West, it's more focused on monogamy or monogamous relationships in general, as opposed to having multiple partners, multiple wives. And the same way that people can say they want to have a hot girl summer, there's a certain amount of women that want to get married, or they want to have both. And it's just going to come down to what you're willing to sacrifice for. Because if you're going to be having a successful job, career, but you want to have a family, especially multiple partners, multiple wives, later down the line, you're going to have multiple kids. I know the other gentleman that left, Danny, he brought up Nick Cannon, but there's even people saying that he doesn't make time. This isn't confirmed or alleged, but this is what has been said around the atmosphere, the Twitter sphere, and the internet and stuff. So, they're saying that he doesn't get to see all the kids, especially because he has like 10 kids now, if I'm not mistaken, around there. And
yeah.
So all those kids, yeah, and those are all those kids, and some of them say that some of the baby mamas say that he's not there for the kids, or he doesn't see them as much because of his schedule, and knowing that he works apart from that channel program for MTV. I think he owns a stake or shareholder in it, so it's tough. So it's not for everybody, and I don't think it's meant for majority of people. I think it's meant for a small, minute number of people to be able to uphold that lifestyle. But I'm still going to respect it, though. I'm not going to talk down on it, just like I don't think anybody else has down here on the panel. So if you want it, just know what you're asking for. But you got to vet, and you got to ask questions, and you got to be open about it and honest. That's about it, though.
All right, brother Marcus, appreciate you. All right, so y'all, man, we're gonna go around the room. Everybody's gonna give some closing remarks, man. I think you guys all did a great job today. Even brother Danny, appreciate him coming through, man. Okay, so we're gonna get some closing remarks, y'all, and we're gonna get out of here. Okay, so let me start with the Great Pill and work across the room.
All right,
Great Pill, are you
cool.
there?
Yeah, yes, sir, I am.
Okay.
Yeah, Marcus pretty much hit it home, but I'll touch base again. If it works for you, that's fine. Just know what you're getting into. Just take the time out to invest wisely in a situation that you want best for your circumstance. It was something that the gentleman said. He keep going back in the past. Let's just say 5 years ago. Life, we'll say every 10 years, because every 10 years is always phases in life. So 10 years ago is one way, another 10 years ago is another way. Go fit back 50 years ago. Things is always changing. So if you going back all the way back to the Roman days and the Catholic days and all this good stuff, yeah, that's great. That was fun for them. But guess what? The world we're living in now, we got media, YouTube, television, people instantly traveling. Heck, we're on YouTube now where we actually see and witnessing people either beefing or dating or trying to get married online. And that's a real thing. It's moving at a pace where we didn't move that fast back in the 1950s or the early 1900s and then the 1860s. It wasn't. Things changing. I'm not making an excuse, and he's 100% right. Yes, everything he said, that's what happened in the past. But guess what's happening now? So that doesn't negate anything else. So just be careful and cautious because of the fact we're moving so fast of the situation that's current now. So, and I'll leave it like that.
Right on, brother. Thank you, Great Pill Podcast. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much. I'm gonna pull you down, brother, and I appreciate everybody that came on the panel. I never, we never really talked, but man, I seen you around the internet. Shout out to you, brother. If you haven't already subscribed to the Great Pill Podcast, is that the name of your channel, brother?
Yes.
Yes, sir. My name is Angelus, by the way. So good to meet you.
Good to meet you, my brother. Okay, if you haven't already subscribed to the Great Pill Podcast, go on over and check out the Great Pill Podcast and subscribe to them and see if that's the kind of content you will. Okay, I thought somebody cashed at me. Sorry about that. I was about to get all excited again. Go see it. Go see
it's coming, brother. Don't worry, it's coming.
It's coming, right? I believe that, Bond. I believe that. Okay,
I'm trying to post my brother's. I'm trying to post his channel in the chat.
Oh, okay, yeah, please.
Yeah, I just have to look for it.
If you haven't already subscribed to the Great Pill Podcast, go on over there and check them out and see if that's the kind of content you can get down with. Thank you, Great Pill Podcast. Appreciate you, man. I'm gonna pull you down, brother. Appreciate you, man. All right, that was the Great Pill Podcast. All right, let's get Wally, then Marcus, and then we'll ask Vaughn how he really feels about the polygamy situation.
Oh Lord!
Oh God!
Hey, well,
oh man!
And Vaughn is a good dude, man. I don't mess with you unless you're a good dude, man. All right, so who was that for? Oh, that was Great Pill. All right, so stop that. Okay, Wally, man, what's your closing remarks, man? What's your
my closing remarks is as simple as that. Thanks for letting me up. Pretty interesting conversation of this whole thing of polygamy, because I know it gets talked around here and there, even though we all know where it all ends up. Other than that, I will say this. It's just like what everyone else says. If it fits you, if it works out, hey, by all means, have fun. And if it doesn't, well, you better work within your options. Other than that, for all the good people that are listening, please remember to always remember there's a good mission out here being done that needs to be done out here. We need to support these kids. Let's get to that goal. Let's get to that goal. Salute.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you, man.
Awesome.
All right, Wally, I'm gonna pull you down, man. Thank you, brother.
Right, Wally.
No problem. I'm out.
All right, Wally, you have a channel, by the way?
Yes, he does. I posted that in the chat
you
as
posted
well.
It out there already? Okay, good.
Yes.
Because I didn't even, a lot of
Wealth
these guys
Talk.
come up
It's
here. I
called
didn't even
Wealth
know
Talk
they got
Production.
Okay,
Wealth,
you know what?
Wealth Talk Production.
Vaughn, I'm used to the regulars coming up here, and so I don't even know. I might not even know that the cat have a channel unless I see.
Well, you're going to get new people, man. What do you expect?
I see. That's what
look what you're doing. You're doing great things. So,
man, all of us, everybody over here, man. All right, brother Marcus, you know we're raising money for these kids, right, Marcus?
Oh yeah, for the backpacks, right?
For the backpacks, brother. So if you can cash app or donate, that's fine.
I got
brother.
you.
Or you can pledge. Maybe you say, Brother Clarence, I don't have the money today. You can pledge. You can pledge some money. And as long
is that like Monopoly, like an IOU?
Yeah, it's an IOU, brother. But I know you well enough that I know that you're not gonna give me an IOU that's gonna bounce all over the floor, right?
Definitely not. No,
be good, right?
I'm gonna leave you straight to collect call. That's it.
I love that. I like that. Now, there's a lot of honesty in that right
you got
there.
an IOU for Marcus too? You mean you got yeah? We get all these IOUs for Marcus.
Hey, you can't fault my brother right there. You can't
He
fault
said
him now.
this number is no longer in service.
I call it. They say Marcus who?
Oh yeah, exactly. Yep. Never was. I never was here. No, I'll definitely cash app you. I don't mind it. You know, problem. It's a good cause. So
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you, man.
yeah, no, it's a good conversation. I know it's like I'm looking out for somebody else in these YouTube streets. I thought they was gonna pop up. You know who it is? Rhymes with Canadian born or is Canadian born. My bad. Oops.
Maybe Canadian born. You know what I mean?
Because every time, if he catches that word in these YouTube streets, he jumps in. He'll talk longer than Danny G. So
yeah,
you gotta be careful.
I've seen him do it. Actually. You know, I was going to mention him in the conversation because he definitely had something to say about, these, sister wives.
Yep.
Yeah.
And, and believe me, his opinion is definitely contrary. You see what I'm saying? Even
Vaughn,
to his culture. So
Vaughn,
at least that's what I've heard him say.
Vaughn, everybody's not open-minded like you, Vaughn. Everybody's not open-minded like you.
Yeah, Vaughn.
Shout out to Canadian born.
Yeah, shout out to
Canadian
CBN's Tech
Canadian
Talks.
born Nigerian.
Shout out to Danny
That's
G,
right.
by the way.
Mhm.
Strong performance from Danny G.
Yeah.
Strong performance from the Great Deal. But I'm gonna get to everybody in the I'm gonna get to everybody in the rundown. I get to everybody in the rundown. All right, so Marcus, what you got for us, man?
I mean, it's a good conversation, you know. And I saw y'all live a while ago. It's just I wanted to squeeze some time to come in here and show some support. Hit the like button, leave a comment, hit the Cash App for a good cause.
Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate
you. And it's called preferences for a reason. It's called knowing what you're agreeing to. You know, as long as you know what you're agreeing to, you're cool with it, and you love it, and you support that lifestyle. It is for you. Certain countries, they don't share the same outlooks as America, right? And certain things aren't allowed in other countries. Certain things are frowned upon in other countries, right? That we allow here in America. But certain things are allowed that Americans, I know for sure, would love to have in America. But it's not going to happen. Not going to happen. There's a lot of money to be made. You know, they rather have a lot more monogamous households where it's one person, one woman, one man, the taxes and stuff. And that's a whole nother spiel. But, basically, do what works for you. You will get no judgment from me. It's unique lifestyle. For me, I think it'd just be like sometimes a little too much to handle, especially if you're looking at having one woman and then you may have a kid. You have your job to focus on, and among other hobbies, if you want a hobby and stuff, which you probably won't have time for a lot of times.
Yes.
So it's just like I used to be able to hang out with the boys more often and play basketball or go to the gym even more often than before, but now it's like a tight schedule, stuff like that. So, it's a give and take, but other than that, just hit the Cash App, please, if you have any, or as Brother Clarence said, pledge. Also, like, share, and subscribe, leave a comment for the algorithm. And peace out to everybody who came up here too, Wally, Great Pill, Danny G, Vaughn Bryant, and of course, Brother Clarence for letting me from the panel. With that being said, y'all have a happy Sunday. Be safe. And I'm out.
Appreciate you, Brother Marcus. Thank you, man. I'm going to pull you down, man. And by the way, thank you for all the stuff you did for Jay over there at his channel, man, keeping his channel running while he was on vacation, man.
Oh, yeah, most definitely.
Strong.
Thank you.
Strong, man. Appreciate you, brother. All right, I'm going to pull you down, Marcus. All right. And then there was two.
Two Negrosauruses.
All right, brother. What you got for us, man? Because I'm still confused about your position. No, I'm just playing. I'm just messing with you, man.
You're still up in the air about where I'm coming from, right?
I don't know if you made it clear enough for us, man. No, man. I think I ain't got that hard of a head. I got a hard head, but I ain't got that hard of a head.
Wow.
I think I got the message, but overall, brother, what'd you think about the stream, man? Did we do it?
The stream was awesome, man. But the thing that was definitely missing, on this Sunday was absolutely Rico. You know what I'm saying? So we can't negate the fact that his presence was missed.
Yes. Yes.
You know, because you know he has a way of taking the conversation a whole different. You know,
Yes.
you know his perspective is like it goes and it comes and you know he does a lot of things. So and very entertaining as well.
I got to carry an extra filter for him, man. Yeah. Yeah. Rico has no filter at all.
Man, great. Listen, great stream, great topic. I didn't know how we were going to approach it, you know, because we spoke about this, you know, definitely last night during the fundraiser. And, you know, like, what do I say different than what I said last night? You know, and there's nothing different that I need to say from last night because that's, you know, that's my opinion concerning the topic, you know, but I gained a lot. I learned a lot. And I learned a lot about the people that I come in contact with, you know, those who were on the panel. I learned a lot about how they think and what their perspectives are. And so I like that, you know, and I'm all for that. I'm all for engaging and having conversation. You know what I'm saying? Because I gained something from it. You know, even this topic right here, even though I know I'm a little flat-footed on, you know, my stance on it, you know, and but at the same time, you know, if I came off in any type of way where, you know, and I know, and I do know, and I want to just make this clear that I do know that this topic is based on some people's actual religion. You see what I'm saying? And so I don't want to really disrespect anybody's religion. I know I made the comment about, you know, it's similar to pimpism and stuff like that. So, you know, excuse me for those type of comments, you know, but at the same time, I have to respect, you know, other people's beliefs. You see what I'm saying? So in that regard, you know, I will retract, you know, maybe one statement that I made concerning the topic, you know, but at the same time, when we do it in this culture here in America, and we have several different women who are bringing in income and they bring it all home to us, we you know, we definitely acquired a name for that. We have a name for that. So, but anyway, if it's the religion aspect of it all, you know, hey, everybody's entitled to their beliefs. You know what I'm saying? So, but very interesting conversation. You know, glad to be a part of it again. I didn't know where it was going to go, and it went all kind of. Actually, it went all kind of ways. You know, but I appreciate it because each direction that the conversation took was very informative to me, especially regarding the people that I frequent in this space. So now I know what you think. I know the opinion of the Great Pill. I know the opinion of Wally. I understand, you know, different individuals that were on the platform today. It put me in a place to understand them better.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so that's a good thing. That's a good thing. But yeah. Thank you, Brother Clarence. You didn't put the timer up for me, but that's okay.
Thank you. I need a timer for you, brother. I already know.
Yeah,
it's gonna be 10 minutes. It's gonna be 10. It's gonna be 20 minutes. And you have a lot of patience for me when I do the rundown, when I talk about everybody.
Man, you got to do that rundown, right? Because it keeps people coming back because people love to know that you acknowledge them. You know what I'm saying? In this big ass sea of YouTube, you know, a lot of us are on here in the chat. A lot of us get on panels and talk, and we still feel like we're not recognized. You know, and you have a way of recognizing people and, you know, making them feel important, which they are. Their perspective and opinion is definitely important, and it should be looked at because you're bringing to the table a different, you know, idea.
Yeah.
So yeah. Shout out to everybody that was on the panel tonight and everybody that was in the chat. I you know, I believe. Listen, where we at now? We're at 1,200.
What you mean? What?
As far as the fundraising,
are we
at
raising money or something? Oh, you're right. We were raising money for
Right.
something, man. What were we raising money? Let me go good and see what we were raising money for, Vaughn. See, I'm old. I ain't young like you, man. I'm old. I forget.
Yeah,
Okay.
right. Now listen, I took my ginkgo today, so I think I'm on point.
Man, let me tell y'all something about Von Bryan, man. If that dude wasn't with me yesterday, man, I don't know I would have made it all the hours, man. Shout out to Von Bryan.
Wow.
All right, so
Yeah,
we're doing a kids
did that.
backpack fundraiser, right? You can cash app or pledge. Our cash goal is $3,100. Our cash raise so far, $1,210. Can y'all believe that? Pew, 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 pew. Pew, 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 pew.
Ding,
Now,
ding, 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 ding.
how did we get that far? Because today we were sitting, I forgot what we were sitting on, but we were sitting where we were
I
sitting.
think we were at 960 before you started.
Well, we were at 960, but I pledged another $50.
Okay, that's right.
That
Okay.
put me in
I
the
remember you
$100
saying
club.
that.
It put me in the $100 club with you, Vaughn, and Patrice, and all the rest of y'all in the $100 club.
Well, welcome, brother. Welcome.
It put me in the $100 club. And then we had this brother Sir Hale come over here, and he dropped one donation. Then he came back and dropped another donation, threw him instantly into the $100 club. Shout out to Sir Hale. Sir Hale Speaks. If you haven't already subscribed to Sir Hale Speaks Network, go on over there and subscribe to Sir Hale Speaks Network, man. The dude is a good dude, whether you agree with his position on whatever.
Excellent content. Actually, he should be on in about almost 45 minutes on his platform.
Man.
I believe he has something every Sunday, right?
Go over there and help him with that algorithm. Go over there and just shout him out, man.
Maybe
I leave Sir Hale alone.
Maybe we could go over there and get some pledges. No, let me quit.
No. See, the reason why, I talk to Sir Hale behind the scenes, but see, what happens is, I know Sir Hale rocks with your favorite uncle. He rocks with your favorite security lady. So
I have a favorite uncle.
Yeah. So I try not to ruffle people's situations that they got over there, right? You guys heard me, and they may see me in the chat and be like, "Oh, I ain't messing with Sir Hale no more because Brother Clarence was in the chat," right? So I don't want to do that to them. So, but I will let Sir Hale know that I do.
That's understandable, but you know, one thing about and what I've seen so far about Sir Hale's character is I don't think that he moves like that.
He doesn't.
He's not that type of person.
That's me doing it. It's not.
Yeah, no, I get it, but I don't believe he's that type of spirit where, you know, he's partial like that.
No.
He does what he does.
Never mistreated me whenever I have been in this chat. He never mistreated me. He never, iced me out or nothing like that. No. I'm just saying it was me protecting him from what might come.
No, I get it. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. But thank God for him today, because he made a remarkable contribution today.
Oh my God, man. Knocked us.
You see what I'm saying?
We almost halfway there. Brother.
Wow. I need to do more fundraising, man.
We're right there.
I love this fundraising.
Well, we're right there. So yeah, all the rest of you guys out here, you can get into, you guys all donated so much generous donations. However, some of y'all can still make it into the $100 club, even though you donated generously. And we appreciate you. Sisters like Jill, you represent most of the sisters. We got to get some more sisters in here.
You know, that sister hung with us for the whole, I believe it was the whole stream, right?
Yeah.
She was there. Even when we went over, because, you know, YouTube cuts you off after 12 hours, even though you're still live.
A whole another hour
but they're only going to show 11 hours worth of what you did. So you can go 14 hours.
I was dragging.
They're only going to show. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I was tired too.
But shout out, man. Shout out to everybody, man. All of you guys that hung in with us all day yesterday. Jill's Chocolate Boutique. Everybody, man, that hung in there with us yesterday all day, man. We did it, y'all.
Right.
We did it, y'all. From y'all generous donations, man, we got up to $1,210.
And look where we're at.
Don't let me forget our brother E Black. Don't let me forget E Black. Right?
You see, you have people coming through, man.
Right.
You know, and this is awesome, man.
and see. So we was always bumping heads, man. Me and E Black, man. You know,
I remember. I was in the bushes watching, so I saw all of the shenanigans.
Hey, brother, but when I saw some stuff coming his way, I said, "Hey, brother, okay, I know we beefing, but check this out. This might not be a good situation for you, man. Just letting you know." Right.
Yeah, sometimes it's just better to let things go and move on. You know what I'm saying?
But I knew he was a good brother, and I knew at some point, man, he would look at what he had, the way things had gotten to, and he would say to himself, because I know he's a good dude, he would say to himself, okay, man, I got to straighten this out. Because I've had to do that, right? Vaughn, you had to do that. We've all had to do that, man. We've all had to look at
I just did it on this stream because, you know, I felt that I'd said something that, you know, could have been a little,
could have did that
you
better,
know,
right?
Disrespectful to somebody's religion. You know, when I made the pimpism remark concerning, you know, these particular lifestyles. But I do have to retract that and say that I don't, you know, I apologize for that. If anyone who is a polygamist, if I'm saying it right, and that is your religion, because that's how you believe that you should live your life, then you go ahead and you do it. You see what I'm saying? I don't have to necessarily agree with it, but you know, there's no need for me to put you in you know, disrespect what your belief is, you know.
All right. Before we get on in, we appreciate you for doing that, Vaughn. But yeah, I want to make sure that E Black gets his flowers.
I wanted to say it again, Clarence, because you know I don't want these people coming after me now with all of this stuff that they do.
I understand, bro. I understand. I'm gonna be, if there's anybody come within 10 feet of you, brother, I'm right here. All right, so
all right, I got backup. Listen, I have backup.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. All right, so okay, so E Black, I just want to make sure we don't forget the brother, because he made generous donation as well.
Yeah,
very generous donation,
and that was on today too, during this stream, right?
Today.
Wow.
On today's stream, man. So we raised almost we raised over $200 today on the stream.
Wow,
on
you
the
see
stream
that?
today. Just where Hale just lost his mind, man. He did a Rico, man. Just gave us way too much money. But
What a
so I gotta
blessing,
stop
man.
those brothers.
Now you know
man.
you gotta stop by there tonight and
Exactly.
say
I'm
hello.
gonna
and
definitely
give
do that.
thanks.
I'm gonna definitely do that.
You know?
Do that. And just to thank him for stopping by. And then on top of that, digging in his pocket. He didn't even have to do that. Appreciate to stop him and thank him and his family.
And do you remember when I was telling you the other night about how someone was speaking the truth, and I gave a super chat, and I didn't have the money to give it at the time, but I did it anyway. And because I respected the truth. And see, that's what we were talking about. You know, when you give, God gives back to you. When you do good, good comes back to you. And that little seed that I planted, you know, the next day, remember I told you I received in my account $800.
Wow.
You know, and we joked about it because we started talking about the spring water.
Right.
That,
the miracle
that was
water.
hilarious. But that person I was talking about was Sir Hale Speaks. You know, he dropped the truth one night, man. Let me tell you.
Right.
It was undeniable.
Yeah,
man. Undeniably the truth.
Yeah, he's a good dude, man. He's just a good dude, man. He you know, he can't help himself, man. He's a good dude. You know what I mean?
You get me into something else. All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
No.
Where's Rico? Rico, are you back yet?
Yeah, man. Rico's on an airplane right now, but Rico will be back, y'all. Rico was yesterday was his last day in the DR. He had to leave this morning and come back to the US. So I didn't expect him to check in today. You know, he said, I'll be there. I said, okay. I didn't expect him to be in there. But shout out to Rico Young, man. Another dude that very generous, very, very generous, brother. All right, so is that it, Vaughn?
Well, I mean, hey, you know, great stream. What else can we do? What else can we say? You know, until the next time, I guess.
All right, brother. Do we need to talk? Are you good? You gonna go get in the bed, or what you gonna do?
No. Actually, I'm good. I'm gonna stay up and do a couple other things. Probably have dinner. You know, dinner.
Okay, right on.
Dinner is brewing. So,
all right, get yourself together for next Saturday, brother. We might. I don't know about 13 hours, but we're probably gonna do another one, right?
Yeah, we got to get together and do it again.
Okay, you be ready to roll, brother. Okay, good. All right, because I need some help, man. I can't be. Well, Rico's kind of dude. Rico only gonna do a couple hours and he's out, so I'll be out there by myself.
Oh no, I'll hang with you, my friend. I'll definitely
man.
Hang with you.
Rico gets thirsty and sleepy and tired and hungry and all of that, so he'll be like, "I'm out."
Yeah, I get it.
Shout out to Rico. Shout out to Rico Young. All right, Vaughn, I'm gonna pull you down, brother. Is that
all
it?
Right. Peace. That's it.
All right. Peace, brother. Thank you. All right, so I'm pulling Vaughn down. Man, Vaughn Bryan, that's a good dude, man. Good dude. All right, what y'all think about today? What y'all think, man? What did y'all think? Just a strong performance from Clarence and Vaughn. We trying, Jill. We trying. We trying. Dan G say, look up polygyny. I know polygyny is men having multiple wives, man. I made that. That was a mistake I made, Danny G. I put polygamy, right, which is not which is everybody doing everything, right? Instead of putting polygyny, which is actually men having more wives, multiple wives, right? So that was my mistake, Danny G. And I was going to tell you that, but you was on one, as we say down here in the West Coast. You was on one. So I just let you go ahead and do what you was doing, man. And you know, get it off, man. All right. So anyway, what y'all think, man? We tried to hit it. Danny say, yeah. We tried to hit it, man. We tried to hit it. Tried to give y'all you know, some other perspectives, right? Vaughn had the religious perspective. Wally had the kind of the more analytical perspective. Soapbox had the street perspective. I was just asking the questions, right? Man, my thing is my stand on polygyny in particular, polygyny is that you know what, man, hey, you do what you do. As far as me, I always gonna look at things for myself, and then if that situation works for you, it worked for you. I'm not, you know what I'm saying, long as you know your polygyny behavior doesn't affect my household, I'm hey, and your situation is works for you, cool. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna have no opinion. Now, the only problem I will have is if your situation is going to affect my situation because it's so obtuse that you know your children are going to try to persuade my children to participate in something like that, then I might have an issue with it. But that's just your children spreading it to mine. If I can stop that, I still don't want to stop you from having the lifestyle, you having the freedom to have the lifestyle. Man, if you can convince two women to give you their money, right? Vaughn got something else, right? But we talking about marriage, Vaughn. We talking about commitment, married commitment, right? And these women that are giving you their money, they're not getting involved intimately with other people, right? They going to work and they bringing home their money, right? And if they're letting you manage that income, right? Hey, what do you got to do? What do you got to do? You got big companies. They have a man managing their. They have one man managing their whole company, right? Managing all the income of a company, right? So it's just a difference of opinion of who does what, but it's okay. It's okay. We can all have our difference of opinion as long as we respect each other, right? Vaughn came out and said, "Hey, man, I said such and such, but let me back up off of that statement. I'm not backing up off of how I feel. I'm just backing up off of my statement because I don't want to be disrespectful to anyone, right?" And G said, "I can do it with four foreign wives, women easily." Okay, Danny. Hey, man, knock yourself out. I don't think anybody on the panel told you no that you shouldn't do that, right? I think everybody on the panel, they were just trying to tell you in America it's probably going to be more difficult to do something like that because culturally, monogamy is pushed so culturally here that even the court system protects it, right? So it's going to be difficult to do something like that here in another country, in Saudi Arabia or something like that, where the court system protects polygyny, right? You have many wives you can take care of, right? Now, what I wanted to ask you, Danny, and I want to have you come back up here because I want to talk about a religious position that you had, and I want to go through that with you next time we get you up here. I'll ask you that question when we can, but I loved having you up here, Brother Danny. So let me, Danny said, I would not marry you using the court system at all. Well, you definitely probably couldn't do it here in America. If you're going to be a polygynist, you definitely couldn't do it here in America, man. They will hunt you down just like they hunt down the who those guys in Utah, right? The oh man, what do you call them? The Mormons. They hunt them dudes down, man. You know what I mean? They got one dude doing well, he's not doing life in prison because of the polygyny. He's doing life in prison because he was out there diddling kids. And I think they gave the dude 179 years, man. Warren Jeffs. Nick Cannon did it, yeah, man. But see, here's the problem, Danny G. The problem with doing that is you're not on scene, right? Let me explain to you what marriage is for. Marriage is for creating heirs. That you and another person decide that the other person, there's a woman, there's you, and then there's a woman, And then this woman who has the gift of immortality within her, she has immortality. She can make you immortal, right? She can take a seed that you give her and give you yourself back to you, right? She can make you immortal. So she has immortality and she has it within her. And so you supposed to, what marriage is supposed to do is she's supposed to give you yourself, give you a small version of yourself so you can groom this young person into, uh, groom them how you want them to deal with the family empire, right? That's the whole point of capitalism. The whole point is you want to be able to pass down pass down your personal wealth, right? Can't do that in China. Everything goes to the state. Period. That's it. Ain't no private property, right? But here we got private property. So you want to be able to make heirs that you can groom right there, right there. Okay, but if you make heirs to your throne, and they're all over the place, you can't be all over the place to groom those heirs. That's my point. You can't be all over the place to groom those heirs. You want to be in. You want to have most of your heirs, if you can. You want to have all your heirs in under the same roof, so you can groom them. You can show them how to deal with money. You can show them how to deal with credit. You can show them how to deal with different responsibilities. Right? You can groom them. That way, when you pass along whatever you have built in personal wealth, they'll be smart enough to handle it. Right? But when they're all over the road, man, when they're all over the place, man, you have 10 children, 5 baby mamas. Is there a chance or two that a new man is going to come on the scene and be teaching your heirs crazy stuff? There's a chance, right? Then you said, but we got men who have 2 wives and divorce by both. The kids got with all of them, then marry a third woman and have kids with all of them. This is not monogamy. No, I'm not saying it. Um, polygyny is another thing. And like I said, it depends on where you at. If you're in, like I said, Saudi Arabia, many parts of Africa, protected by law, right? You can have wives. The Philippines, Thailand, you can have multiple wives. Not no problem, right? Now getting out of divorcing those wives, that's a problem. It's a really big problem. I saw one brother in the Philippines, man. Well, actually, it was a white guy in the Philippines, man. Holy smokes! Holy smokes! There's just no way they can get. They don't. It's not like in America. Who's making the most money? They don't have no fault divorce. Who's making the most money? Who got the kids? Okay, you already got the kids with you. They're already with you, ma'am. Oh, okay, let's just leave it like it is. You keep the kids there. Hey, sir, you making the most money? Yeah, I'm a high value man. I make $200,000 a year. Oh, okay, you're gonna pay $1,000. You're gonna pay 10 grand in child support. Plus, you're gonna pay for the house. Plus, you're gonna pay the cars. Plus, you're gonna give her alimony. All right, now you're gonna give her alimony. Right? Done deal. Right? Done deal. Wrapped. Right? But said polygyny gives generational wealth, but monogamy do not. How does polygyny give generational wealth? Well, let me say it this way. Polygyny in another country that may, like I said, if the court system is going to recognize those heirs, okay. But in America, the court system is not going to recognize heirs from other women. They're only going to recognize the woman that you legally married to. And the children from that woman are going to be your heirs. Everybody else is going to have to fight to get into position in America. Yeah, exactly. Nigeria. Yeah, man. You can go to Nigeria and you can do that. Because I'm not saying at least polygyny wrong. The question, the whole thing we started the question with was, would polygyny, which is what I should have said instead of polygamy, but is polygyny something that would help America? Would it help America? Would the crime go down? Because now we got children are being fathered. I want to show y'all something. Let me show y'all something real quick. Let me show y'all something.
all I'm saying.
Thank you for that. No, your women are not queens. Your women are promiscuous. Your women are for anybody. And let me be clear. You're trying to associate value to these women when in reality anyone can have them. Your wife said that she goes on Tinder, a dating app for young boys and girls, and she's damn near 50, if not plus. I don't know. But she goes on Tinder to find young boys to have meaningless sex with. Your queen gets passed around among the general population of plebeians. That's not what a queen does. Don't sit there and act foolish. You can make up lies, but in the face of this kind of intellect, it's clearly pointed out. You're not sitting next to a queen, you're sitting next to a common whore.
Ooh, name calling.
May I ask an open-ended question?
Yeah, for sure.
Question, guys. Since you guys are having this beautiful conversation, it's really cute, by the way. I wanted to ask if you feel that kings, and when I think of a king, I think of a person who is in charge of themselves. I'm king over my ego, over my animal.
You're king?
Yeah, I'm king and a queen. We talked about this last time. We're masculine and feminine. You are masculine and feminine. Parasympathetic and sympathetic nervous system. You have both right and left brain. You are made up of both masculine and feminine. You came from a woman. And then you came into a body as a masculine, but you have feminine energetics. That's what causes you to be able to nurture. When you do have children, you will do that. What I'm sharing right now is that I'm wondering, when do kings in the United States get together? To me, we need to be forming empires. If you have a king over here, you just have a hood fighting Bloods and Crips. When are these men going to get together and take care of all women and all children? When is that going to become necessity in this culture where everybody's complaining about the government and the man? What are you kings doing for us? Where is the community of men to care for the community of women and children? That's what I want to know, because that's empire.
That's a very positive statement. I appreciate that, Kenya. I thank you for sharing that. It's a very lovely thing to share. I personally don't agree with the concept of everyone being a king. I think that's just dishonest. But I think you're right in that we do need to collaborate societally to make sure that children are cared for. And in our way, each man should care for their own children, and everyone should be within a community wherein we can be respectful and support one another in doing so. But undoubtedly, I have no real interest in taking on the children of other men. Osman writes, peace and love respectfully. Would like to know, does Kenyatta, and I don't think your name's not Kenyatta, is it? It's Kenya, right?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure he didn't know something I didn't know. The lady's name is Kenya. I'd like to know, does Kenya distribute her old dry box equally to you and him? I'm just reading the question. So, and Tiger, we haven't heard from you much. I trust you're more relaxed in the group. The question the Saint asked you is Kenya distributing her old dry box equally to you and Carl?
So I'm not certain what she means by distributing. It's not rashes. I mean, if a person decides they're going to have sex with somebody, they decide to have sex with them. But to put it in those terms is, well.
Right, so she pick it up and pass it out. You just walk through a line and she's answering it out. Here's your serving, pussy for you, pussy.
I think what she's asking, I think that in our culture, people think of women as like cows or horses or cattle. And it's like an ownership of a thing, or women as things, like a woman is a box or something to pass about. Or I don't think they think of women as humans. It's similar to the Catholics and those who enslaved Africans. They didn't think of African people as humans. So they're a thing, and let's distribute the work of that thing or the labor of that thing, and let's degrade and humiliate that thing. And so if we're doing that as Black people to each other, that's good for you guys. I don't do that. So
I will say two things, and then we'll carry on. Sure. One, the history in Africa is clear that slavery was an institution throughout the continent, which is to say this is something that was practiced by Africans. And because it was practiced by Africans, that's why it was easier for the Europeans to engage in what today is called the transatlantic slave trade, which I like to call enslavement, which is to say that the African aristocracy sold other Africans Also, when you would be in war with another nation or another tribe in Africa, the POWs were often made slaves of. Now, undoubtedly,
I think I gave you guys enough. Shout out to the Satan Center. This is a debate he had with these people, and it was pretty funny, man. All right, let me quickly do the rundown, y'all, man, because we've been out here a long time. 5 hours, that's a long time, and then we did 13 yesterday. Shout out to Von Bryan, shout out to Jill, Talk to Boutique, man. We've been toiling, and the rest of y'all in the chat. Those of y'all been in the Brother Sim, but you guys are being in the chat. It was funny, huh? Yeah, this dude is. Yeah, he ain't got no filter, man. He reminds me of Rico a lot, young Rico. All right, so let's do the rundown, right? Can we do the rundown? I want y'all to go ahead and get you something to eat. Go be with your families, man. I appreciate all the time y'all spent with us, man. We still trying to raise this money. If you want to come back, and thank you, Vaughn. If you want to come back and give some money for the backpack drive, you want to help us raise some money for this backpack. We almost halfway there. We only been doing it 2 days, and we almost got half of it done, right? I didn't believe what Vaughn said, man. We're gonna do it, man. Vaughn said, we gonna do it. See, we're gonna do it. I said, I don't know, Vaughn, man. I don't know if people gonna be with it like that. Well, I'm gonna give it my best, but I don't know if the people gonna be with it like that, right? I know from raising money, man, everybody ain't gonna be able to participate. Some people won't want to participate, and some people, they just, not comfortable giving somebody they never met money, right? I seen all this, man. So I was like, well, I don't know, Vaughn. I don't know if we remember. But Vaughn's like, man, we're gonna do it. I don't have a shred of doubt we're gonna do it. I said, okay. He bumped me up. I said, okay, let's do it. Let's do it. And by the way, the whole telethon thing, that was Vaughn's idea. Vaughn was like, hey man, we should take it the whole day just to go at the backpacks. I said, you said, yeah? He said, yeah, man, we should do it. So I said, okay, let's do it. Let's do it. Because I thought about it, I said, that's a good idea. See, that's a good thing about having good people around you, man. You can get some good ideas, and it don't all have to be yours. They don't all have to be your ideas, man. You can say, hey, we're going to make it happen, right? Yeah, shout out to Sophia Sharif. Shout out to that sister, man. If you're a praying person, man, pray for this sister, man. This sister got a lot of stuff going on, man. And who among us doesn't need a prayer or two every now and then, right? So come on, man, y'all. Let's put this money together. We're gonna get the laptop away in Sister Sophia's name, and maybe that might help her, man, in some small way. Say, man, there are people that care about her, right? Because a lot of us feel like that sometimes, right? Nobody cares about us, or nobody thinks about us. I'm thinking about this sister and the things that she was saying, man. It was crazy. Her husband had a baby with her sister. I mean, man, and that was just some of the stuff she was talking about. Shout out to that sister, man. Shout out to that sister. You know what? Sometimes we don't realize how strong the sisterhood is, man, because they can walk away from stuff like that. They live through stuff like that, man. Anyway, let me do the rundown, man. Let me do the rundown, y'all, because we got to get moving. Okay, so the most valuable people, the chat. The most valuable people is the chat. Chat always is where it's at, man. The chat is where it's at. Shout out to everybody that stopped by here today in the chat. All of y'all, man. We appreciate all of y'all, man. All of y'all that shared, subscribed, liked, and pushed the program forward, and man, just put it out there, and helped us let people know. Because I think yesterday when we was out there, I kept checking to see if they would put us in the algorithm. We were never in the algorithm. We were never. I could never pull us up. So I was like, I don't know why they're doing that. But hey man, we trying to raise money, man. And so I don't know, man. But we all got good intentions, and so that's all we trying to do is help some kids. And then on the other end, we're trying to show that, man, if we work together, we can make some stuff happen. We ain't got to be talking crazy, and we can make some stuff. We can make some serious ish happen. You know what I'm saying? You guys, yeah, exactly, Vaughn. You guys in the chat, man, make sure everything is legit. We appreciate y'all, man, because it makes us see how I can direct the situation from up here. I don't got to worry about the chat. I ain't got to worry about stuff going on in the chat because you guys are taking care of all of that, man. All of that. And we appreciate all of y'all, man. We appreciate y'all. Everybody, even people in the bushes. We appreciate y'all in the bushes, man. Spread the word. Let's talk to Better Black Life. We trying to put some backpacks in some kids' hands. We trying to get a computer away in Sister Sophia's name. Not for us. We ain't trying to do nothing. I mean, I'm gonna recognize everybody, but beyond me, you know who's gonna recognize you after that, right? You know what I'm saying? That might cover down on some things you did in the past, right? Good works you're doing now might cover down on some stuff you did in the past. So come on, we got a bunch of good work left to do. we got a bunch of good work left to do, man. What they say? The harvest is ripe, but the laborers are few. We got a lot of laborers, but we can use a lot more. We got a lot of people I wrote down in our book that gave up. Man, we gave us so much money. We had $1,200. That's we almost halfway there, and we only been doing this 2 days. Shout out to Von Bryant, man. Great idea you had. Great idea you had. Right? And we doing it. We doing it. If you want to give, man, cash app us, or you can pledge. You can pledge. Hey, Clarence, I don't have the money right now, but I'll have it in 2 weeks. Okay, give us what pledge $20, $15, $10, $20, $30, $40, $50. We trying to get everybody in the $100 club. Trying to get everybody in the $100 club, man. $100 club, right? Maybe I can get some T-shirts made. Shout out to Be Easy, that dude. Maybe we get some T-shirts made. It's called the $100 Club, right? Put y'all in the $100 club, right? Shout out to you. Shout out to everybody. But even if you're not in the $100 club, we great. We are so grateful for everything that you gave. We're so grateful for the people that didn't even they don't have it to give, but they want to give. We're so grateful for everybody. So don't think, oh man, I ain't got $100. They mad because I only gave this much. I didn't give $100. No. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, I'm just trying to start some righteous competition. That's all. That's all. Man, if all you can give is all you can get, that's all you can give. We still appreciate that. We still appreciate that. This is some righteous competition. That's all. Righteous competition. You know what I'm saying? And it's gonna work out for everybody. It works out for everybody. The kids get the backpacks. The sister will see that a computer was donated in her name. That might turn her whole self perspective around. That may turn her whole self perspective around. Now she gonna run up to us and hug us and kiss us? Probably not. Probably not. Are they gonna do a whole month on us on knowledge and relationships? I hope not. I mean, we're not doing it so they can do that. If they acknowledge us, cool. But that's not why we're doing it for them. You know what I'm saying? We're not doing it for them to do that. Right? Them brothers didn't save their sister's life for me to be praising them out like I've been doing. You think that's why they did it? They didn't do that. They had no idea I was gonna be doing what I'm doing right now. But they did it, right? Shout out to Bolo, shout out to Von Bryant, shout out to Princess K, shout out to Knowledge Relationship, shout out to M3, shout out to Intellectual Soapbox, shout out to Wally, shout out to Chef Shapino. All people that was there when the miracle was happening, right? All right, let me get back to the chat, man. The chat is where it's at. Y'all did a great job. Absolutely a great job in the chat. And always keeping it nice and clean. We appreciate y'all, man. Strong performance from the chat. Strong. Very, very solid. Very, very solid. I'm going to go quickly now, man, because we got to get it moving. Okay, very solid performance in the chat. Very solid. Very, very solid. Hey, sorry, y'all. My mic is cutting up. Okay, y'all. Okay, y'all. Let's do it. What about Von Bryant? What about Von Bryant? What kind of job y'all think Von Bryant did today? Holy smokes. The man was on the live stream with me 13 hours yesterday. Come right back and get on the live stream today and do another 5. Shout out to Von Bryan. Shout out to Von Bryan, man. Shout out to that brother, man. It's a good brother. And encouraged me to keep on. Come on, Clarence. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Right? Like, well, I'm tired. I'm like, come on, man. Come on. We can do it. We gonna get this. Let's get this last little bit of money. Come on, let's do it. Shout out to Von Bryan. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate you. These are the kind of people you want around you, man. You know what I'm saying? Just people that encourage you and push things in the right direction, man, and make sure that things get handled, man. Right? But Von Bryan, he was on the panel today. I was unclear of his position on polygyny. I was very clear. He made himself very clear. He made himself clear last night with Mr. He said, but he also made himself very clear today. Von Bryan. Shout out to Von Bryan, right? Shout out to Von Bryan. But he did a great job, man. Shout out to him. And I thank him. We got to thank him. He's one of those people, man, that does a lot of stuff behind the scenes, man. You see all this information that you see out in the chat. Von Bryan is the guy that puts all this stuff out there. No fee, no charging. Hey, Clarence, I got to charge you every time I put something in the. No, nothing, man. Just out of kindness of his heart, and just to want to see the channel move in a certain direction, man. When people come over here, they're getting positive vibes, or at least we trying to give them the positive vibes, and they want to take it as positive. Then it's on them, but we putting out positive vibes to them, man. You know what I'm saying? So we got a guy like that making helping out to create the atmosphere that people feel comfortable coming up here. We had the Great Pill podcast come up here. It was the first time coming up here, man. Right? But he did a great job. I'm gonna get to him in a minute, right? But we trying to create this environment, y'all, where when all of the rest of these cats get done talking about submission, right? Submission. When they get done talking about submitting and body counts and everything, when they get done talking about all that, you got some place to come. You got some place to come, man. Right? All right, so Von Bryan, in my opinion, strong performance, very strong. Talking about 13 hours yesterday, y'all. 13 hours on the live stream. 13. Very strong performance. Very. And then come back and do another 5 the very next day. Very strong performance. Very strong. Thank you, Jill. Jill did 13 with us yesterday and then do another 5 with us today. Holy smokes. Shout out to Jill's Chocolate Boutique. Von Bryan, very strong performance. Very, very solid. Very solid. I had to write everybody down, man, because I don't remember too good. What about 84? Intellectual Soapbox. What about him? Very solid. Very strong performance, man. What I like about Intellectual Soapbox is he can bring the street side to everything, man, and still make it make sense, right? Brother said he came up in Brooklyn, man, not so plush type situation, right? Not so plush type situation, but he still said, hey, I made it out of that situation. And I'm trying to encourage other people to get out of that situation, right? To make it out of that situation. Shout out to Intellectual Soapbox. Very strong performance. Very strong. Very, very, very strong performance. What about Wally? What about Brother Wally? Very strong performance. I think Wally comes in and more intellectual, analytical viewpoint on everything, right? Because as soon as I start talking about numbers, man, he can start spitting out some stats, right? Man, but shout out to Brother Wally, man. Glad to have him in the building, man. But very strong performance, man. Shout out to Brother Wally. Brother Wally was one of them dudes that said, hey, brother, see, man, I'm feeling what you're doing. I feel it's a good thing, but man, I'm just not in a position to deal with it at this point. Cool, no problem. Oh, Wally, you can't come up on the panel. Shit, we brought him right up on here because I know I could see if he had it to give, he'd give it. But he just ain't in a position. And I've been there. I've been there where where I wanted to give, but I just wasn't in position to do it without creating a situation for myself on the other end. See, I want you to give, but I don't want you to create a situation for yourself where you putting yourself in a situation where your bills ain't getting paid, right? Because Vaughn is the type of Vaughn gave some money one time, like he said in the super chat, and the Lord blessed him, right? Lord blessed him with some extras, right? But what if the extras the Lord gonna bless you with don't come for 6 months, right? Right? I can't be responsible for when the Lord gonna give you something. When the Lord is gonna say, "Job well done." Here, let me bless you with this here too. That might be a year later, right? So we don't want you to mess with your bill money, man. We want you to only give what you can, man. If it's $5, that's it. Give it to us. We still gonna try to get you in the $100 club. Still trying to get everybody in the $100 club. But we everybody's generous donations, man, helped us get to this point. Shout out everybody. Every penny made a difference, man. Every penny made a difference. Just say, I'll be back on Saturday. We're on a mission for the children. Yeah, we are. We are, Jill. We are. We are. Okay. So that was Brother Wally. Brother Wally, man. He said, Brother C, man, I don't even know. My money's funny right now. I don't even know if I'm gonna be able to deal with it. Okay. See, I never was one. That's why I think the brothers in the mosque, all they kind of gravitated toward me as opposed to other people that asked them for money, because I never made them feel bad if they was in a position where they couldn't give, because I had been there. I knew what it was like, and why would I make somebody feel bad for something that I had experienced? No, no, no. Shout out to Brother Wadi for even coming up. Appreciate you, man. Very strong performance. Very analytical thinking brother, man. I need to get him back up here and really go through some other stuff, because I'm a very analytical person myself, right? I'm spiritual and analytical at the same time, and I can separate the two, and you know, to go down either road. And so I just want to be able to do that with Brother Wally, because very astute young man, very astute young man. All of these young men are very astute, but you know, I want to get into some intellectual, analytical stuff with Brother Wally. But shout out Brother Wally, strong performance. What y'all think? Strong, very, very, very solid, very solid young man. What about Danny G? I don't know if Danny G is from the islands or if Danny G is from the motherland. Which one y'all think? He sounds to me more like a dude from the motherland. I don't know. Maybe we'll ask him next time. We'll see where he's actually from, so that you know we can say, okay, that makes sense why you think that way. You probably grew up under that kind of thinking process, under that kind of culture, right? Some cultures, man, polygyny is the thing, man. It's not even under question. Monogamous, man, monogamy is like, what's monogamy? They look at you like you're a fool. What's wrong with you? Monogamy. You're gonna be with only one woman your whole life? What's the matter with you? Right? Ay. But Danny G did a great job, man. Great job, man. Very solid performance. Very solid. Very solid. But see, that's it. Okay, so y'all be like, well, why you let him talk so long? Well, because see, this is the thing. When you first come on the panel, man, you got so much to say, right? And you've been responding, and people been saying stuff in the chat, and people been saying stuff on the panels, right? And so you got so much you want to address that you got like a 20-minute thing where but see, I have to cut them off. I have to cut people off, man, because especially when I got other people on the panel. Now, if it's just me and you want to talk for 20 minutes, go ahead. That's why when you see Vaughn come up here and and Patrice or Rico, or whatever, and it's just the four of us, I just let them talk, right? I don't really cut them off because it's just us. But when it's other people on the panel, I try to respect everyone's time, because we can't have people coming up and having 20 and 30-minute answers. We just can't do that with 5-6 people on the panel. It's not gonna work, right? By the time everybody answers, you're gonna it's gonna be 2 or 3 hours later, right? But Danny G did a great job. Appreciate you, man. Shout out to you, brother. Very solid performance, very strong performance. And we just gonna help him trim down his position, especially when you got a lot of people on the panel. But that's stuff you have to learn, even as content creator. You got to learn. You got to learn how to, keep people at a certain amount of time, because if you let them go on and on and on and on and on and on and on, man, you're gonna have 30-minute answers. It's not gonna work. But shout out to Danny G, man. Very strong performer, very solid. What about the Great Pill podcast? What do you think about the Great Pill podcast? Great Pill podcast came through, man. You know what I'm saying? It was nice to meet the brother. I had never really met him. I've seen him around, but I never really met him. You know, I actually talked directly to him. But shout out to the Great Pill podcast. He came through. You know what I mean? Came through, shot his shot. He responded to Danny G. You know, very intellectual. Seems like another analytical person. So I'd like to get him and Wiley together on a panel one day and just break a lot of stuff down and see where we're at. But shout out to the Great Pill podcast, man. If you haven't already subscribed to the Great Pill podcast, go on over there. Check it out. Right? Check it out. See if that's the kind of content you're down with. But very strong performance from the Great Pill. First time maiden voyage. Very strong performance. Very strong. Very solid. Very solid. All right, what about Marcus? What about Brother Marcus? One of the things I like about Marcus, man, is that Marcus would just be himself. And he don't take it personal. He could, you know what Marcus could say? Marcus could say, damn, Clarence, you always making me wait because I'm Mexican. He could pull that card out on me if he want to, right? But he don't do that. You know what he do? He understand that, hey, man, it ain't got nothing to do with me being Mexican. It's just that these other people are all amped up, or the fact that they was in line first. They was just in line first. And just the way that it was just the way it turns out sometimes. Now, sometimes I will ask Marcus to wait, not because he's Mexican, but because he's just a younger guy, and I know that the other person is more amped up, right? And they may forget what they're talking about, and so I got to let them speak. Marcus is the type of guy, he's not gonna forget he's not gonna forget his place or where he was talking from, or his point or his position. He's not gonna forget that. So unfortunately, I will make him wait sometimes, man. But that's nothing personal to him, man. I just see him as a person he's more apt to remember where he was coming from than sometimes a lot of these other guys, man. They get all excited, like Danny, right? They get all excited and they all over the road, right? Shout out to Brother Marcus, man. That's another good dude, man. Solid dude, man. You know, let me tell you about Marcus, man. This dude took over for Jay, man. Jay was on vacation, right? Marcus ain't getting no money, nothing. Took over Jay's channel, man. Took over his live stream responsibilities, man, for nothing. Shout out, man. It's a good dude. That's what we try to do, man. Deal with good dudes, man. Try to deal with good dudes. Now, Marcus gave me an IOU, man. So, Marcus, I'll just tell you, man, you put yourself out there, man, with that IOU. Okay, so we waiting to see. We waiting to see. You're gonna push that button for us. What about Sir Hale? Okay, now that's everybody that came on the panel, man. Shout out to everybody that came on the panel. Very strong performance from Marcus. Very solid young man. Okay, that's everybody that came on the panel. Now, I want to acknowledge these two brothers because these two brothers made donations today. Sir Hale Speaks, man. Sir Hale Speaks. Did you see what Sir Hale put in his Sir Hale Skeets, man? Because I was going in on the Sir Hale and the crew over there, man. But I made clear that I'm not running at his wife, man, because I would never run at his sister, man. But him and the crew over there, I was into him, man. One brother came over here, man, and said, "Hey, brother, why you call me XYZ?" I said, "Because you was with him." You was with him, right? But as I'm saying this stuff, man, I'm thinking in my head, Clarence, that's stupid. What you saying is dumb. I know you ain't gonna stand on this. You gonna have to at some point walk this back down. So you might as well get started now. I had to apologize to another brother and say, "Hey, man, I called this brother out of his name for nothing but just being on the panel." That's the only reason why I called him out of his name, because he was on the panel. Shout out to that brother. Shout out to AR, man. Shout out to that brother. Yeah, man. So Hill definitely had a strong performance today for the kids, man. He did a strong performance for the kids, man. You know what, man? I'm scared to tell you how much money this man gave us. Way over $100. Way over $100, man. Like Rico, man. Rico gave us way over $100. Way over. Right? Way over. These dudes, man. I'm telling you, man, they're good dudes, man. They're good dudes, man. Shout out to Sir Hill. I got to get out of here because I got to go over to his live stream and thank him for what he did for these backpacks, man. Got to thank him for that. But Sahel, man, very strong performance, very solid, man. You know what I'm saying? He showed himself to be very solid, man. You know what I mean? Just came over. Oh, this what y'all doing? Y'all doing it? Oh, okay. All right. Let me help y'all do that. Boom. Not a problem. Not at all. No hesitation. Boom. Shout out to Sahel, man. Appreciate it. Hopefully one day we can return the favor over there. Right? Shout out to y'all, man. Who else? Who else today? Who else? Sahel, yeah, Jill, you're right, man. You always got informative, right? I don't always agree with the brother, man, but that's still my brother. I don't always agree with him, but that's still my brother. Still my brother, man. And we communicate sometimes behind the scenes, man. You know, I wish the young brother well. And say, hey, man, go ahead, keep on doing what you're doing. Because like I was telling Vaughn, man, sometimes I don't want to go over there and run off the people. You know, sometimes if people see me in the chat, then they will run. They will say, "Oh, you letting Clarence come over in the chat?" Oh no, I'm out of here, right? Because me and Rico still got bad names for hanging out with Daryl, right? Well, we don't care. We don't care, but I don't care, and Rico don't care. But we notice that that has an effect on people, right? So we just leave them alone. Well, I do. I do. At certain places I just don't go not because I have a problem with the content creator. It's because I don't want their audience or certain people they rock with to have a problem with them now because they rock with me. Because some people will do that. Some people will have a problem with you because you rocking with this other person, right? And you're like, wait a minute, I had nothing to do with what's going on between you and that person. Me and this person, everything's great. But the other person will be like, well, that's my ops. This is my ops. You with my ops, then you my ops too. Okay. That's a lot of people do it over here. So, I try to watch out. But I'm gonna take Von's suggestion. I'm gonna go over there to Sahel and at least thank him publicly for what he did, man. Shout out to him. Uh Mom said, they don't think that way. Sahel doesn't have a problem with you being on it. No, brother. I never thought that Sahel had a problem. No, Vaughn. Never thought that Sahel had a problem at all. At all. Never thought, I was actually, my thinking is looking out for him so he don't have to have a problem. He never said to me, don't come to my channel. You can only hit me in the back chat. No, he never said none of that stuff. Sahel never said none of that to me. As a matter of fact, he's always welcomed me over there. Right? I never had an issue with him saying that I couldn't go. Hey, these people ain't gonna want to see me. No, don't get that twisted, man. Sahel never said that to me, or even gave me that impression. I just was trying to protect, looking out for him and other content creators, looking out for them. Right? E-Black being another one, looking out for content creators that that I know is good dudes, but some of them hardcore people might have a problem with me. So I just I stay out of their chat and stay off their panels because I'm not trying to run their core audience away. You know what I'm saying? So that's the only thing, man. I know Vaughn. I know Sahil's a good dude, man. I never questioned that. I never thought for a second that Sahil was like, well, Clarence, you can come in the back door, Clarence, but you can't come on the. He never came at me like that or even approached me like that. Shout out to Sahil. All right, so even after I did what I did, right? Even after I did the foolishness that I did over there, right? Shout out to Sahil. All right, what about E-Black? E-Black. Shout out to E-Black, man. Comes through. Let me tell you about this young man. This young man came through. He had issues over here, right? I had some issues with him because I felt like, man, I said, man, wait a minute, hold on, dude, why you kicking up dust over here? And he had let his feelings get out of control for another content creator, right? And so he's just like, man, I'm gonna step on all of y'all, right? But I think at some point he realized, man, he matured up and realized, hey, man, what I'm gonna do? Get mad at everybody that goes on this person's channel? I'm gonna get mad at everybody that, some of these people, they ain't got no problem with them. Okay, they ain't got no problem with them. I do. So you got, okay. But I knew he was a good dude. I knew the kind of dude he was on the inside. I knew at some point he would say to himself, just like I did with Sahel, you know what? Maybe this was me. Maybe I overreacted. Maybe I overreacted. maybe I need to, straighten this thing out. And he did that. The young man did do that. At least the way I see it, at least the way coming from me. He tried, he said, hey man, this, I didn't really mean this and this and this and this. I was just going through what I was going through. Yeah, we all, we appreciate that, So shout out to E Black, man. But I called this young brother, man. I called him, I texted him. I said, hey man, I need your help. Brother said, I'll be there. No, Clarence, what about when we was going at it? What about when we were going at it? Same thing with Chef Shapino. What about when we were going at it? Brother said, I'll be there. Period. Period, the end. Same thing like John DeJean. I'll be there, brother. That's it. Those are the kind of people you want to have in your camp, man. You want to have people in your camp that's, I'll be there. You can depend on me. And they never show up. Right? Custer's last stand. Right? By the time they get to you, you got arrows all over the place, right? Oh, man. We got to appreciate that. We appreciate our people while they're with us, right? But shout out to E Black, man. That donation that he gave today, that was a text message away. Text the brother, hey brother, can you help me? Text message I got back, I'll be there. Not how much, what y'all doing, what show me some proof. I'll be there. I'll be there. I know it looked like me and this brother was warring, man, but we really wasn't. We was, but we wasn't. It was me trying to get him to calm down. That's basically what was going on. But shout out to the brother. Shout out to the brother. Got mad love for the brother, man. You see, when you asking people to sacrifice, that's when you see the kind of character they got, right? I'm saying, hey, man, can you sacrifice from your family, anything to help us get these backpacks? Yes. You see these cats, some of them got money to throw, like Sir Hale and Rico, they got big money to throw in, way over amount, man. I got to stop these cats at $100. $100 is the limit. So we got enough where we can get everybody in the $100 club. Everybody, right? We keep working on it. We keep working on it. We get everybody in the $100 club, man. Pledges and cash apps, right? Anyway, shout out to E Black. Shout out to Sir Hale for their donations. Brought us our grand total up to, let's see, y'all. I ain't like Vaughn, man. I don't do good math. Hold on. I got to look at it again. Cash raised so far. Well, we had a cash goal of $3,100. The cash that we raised so far is $1,210. Come on, y'all. Come on, y'all. I like, you know what? Cash App sent me a something saying, hey, you got a lot of activity on your Cash App. Are everything okay? Yeah, everything's okay. we just gonna get these kids these backpacks. That's what we're gonna do. Don't worry. It's not no, hey, we ain't doing no I guess we raising so much money so fast. They're like, wait a minute, hold on, man. Where's all this money coming from? The believers, the people. Right? All right, y'all. So anyway, that's everything. That's everybody, y'all. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, Jill, let's go over to Shahel stream and thank him for what he did for the kids, man. And everybody, let's try to let somebody that we know online that, hey man, this brother raising money for these backpacks for these kids. And well, how do I know what he's gonna do? Well, the brother made a, you can point him to the live stream we did yesterday, where we went through it. Oh, we went through it so many different times, so many different ways, so many different times, so many different ways, right? So anyway, that's gonna be it for today. I'll see y'all again on Tuesday. We're gonna talk about it, but we're not gonna push it like we're gonna push it on Saturday. Saturday we're gonna do it again, y'all. We're gonna just keep doing it until we get the money, and then I'm gonna show y'all. We're gonna order the backpacks. Well, we have enough to order the backpacks. We might have enough now to order the backpacks, y'all. Hold on. Almost. Yeah, we almost there. We're almost there. I can at least order the backpacks. But then I ain't got no money to pay somebody. Yeah, we got to get the money first. We got to get all the money first, man. That way I can pay everybody. Because if I order the backpacks, then I can't pay the people, pay for all this other stuff, and then I don't want them to have be stored, and and we still trying to raise the money. Yeah, I better wait on that. All right, but we will see y'all on Tuesday, and everybody have a great week. Thank you, Von Bryant. Thank you, everybody who came through. Thank you, Niles Relationships. Thank you, everybody who came through. Sir Harold Speaks. Everybody, E-Black. Everybody who came through. Harris Tribe family, Harris Family Tribe. Everybody who came through and donated. Jill's Chocolate Boutique. Everybody who came through, man. Whether you donated or not, everybody, whether you gave or not. Thank you, everybody who came through. Danny G. Appreciate you, Danny G. You said you was gonna hit us up. So I'm waiting on you, brother. Waiting on that cash app or waiting on that pledge. Appreciate you. All right, y'all. We'll see y'all on Tuesday. Peace.